Up to chapters 1 to 100, the foundation of this story was established. A fallen demonic emperor returned to the world, taking on the role of a steward and quietly repositioning himself within the system. The world did not change overnight, but its balance had already begun to shift. Now, as the story enters chapters 100 to 200, the direction begins to change. This arc is no longer about survival alone, but about control, positioning, and the consequences that follow every decision. Let's continue the story. Chachu was stunned. The pill dissolved instantly, feeling like a miniature sun spreading scorching energy throughout her body. That intense yang power quickly dissipated the insidious yin damage that had been accumulating in her meridians. She couldn't believe such an astonishing pill existed. Normally, her yin-attributed yuan qi would instantly reject any standard yang medicine. But this pill was burning like the sun, yet remained incredibly gentle, allowing her body to absorb the entire restorative effect without resistance. She praised his mysterious refining skill, saying that soon the entire empire would know his name. Zhuo Fan smiled back, hinting that if she had any other ailments, he could surely fix them too. He was internally screaming, desperately waiting for her to mention the Bodhi Jade sap and wondering what the holdup was. Just as the tension peaked, a loud, mocking laugh suddenly echoed through the tavern. Two figures descended, the handsome youth in green robes, Yan Fu, and the girl Zhuo Fan humiliated yesterday, Xiao Dandan. Chachu stared at the newcomers with a complicated gaze, realizing her private conversation was now public. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent for the interruption, but he instantly plastered on a naive, scared smile. As the smug green youth pointed at him, Zhuo Fan quickly pulled on Chachu's sleeve, whining for her to beat them up because they were picking on him. Yan Fu's face twitched in disbelief. He couldn't reconcile this spineless coward with the arrogant punk Xiao Dandan had described. Xiao Dandan hesitantly confirmed that this was the same person, though she admitted he was acting completely different than yesterday. Yan Fu quickly recovered, declaring that since Zhuo Fan had offended the 7 houses, he deserved death for being skilled enough to defeat Lin Tianyu. Zhuo Fan then gave an embarrassed smile, asking if they would believe him if he said Lin Tianyu simply tripped and hurt himself. Everyone nearly fell over, and Chachu, smiling out of sheer anger, accused him of taking her for a fool with his lies. Brushing her sleeve dismissively, Chachu vanished, telling him to deal with the consequences of his deception himself. Zhuo Fan turned around, his previously adorable look instantly replaced by cold, deadly intent, glaring at the intruders. He snarled, demanding to know why they couldn't wait 1 minute longer, cursing them for ruining his plan. Yan Fu, regaining his composure, announced himself as Yan Fu, the head disciple of the Pill King Hall's vicious Pill King, Yan Song. He mocked Zhuo Fan, emphasizing that the vicious Pill King's successor specialized in poison and was far superior to other 7 houses' disciples. Zhuo Fan frowned, acknowledging the threat of a master poisoner, but internally scoffing, knowing poison had no lasting effect on him. With a crackle of lightning, Zhuo Fan utilized his demonic transformation art and instantly appeared right in front of Yan Fu. Yan Fu was completely shocked, unable to react before Zhuo Fan delivered a powerful kick squarely to his stomach. Spewing blood, Yan Fu was launched backward, crashing through the tavern wall and skidding 50 meters into the street outside. Everyone inside and outside the tavern was slack-jawed, stunned by the sheer, overwhelming force of Zhuo Fan's strike. Zhuo Fan cast a contemptuous side glance at the terrified Xiao Dandan, mocking her reliance on men for protection. Leaving the girl shivering from humiliation, Zhuo Fan calmly walked through the broken wall toward the street. Outside, Yan Fu was slowly getting up, wiping blood from his mouth, but still managed a sneer, praising Zhuo Fan's speed. Zhuo Fan sneered back, questioning why he looked happy to be beaten, but Yan Fu claimed certainty of victory due to his poison skills. Yan Fu laughed maniacally, proclaiming Zhuo Fan knew nothing of the world, especially the lethal legacy of the vicious Pill King. Yan Fu spread his arms, unleashing a shifting mist from his palms that intertwined in three distinct colors: red, yellow, and green. He announced the technique, the Pill King Hall's profound ranked martial art, the Rainbow Cloud Palm. Zhuo Fan felt a slight numbness creep into his skin, realizing this powerful poison was good enough to bypass his defenses momentarily. Yan Fu immediately unleashed a terrifying, tricolored poison mist that swirled around him like a protective, rotating tornado. Zhuo Fan initially scoffed, recognizing that poison masters often had weak bodies, but then he halted his charge, sensing something was gravely wrong. He realized this wasn't revenge, it was a setup. The Iris Overseer was using this kid to probe his strength while hidden experts watched from afar. From within the thick haze, Yan Fu arrogantly dared Zhuo Fan to come closer, confident in the impenetrable defense of his poison technique. Zhuo Fan just smiled faintly, deciding to stay put, stating he would wait until the coward ran out of Yuan Qi and was forced to come out. Yan Fu boasted that the Rainbow Cloud Palm wasn't just defensive, suddenly sending three aggressive tendrils of toxic mist slashing toward Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan easily evaded the initial attack, but the tendrils suddenly reversed direction, attempting to ensnare him simultaneously from the rear. Yan Fu smugly declared that no matter what Zhuo Fan did, he would eventually succumb to the poison's power. This patronizing attitude was too much for Zhuo Fan. He decided he would endure defeat for the setup, but not before giving this punk a brutal taste of reality. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan stopped, acting completely exhausted, which thrilled Yan Fu, who launched the poison at full force. But in a flash, Zhuo Fan charged, slamming straight through the three tendrils of deadly poison and into the core of the mist like an artillery shell. Yan Fu was startled, too slow to react, and Zhuo Fan's hand instantly clamped down on his neck. Poison immediately coursed through Zhuo Fan's body. His face rapidly changed colors, and blood streamed from his nose and mouth. Uncaring about the imminent death, Zhuo Fan kicked Yan Fu fiercely in the chest, the sound of cracking bones echoing loudly. Yan Fu watched in utter terror, unable to believe someone would intentionally risk death just to inflict pain in return. Yan Fu hysterically screamed, calling Zhuo Fan a lunatic while watching the black blood flow freely from his attacker's face. Zhuo Fan just grinned, declaring he was crazy and would take Yan Fu down first, delivering three more devastating kicks. Before Yan Fu could even whimper, Zhuo Fan grabbed his head and delivered a dozen sharp, echoing slaps. Xiao Dandan and the Dong siblings stumbled out of the tavern, watching the brutal scene unfold in complete shock. Although Yan Fu's injuries were superficial, the interaction made it look like Zhuo Fan, the dying one, was the absolute victor. Xiao Dandan felt a sudden pang of regret, seeing Zhuo Fan nearing death, yet exhibiting a terrifying, world-conquering strength. Zhuo Fan yanked Yan Fu by the hair, taunting him about the perfect martial arts, before slamming him hard into the street pavement. Suddenly, a powerful gale struck, knocking Zhuo Fan flying, as a green-robed elder swiftly appeared beside the beaten Yan Fu. The elder checked Yan Fu's injuries, administered a pill, and then fixed a poisonous, murderous glare onto the retreating Zhuo Fan. Meanwhile, high above on a tall building, two figures watched the entire spectacle, sighing at the outcome. The red-haired fifth elder laughed, noting that this kind of suicidal desperation was precisely what the vicious Pill King hated. Lin Zishan nodded, realizing that when facing an unbeatable enemy, the worst strategy is to run, which is why Pill King Hall remains feared. The fifth elder lamented that such a strong young man was ruined by the poison, shaking his head as he flew away. Lin Zishan shouted after him, trying to confirm if the lunatic they just watched was actually Zhuo Fan. The fifth elder paused, turned back, and stated firmly that Zhuo Fan was 100 times more dreadful than the maniac they just witnessed. Left alone, Lin Zishan stood rigidly, shaken that even the Pillar of Hell Valley was genuinely afraid of the real Zhuo Fan. Dong Xiaoan panicked seeing Zhu Fan collapse, but her brother stopped her from getting involved. Dong Tianba knew helping Zhu Fan now would only incur the wrath of the terrifying vicious Pill King, Yan Song. The vicious Pill King suddenly ordered Xiao Dandan to take care of his poisoned and mangled disciple, Yan Fu. Xiao Dandan was forced to obey, though the sight of Yan Fu's wretched state filled her with endless disgust. Yan Song threatened the girl's life, warning her not to disappoint his disciple, or she would beg for death. After securing his disciple, Yan Song turned his killing intent onto the seemingly dead Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan, secretly alert, felt the approaching killing intent and prepared for a final, desperate counterattack. Just as things grew dire, a flicker of light announced the perfect arrival of Zai Tianyang. The sword Marquis abode genius immediately mocked the vicious Pill King for picking on the weak. Yan Song erupted in killing intent, but Zai Tianyang stood firm, claiming this was not Pill King Hall's territory. An accompanying elder, Giant Suifeng, gripped Zai Tianyang's shoulder, desperately trying to restrain him. The elder quickly stepped in to smooth things over, apologizing for the young master's brashness. Yan Song decided to save face, claiming the punk was already doomed by his disciple's poison. He emphasized that the death would be due to his disciple's victory, not his own intervention. Yan Song then quickly retreated, taking Yan Fu and the reluctant Xiao Dandan with him. Once Yan Song was gone, Giant Suifeng scolded Zai Tianyang fiercely for risking such a dangerous confrontation. The elder stressed that the vicious Pill King would strike without impunity, unlike the scheming Yu Giki. Dong Xiaoan immediately knelt before Zai Tianyang, desperately pleading for him to save her poisoned big brother Song. Zai Tianyang asked if they could cure the poison, but Giant Suifeng laughed dismissively. The elder explained that nobody in the world could cure the specialized toxins of the Pill King Hall. Dong Tianba sighed, concluding that they must return their doomed friend's body for a proper burial. Suddenly, Chuchu appeared and warned the siblings not to touch the body due to the lingering poison. To their utter shock, the woman declared that she would be the one to heal him, despite the poison's deadly reputation. Chuchu quickly bound Zhuo Fan's body in a ribbon and vanished, leaving the siblings stunned. As she vanished, Zhuo Fan internally realized that she might possess the only antidote capable of neutralizing the complex toxins. 15 minutes later, in a secluded slum area, Chuchu uncorked a small bottle containing a potent, fragrant liquid. Zhuo Fan's heart leaped. He recognized the heavenly treasure he had sought, the Bodhi Jade sap. A single green drop landed on his lip and slid into his mouth, delivering immediate, boundless vitality. He felt the poison rapidly dissolving, but lamented that the priceless sap would have been better used elsewhere. A green light spread throughout Zhuo Fan's body, healing the lingering poison damage within 6 hours. He faked a faint breath and weak muttering, ensuring his weakened state seemed entirely believable. Chu Qingcheng helped him sit up on the heated bed before settling behind him to continue the healing. She placed her hands on his back, releasing a powerful silver glow of frigid yin energy into his meridians. Zhuo Fan realized the poison was already cleared, meaning this excessive healing would expose his secret. If her healing succeeded too easily, Pill King Hall's poison would lose all its terrifying reputation. So he immediately activated the demon transformation art to stealthily drain and absorb her incoming yin energy. Startled by the resistance, Chu Qingcheng believed the poison was fighting back and pushed her strength further. Zhuo Fan matched her output, carefully regulating his absorption rate until her yuan qi flowed uninhibited. A slight scowl crossed her face, annoyed that a mere youth's poison required such an expenditure of energy. Zhuo Fan secretly laughed at his success, creaking his eyelids open and resuming his weak performance. "Where am I?" he asked weakly, turning his head in feigned confusion. He cried out happily upon seeing her, "Sister Chuchu, you're finally back. I thought you were angry." Chu Qingcheng was visibly moved that he prioritized her presence over his own relief at surviving. However, she quickly raised an eyebrow, calling him out for faking weakness after his vicious fight. "Speak, what is your true aim?" she questioned, her gaze piercing through his act. Zhuo Fan claimed he simply wanted to get close to her and become her friend because he saw her kindness. She scoffed, pointing out his ruthless combat style contradicted the image of a refined young master seeking consolation. Zhuo Fan internally sighed, realizing she was too wise to be fooled by his usual tricks. He then decided to use the ultimate distraction tactic, exaggerated romantic pursuit. "Sister Chuchu, you really want me to say it?" he asked with a nervous, silly laugh. He confessed, blushing, that his aim was simply because he liked her and was only forward with beautiful women. Stunned, a rosy tint spread across Chu Qingcheng's cheeks, and she nervously stammered in response. She challenged him, "You don't even know how I look, so how can you know I'm beautiful?" Zhuo Fan pressed his advantage, claiming her eyes were mesmerizing, and he knew instantly she was a beauty. After a quick laugh, he reached out swiftly for the cloth covering her face, demanding to see if his mother was right. Chu Qingcheng reacted like a frightened rabbit, fleeing to the corner and blushing in panic. Regaining her composure, she told him to stop joking, stating she was leaving soon, likely never to return. Alarmed, Zhuo Fan realized he would lose the Bodhi Jade sap and immediately feigned collapse. Her heart softened instantly, and Chu Qingcheng rushed to his side to support his falling body. As she supported him, Zhuo Fan flashed an evil smirk and lashed out with a claw strike towards her neck. As a profound heaven expert, she instinctively slanted her head, narrowly avoiding the lethal attack. The claw missed her neck but caught the rough cloth covering her face, ripping it away instantly. Zhuo Fan froze, dumbfounded, staring at the most perfect, outstanding beauty he had ever seen. Chu Qingcheng was equally lost, blushing fiercely as tears pooled instantly in her pure eyes from the shock. Smack, a crisp, powerful slap sent Zhuo Fan flying across the room and crashing into the wall. She quickly snatched the torn cloth, covered her face again, and fled the room without looking back. Zhuo Fan rubbed his inflamed cheek, unable to forget the incredible visage he had glimpsed. He lamented his failure, rushing outside only to find she was completely gone without a trace of Yuan Qi. "I gawked like a lecher instead of attacking. Now I'm back to square one," he cursed internally. After 3 days of searching, the Dong siblings finally tracked down Song Yu, meditating in a dilapidated shack within the city slums. Tianba ran toward the entrance, but he was violently rejected by an invisible defensive array, sending him flying into the dirt. Inside, Zhuo Fan opened his eyes and stood up, having successfully refined the poisons and achieved the second layer of the bone-tempering stage. He lowered the defensive array with a casual wave, mockingly welcoming the second-rate clan leader into his humble abode. Dong Tianba dusted himself off, demanding to know why he was violently rejected by an invisible wall upon arrival. Zhuo Fan laughed, explaining he set up the seclusion array so no one would bother his cultivation session. Tianba was flabbergasted. His friend had suddenly become a powerhouse skilled in both arrays and refining in just a few years. Zhuo Fan quickly played down the praise, attributing his newfound seriousness to the guidance of the Dong family. Dong Xiaoan gave him a meaningful look, while Tianba declared his intention to work hard and reach Zhuo Fan's new heights. Tianba then looked around, asking where the mysterious Lady Chuchu, who had saved him earlier, had gone. Zhuo Fan sighed deeply, lamenting that he had missed a crucial opportunity, vowing he would never fail again. Tianba misinterpreted the profound regret as heartbreak over a lost lover, and awkwardly patted Zhuo Fan's shoulder in consolation. He tried to cheer him up by suggesting Chuchu was probably already taken, and that he should focus on the beautiful women nearby. Zhuo Fan was completely dumbfounded. Did he really look like a man whose only regret was a failed romance? Ignoring their romantic assumptions, Zhuo Fan asked if they had come just to check on him, or if there was a more serious reason. Tianba suddenly remembered his purpose, face-palming before urgently pulling Zhuo Fan along, citing clan safety. The trio rushed through the city streets until they stopped before a magnificent, tall building. Zhuo Fan pointed at the plaque with a wretched grin, teasing Tianba about bringing him to a place of vice. Tianba immediately clamped his hand over Zhuo Fan's mouth, terrified of uttering such a word in a city ruled by women. A gust of wind moved the silk covering the sign, revealing the true name, Iris Edifice. Zhuo Fan laughed nervously, claiming he was simply too uncultured to remember the proper name of the edifice. Tianba glared, sighing deeply in relief that they hadn't been overheard, noting that such an offense was suicide in this city. Dong Xiaoan pouted, lumping both men together and warning them sternly against visiting places of ill repute ever again. Zhuo Fan ignored the lecture, internally scoffing at the idea of being tied down, and pressed Tianba for the real reason they came. Tianba explained his serious concern. They needed the amiable Iris overseer to mediate their grudge with the powerful peony edifice. Zhuo Fan secretly agreed, realizing the overseer was likely trying to expose his identity, but he needed to meet her anyway to test her suspicions. He nodded, acknowledging that a visit to the Iris edifice was indeed necessary for their immediate survival. Relieved, Tianba produced a formal red invitation and bowed deeply to the two young Qi condensation guards at the entrance. The guards reacted with immediate contempt, snorting at the idea that minor clans like theirs could simply waltz in. Tianba flushed with anger but held his bow. This humiliating treatment was standard for anyone outside the 7 noble houses. Zhuo Fan, never one for patience, stepped forward and casually asked the guards if they knew Xiao Dandan. After confirming she was their senior sister, Zhuo Fan asked if they had heard about her being stripped naked in the middle of the street. The two guards twitched nervously, confirming that they had indeed heard the humiliating and widely circulated rumor. Zhuo Fan let out a wicked smile, claiming he was the perpetrator and threatening to strip them in broad daylight if they refused to announce him. When the guards recoiled in disbelief, Zhuo Fan fixed them with a cold stare, sweeping them with a massive soul ripple and intense killing intent. Gripped by terror, one guard immediately ran inside to announce their arrival, leaving the other shivering in fear. Tianba sighed in dismay, realizing that Song Yu was now utterly fearless and had just sabotaged their attempt to seek peaceful asylum. Zhuo Fan, however, looked proud, declaring that fear was the only effective solution when dealing with small-time snobs. The siblings waited nervously while Zhuo Fan swaggered in, taking his time and flipping off the terrified receptionists. The receptionists were left shaking, wondering why their overseer would tolerate such vulgar behavior from a guest. They didn't understand that Zhuo Fan was deliberately acting like a reckless maniac who had nothing to lose, which instantly makes him terrifying. Zhuo Fan finally reached the receiving room and immediately slumped into a chair, completely ignoring the bowing siblings and the seated overseer. Mortified, Dong Tianba quickly apologized for Zhuo Fan's rudeness, but the overseer simply laughed it off. She encouraged Dong Tianba to relax and be more like Zhuo Fan, who was currently eating a random fruit off the table like he owned the place. Feeling hopeful, Dong Tianba finally presented their request, asking the overseer to mediate the conflict with the hot-tempered Xiao Dandan. The overseer agreed to handle Dandan, but she was more curious how Zhuo Fan recovered so quickly from Yan Fu's lethal rainbow cloud palm poison. Dong Tianba froze, realizing that revealing Zhuo Fan's savior was up to him, and Zhuo Fan recognized the man's protective loyalty. Zhuo Fan was blunt, stating a masked woman named Chuchu, known as the Scourge Woman of the Slums, had instantly cured him. Zhuo Fan watched closely as a flicker of surprise and sudden comprehension crossed the overseer's features before she quickly masked it. She quickly recovered, laughing and saying that young Master Song was incredibly fortunate to have such an encounter. Relieved that the sensitive topic was dropped, Dong Tianba produced a massive, glowing red coral worth a fortune as a gift. The overseer initially refused the gift, promising to handle Dandan regardless, which immediately sent Dong Tianba into a panic. He insisted she take the bribe, realizing that without a physical reminder, she would surely forget their minor clan's crisis once they left. Understanding his pragmatic concerns, Iris Overseer finally nodded and accepted the rare coral. To celebrate the agreement, the Overseer clapped, and a disciple brought in 3 bottles of Drifting Flowers Edifice's specialty 100 flowers wine. She presented the wine as a gift to aid their cultivation, and the 3 guests quickly toasted and drank their cups empty. Moments later, the Dong siblings simultaneously slumped over the table, completely unconscious, leaving only Zhuo Fan wide-eyed and sober. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan smiled, realizing the Overseer had something specific she needed to discuss with him alone. Iris Overseer confirmed his intelligence and immediately issued a heavy threat: obey her, or their clans would soon follow them into the grave. Zhuo Fan simply perked a wicked grin, asking casually if she was trying to threaten him. She corrected him, calling it a fact, and reminded him that only she could save his clans from Dandan's inevitable retribution. Zhuo Fan remained completely carefree, insisting she tell him the task, even implying he didn't care if she destroyed his clans anyway. The Overseer found his apathy bizarre, realizing this man truly was a unique lunatic who valued nothing and could not be leveraged or controlled. Hiding her frustration, she finally revealed the task. She needed him to steal a specific item from the Drifting Flowers Edifice. Zhuo Fan yawned dramatically and asked what the item was, prompting her to state the name clearly: the Bodhi root. Upon hearing the name, Zhuo Fan's eyes instantly snapped wide open, while internally his heart was soaring with immense, unexpected joy. He immediately realized this was divine providence. The item was the source of the Bodhi jade sap he had been searching for. Zhuo Fan cackled wildly in his mind, his eyes glinting with predatory ambition and renewed interest in the entire setup. Iris Overseer challenged Zhuo Fan, demanding he steal the item without question, saying her reasons did not concern him. Zhuo Fan noted the heavy guard presence, expressing skepticism about his ability to infiltrate such a secure location. Iris Overseer cut him off, placing a meticulously drawn map containing complex patrol routes into his hand, confirming her preparations. Zhuo Fan studied the map, recognizing the perfect opportunity it presented, while simultaneously calculating the risk of a potential trap. Iris Overseer stared intently, delivering a chilling threat of dismemberment if he refused or leaked her secret. Zhuo Fan snickered, acknowledging the extreme viciousness of her proposed torture, noting it was worse than death. She justified the extreme physical violence, explaining it was necessary to prevent him from communicating the secret through any means. Zhuo Fan mocked her paranoia, questioning why she needed to take his feet if her concern was only writing. Iris Overseer smiled cryptically behind her veil, implying that his unpredictable nature meant she could not take any chances. Zhuo Fan sighed, recognizing her poisonous resolve as the necessary defense for a woman surviving in this ruthless, male-dominated world. Suddenly, she announced the mission must happen tonight, as the Edifice Lord was soon to emerge from seclusion. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, asking about the cultivation level of the Edifice Lord, Chu Qingcheng, Tianyu's #1 beauty. Iris Overseer responded, stating Chu Qingcheng was currently at the 3rd layer of the Profound Heaven stage. Zhuo Fan nodded, judging the target manageable, and decisively agreed to the infiltration that same night. Immediately, Iris Overseer released a faint scent, waking the Dong siblings, who had been unconscious nearby during the negotiation. She quickly fabricated a story, claiming the powerful wine they drank was responsible for their temporary fainting spell. The meeting concluded, and Iris Overseer escorted the trio out of the residence, visibly relieved the deal was struck. As they exited, Zhuo Fan discreetly threw a red pill into the air, initiating his reconnaissance plan. A flash of red light, his blood infant, swallowed the energy-concealing pill before silently streaking back into the building. The blood infant entered the drawing room unnoticed, spying on Iris Overseer, who was now seated alone. Suddenly, vicious pill King Yan Song appeared behind her, coughing lightly, shocking Zhuo Fan through the spiritual link. Yan Song grabbed her shoulder, exerting pressure that made Iris Overseer gasp in pain, her face tinged green from the poison controlling her. She desperately explained that the plan was proceeding, and the fool would be eliminated once the item was secured. Yan Song contemptuously threw her to the ground, accusing her of trying to escape liability for his scheme. Humiliation and tears instantly streamed down Iris Overseer's face as she lay helpless before her tormentor. Yan Song loomed over her, boasting that he controlled most of the overseers and would soon swallow the entire edifice. He reminded her that her loyalty must be to Pill King Hall, asserting his absolute dominance over her and the sect. Yan Song mocked her hope of finding a cure, emphasizing the incurability of his rainbow cloud palm poison. He sneered that she must have been waiting for a man to save her, ridiculing her delusional fight against the world of men. Iris Overseer bit her lip until blood appeared, her eyes burning with silent, intense resentment and hatred. Yan Song kicked her one last time, ordering her to dispose of Zhuo Fan immediately upon his return. He laughed loudly at her predicament, declaring that women are destined to rely on men, and then walked away. Zhuo Fan, observing through the blood infant, registered her profound hatred and powerlessness, but remained ruthlessly pragmatic. Now fully informed of the conspiracy, he confirmed his plan: secure the Bodhi root and immediately flee the city. He glanced at the oblivious Dong siblings, internally designating them as the perfect, high-status scapegoats for the theft. The Dong siblings responded with genuine, warm smiles, completely unaware of the deadly game they were caught in. Later that night, silence covered the city as Zhuo Fan moved like a shadow toward the massive, imposing drifting flowers edifice. Clad in black, he exploited the moment of patrol shift change to slip past the main perimeter defenses unseen. He paused beside a moonlit pond, taking out the map and smiling confidently at the complex challenge ahead. Using the detailed routes, he effortlessly cleared all 10 defensive arrays, fixing his gaze on the final target, the treasure pavilion. Under the cloak of night, Zhuo Fan slipped past the sentries, but instantly stopped upon entering the inner courtyard. He pulled out his map and compared it repeatedly to the layout, realizing the shifting defensive array had already been altered. The array was supposed to shift monthly, but someone had moved it ahead of schedule, forcing him to search everywhere for the treasure pavilion. Cursing his bad luck, Zhuo Fan released his blood infant to help scout the complex area quickly. Moments later, the blood infant detected a powerful spiritual force, confirming a profound heaven expert was nearby, and instantly vanished. It was Jian Suifeng, the 8th elder of the sword controlling abode, meditating by the faint light of a yellow lamp. The door creaked open, and a sweating, exhausted Zai Tianyang slumped into a nearby chair, gasping for breath. Jian Suifeng opened his eyes and praised the young man for his recent rigorous training efforts. Zai Tianyang scoffed, saying he didn't care about surpassing his supposedly genius older brother. His only goal was to surpass the freak who had humiliated him in Blue Expanse City, Zhuo Fan. He regretted being powerless and letting Ninger down when she needed him most. Next time, he swore, he would be the one protecting Zhu Ningxiang, not Zhuo Fan. The elder mentioned his father would never allow him to marry a second-rate clan daughter. But Zai Tianyang laughed, declaring that might makes right, a lesson he learned from Zhuo Fan himself. With enough strength, he would decide his own bride, and even his father couldn't stop him. He announced he was going to practice the 5th form of the Flowing Space's 9 forms immediately. Jian Suifeng watched him leave, beaming with pride at Zai Tianyang's sudden motivation. Zhuo Fan, hearing the whole exchange through the blood infant, was secretly pleased. With Zai Tianyang growing stronger, Zhuo Fan could rest easy knowing Ninger had a powerful protector. He directed the blood infant toward the area where the edifice lord's chamber should be, based on the original map. Suddenly, he overheard voices, the sounds of a man pressuring a woman for intimacy. The man was Yan Fu, whose Yu Fan had recently crippled, now mostly recovered thanks to the vicious Pill King. Yan Fu pulled Xiao Dandan toward the bed, telling her that her ruined fiancé couldn't satisfy her. She protested weakly, citing the tradition that drifting flowers women only submit on their wedding night. Yan Fu, consumed by lust, began to grope her, ignoring her pleas. Just before things went too far, Dandan cried out that she still needed to pay respects to her master. This was the clue Zhuo Fan needed. Her master was Peony Overseer, meaning the treasure pavilion was nearby. Enraged by Yan Fu's actions, Zhuo Fan sent the blood infant immediately to knock the bastard out. Shivering in fear, Xiao Dandan covered the unconscious Yan Fu with a quilt and quickly fled the room. Zhuo Fan, snickering to himself, commanded the blood infant to follow the terrified disciple. Following Xiao Dandan, Zhuo Fan soon arrived at a large building, fragrant and brightly lit. Inside, the blood infant found Peony Overseer, wearing a surprisingly revealing outfit, talking to a middle-aged man. The man, Elder Lin Zishan, was staring hotly at her chest, drooling with obvious lust. Peony Overseer giggled and asked if he truly loved her, baiting him with her veiled features. Lin Zishan declared his undying love, swearing he would die for her, reaching out a pleading hand. Peony Overseer dodged him, saying he must first agree to her marriage condition. The condition was simple: face the terrifying vicious Pill King on her behalf. Lin Zishan immediately backed down, saying fighting the Pill King Hall was worthless suicide. Furious at his hypocrisy, Peony Overseer yelled at him to get lost, tears welling up in her eyes. As he left, Lin Zishan sighed, advising her that Drifting Flowers' edifice was hopeless. Peony Overseer was left alone, slumped on a chair, weeping softly in the abandoned room. Peony Overseer quickly wiped away her tears before turning, shocked by the disheveled state of her disciple, Xiao Dandan. She immediately demanded to know if the scoundrel Yan Fu had tried anything inappropriate with her this time. Chewing her lip, Dandan shook her head furiously, clarifying that the creep hadn't managed to do anything yet. The Overseer sighed, gently caressing Dandan's head and admitting her mistake for putting her through such shame. Dandan insisted she was fine, but lamented that her master suffered humiliation for the sake of the Drifting Flowers' edifice. Peony Overseer cut her off, delivering a strict lecture. Men only use sweet words and will always abandon you when things get tough. She warned Dandan never to believe a man's sophistry, for they will leave when push comes to shove. But Dandan's eyes drifted away, and she softly suggested there might, just might, be an exception to that rule. Peony Overseer grew stricter, reiterating that all men are heartless, viewing women only as objects, unworthy of trust. Dandan then brought up the recent rumors about Zhuo Fan, who supposedly defied the 7 houses just to protect one girl. The Overseer gasped at the mention of the demonic Zhuo Fan, admitting she didn't know him but found the rumors suspicious. She suggested Zhuo Fan's fight with the Hell Valley Elder was probably just a separate grudge, not a grand gesture of love. Dandan argued that those were clearly just defamation rumors spread by Hell Valley to tarnish his image. Peony Overseer narrowed her eyes, realizing Dandan's recent strange behavior was likely because she fancied Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan, who was listening in the shadows, felt rather smug about his unintended charisma. Dandan blushed furiously, admitting she simply hoped to find a man willing to stand up to the 7 houses for her. The Overseer sighed, reminding her that women of the edifice had a specific fate, marrying into large clans to maintain their status. Xiao Dandan sadly accepted her master's words, resigning herself to her designated path. Exhausted by the emotional conversation, Peony Overseer asked Dandan to patrol the treasure pavilion in her stead. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with glee. The opportunity he needed had just walked right into his lap. He retrieved his blood infant and discreetly followed the departing Xiao Dandan toward the massive pagoda. After a few minutes of winding paths, a massive 50-meter pagoda, radiating strange protective energy, appeared before him. Zhuo Fan recognized the energy signature of a powerful array, realizing he could not force his way inside without alerting the experts. He watched closely as Xiao Dandan approached the entrance, shouting the command word to temporarily open the defensive barrier. As the energy field retracted, Dandan stepped inside, followed immediately by the silently moving Zhuo Fan. Dandan checked the lower levels, reviewing the various spiritual weapons and demonic treasures stored within the six-story tower. She finally reached the sixth and highest level, where a wooden box rested on a pedestal in the center of the room. Xiao Dandan carefully opened the box, revealing a dark green root that shone brightly and emitted a strong fragrance. Satisfied that everything was in order, she smiled and quickly sealed the box once more. Suddenly, a black blur flashed forward, striking Xiao Dandan in the neck and instantly knocking her unconscious. Zhuo Fan revealed his face with a twisted grin, joking that he would let his fan off easily before grabbing the root. The moment he touched the item, Zhuo Fan immediately cried out in frustration. The Bodhi root was a perfect fake. Though it looked and smelled identical, the root lacked the essential vital essence that indicated a living spiritual item. He quickly placed the decoy back in the box and stashed it in his ring, deciding to hand the fake over to Iris Overseer as planned. Before he could leave, a cold woman's voice demanded to know who dared trespass on the edifice's treasure pavilion. Sensing the power of the profound heaven expert, Zhuo Fan made the logical decision to immediately jump through the nearest window. However, the expert was too fast. A thin cloth blocked his path, revealing an elegant woman akin to a moonlit fairy. Though briefly stunned by her beauty, Zhuo Fan quickly charged forward, knowing he had to escape immediately. Perplexed by the audacity of a mere bone-tempering cultivator, the woman snorted and struck him with a chilling palm attack. Zhuo Fan met the attack with an odd smile, vanishing using the mystifying phantom step and reappearing behind her instantly. Though he gained a momentary lead, the profound heaven expert quickly caught up, grabbing his shoulder firmly. Instead of shaking her off, Zhuo Fan grabbed her hand back, and his lightning wings erupted with cracking electric energy. Sensing the deadly threat from the sixth-grade demonic treasure, she released a blast of cold yuan qi, flinging his hand away. As he withdrew his wings, Zhuo Fan shouted her name, calling out, "Sister Chuchu." The woman was shocked to her core, instantly recognizing the voice and asking if he was truly who she thought he was. Zhuo Fan didn't wait for an answer, exploiting her momentary confusion to vanish completely into the surrounding night. Zhuo Fan moved like a cheetah, traveling 50 miles out of drifting flower city under the cover of night. He stopped in a clearing and inspected the residual ice energy lingering on his hand from a recent attack. He calmed himself, realizing the familiar yin energy meant he had encountered Chu Qingcheng sooner than expected. He cast a strange, knowing smile toward the trees behind him, where he wasn't alone. This clearing was the designated meeting point, but also his marked escape route. He knew the profound heaven expert Chu Qingcheng was nearby, keeping pace and waiting. His plan was set. Let the two rival profound heaven experts meet and force them to reveal their hidden secrets. Zhuo Fan sighed dramatically, pretending impatience, claiming he was too late and would simply take the item with him. Delicate laughter resonated, followed by a bluish figure trailing among the trees toward him. Iris Overseer appeared, staring down at him with an angry gaze. She chastised him for his impatience, warning that taking the treasure would only lead to his clan's destruction. Zhuo Fan agreed, stating the item was a dangerous headache for a third-rate clan like his. Iris Overseer smiled, stepping forward and politely asking him to hand over the item. Zhuo Fan pulled out the box, holding it while intently locking eyes with her, ready to gauge her every reaction. He cautioned her to handle the item carefully, or he would personally deal with her if it came back to bite him. Iris Overseer giggled at his boldness, but her eyes flashed with focus when she opened the box. She nodded pleasantly, confirming the item was the Bodhi root and praising his good work. Zhuo Fan realized she was pretending the fake item was real, clearly trying to deceive someone else. Just as he pieced this together, an aged voice cackled, and Yan Song floated into view next to her. Zhuo Fan feigned shock, retreating a step and demanding to know the intruder's identity. Yan Song sneered, reminding Zhuo Fan that he was the one who had taught him a lesson earlier. Zhuo Fan dramatically shouted, pretending to recall the damn old coot who had jumped him while he was trashing Yan Fu. He accused Yan Song of being a shameless geezer who colluded with his disciple from the start. Yan Song's face turned purple, his beard trembling with uncontrollable rage at the humiliation of being called a sneak attacker. He rushed to amend his statement, trying to claim it was only meant as a lesson. Zhuo Fan mocked him further, stating that this must be how Pill King Hall operates, relying on strength in numbers. Iris Overseer struggled to hide her laughter while pretending to advise Yan Song to calm down. Yan Song glared at her, his rage overflowing, and demanded she present the box immediately. Yan Song took the box and opened it, his eyes narrowing instantly upon seeing the contents. He violently slammed the box onto the ground, crushing the fake Bodhi root and declaring it a fraud. Iris Overseer acted shocked, then turned her suspicious, killing gaze toward Zhuo Fan. She accused Zhuo Fan of switching the items, demanding to know why he betrayed her trust. Zhuo Fan, seeing the trap sprung, turned to flee, preparing to activate his lightning wings. He realized her true plot, use him as the scapegoat for the fake root to save the real one. He tightened his fist, anticipating the fight against both of them, ready for slaughter. But then, Iris Overseer suddenly stopped her pursuit of Zhuo Fan. She launched a fierce, blue-tinged palm strike directly at Yan Song's chest. The attack landed with a loud explosion, flinging Yan Song away as he spat blood, the sound of bones cracking audible. Zhuo Fan stopped, his jaw slack, utterly stunned by the unexpected betrayal. Yan Song crawled up, pointing at her with rage and rancor, demanding, "You dare betray me?" Yan Song wiped the blood from his mouth, reminding her that her life was in his hands. Iris Overseer lifted her head, her expression resolute and defiant, standing firm in her decision. She firmly declared her identity as the Drifting Flowers edifice's first overseer. She vowed she would not allow him to ruin the edifice, even if she had to pay for it with her life. Zhuo Fan watched the scene unfold, finding his assessment of her character completely wrong. He began to feel a deep, unexpected respect for her stubborn loyalty and resolve. The vicious Pill King glared at the Iris Overseer, mocking her attempt to kill him despite his clear injury. She declared that his meridians were freezing from her cold jade palm, rendering his powerful rainbow cloud palm useless. Accepting the risk, she charged forward, her palm radiating a cold blue light aimed directly at his chest. Yan Song staggered and coughed up more blood, confirming his injury, but a terrifying, sinister grin spread across his face. Before she could strike, the overseer began trembling violently and vomited potent black blood onto the ground. The corrosive poison was so devastating that the spilled black fluid instantly ate holes into the earth. The shocked overseer swayed, utterly confused by her sudden failure, and collapsed completely. Yan Song sneered, asking the fallen woman if she truly knew who she was dealing with. He commanded her to look at her hand, drawing attention to the immediate physical effect of the toxin. The vicious Pill King laughed, revealing that every inch of his body was laced with devastating poison. He decided to gather enough power for a killing blow to eliminate the threat permanently. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan watched the whole exchange critically, calculating the perfect moment to move. He knew only one person could intervene now, waiting for the true master to appear. Suddenly, a figure in white robes flew in like a swift arrow and struck directly at the vicious Pill King. Frowning in surprise, Yan Song immediately redirected his fatal blow to meet the newcomer's attacking white hand. A jarring explosion of energy erupted, forcing the vicious Pill King back 10 feet while he spat blood. When he stumbled, his hand was visibly encased in a thick, sealing layer of ice. The white-robed figure landed with powerful grace next to the injured overseer, instantly commanding respect. Zhuo Fan, pretending ignorance, asked who she was, prompting her to glare at him about the item he stole. He dramatically feigned greater shock, asking if she was actually an overseer from the Drifting Flowers edifice. He quickly tried to deflect blame, pointing at the fallen Iris overseer and claiming she was the traitor who forced him. Chu Qingcheng held her head in exasperation, scolding the boy for refusing to take responsibility for his actions. She then leaned down immediately to check the severity of the Iris overseer's wounds. The wounded overseer tearfully confessed her failure and betrayal to the edifice lord. Yan Song shattered the ice on his hand, recognizing the profound ranked martial art and identifying her as Chu Qingcheng. He then mocked her, asking about her rumored wound and if she needed him to ease her pain. The name hit Zhuo Fan hard. He was genuinely stunned that his Chachu was the legendary edifice lord. He silently realized why her impeccable charm had completely clouded his judgment, making him doubt his own ruthlessness. Ignoring both men, Chu Qingcheng produced a small bottle, preparing to treat the overseer. A sweet, potent smell wafted out, causing both Yan Song and Zhu Fan's eyes to flash with immediate greed for the Bodhi Jade sap. Chu Qingcheng apologized to her senior sister and let a single drop of the priceless sap fall onto her mouth. The overseer's body instantly shone with a vibrant green hue, and the purple poison rapidly retreated from her hand. Zhuo Fan lamented the wasted drop of medicine, internally struggling to resist stealing the whole bottle immediately. Yan Song proposed a trade, the Bodhi root for the rainbow cloud palm antidote, manipulating her with the fate of the edifice. Chu Qingcheng coldly refused, expressing bone-deep hatred for him and his actions against her grandmother. The recovered Iris overseer weakly stood up, urging Chu Qingcheng to attack the wounded vicious Pill King immediately for revenge. Driven by the need for vengeance, Chu Qingcheng's expression hardened, and she told Zhuo Fan to get out of the way. Zhuo Fan meekly stepped aside, grinning twistedly as he waited for the fight to begin so he could reap the rewards. Chu Qingcheng and the Iris overseer rushed forward simultaneously, ready to overwhelm the disadvantaged Yan Song. Yan Song watched the women charge, gripping the gourd at his waist tightly but refusing to panic. Boom! A sudden, powerful purple lightning bolt violently struck the ground, stopping the two women instantly. Yan Song frowned, surprised by the interruption, and turned his head toward the source of the lightning. The sudden appearance of a new figure startled both Chu Qingcheng and Qin, caking into a defensive posture. An old man with a single eye and a crow perched on his shoulder laughed heartily, recognizing the women. It was Godai Long Jiu of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, accompanied by his disciples, Long Kui and Long Jai. Chu Qingcheng and Qin Caking immediately recognized him, their initial tension giving way to relief and joy. But the vicious Pill King, Yan Song, was less pleased, noticing a significant change in his old rival. Long Jiu announced that thanks to his little brother, his legendary purple lightning gold eye had been restored. With his full power back, Long Jiu declared he was no longer afraid of the vicious Pill King. Yan Song's heart sank, realizing that Long Jiu's recovered eye was his ultimate counter, leaving him defenseless. The Pill King quickly asked if Long Jiu intended to join the ladies in attacking him. Long Jiu glanced meaningfully at the strange gourd Yan Song was carrying, then shook his head. He stated he was merely here to mediate, reminding everyone they were guests and should behave accordingly. Relieved that Long Jiu wouldn't interfere, Yan Song quickly seized the chance to retreat with a smug smile. Chu Qingcheng still wished to fight, but Long Jiu's subtle warning caused her to reluctantly hold back her senior sister. The ladies let Yan Song off with a stern warning, watching as the terrifying Pill King soared away. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief once the terrifying presence was gone, acknowledging the unbearable tension. Chin Kaking complained, asking why Long Jiu stopped them from avenging their grandmother. Long Jiu gravely explained that fighting Yan Song would have been suicide, emphasizing that he knew the Pill King's methods best. He pointed out the strange gourd Yan Song was carrying, an item he had never seen before in all their encounters. Long Jiu warned them that Yan Song's spiteful nature made him far more dangerous than even Yu-Giki. When asked if there was any way to defeat the old dog, Long Jiu paused thoughtfully. He concluded that unless his little brother were here, defeating Yan Song would be nearly impossible. Zhuo Fan, listening nearby in his disguise, raised an eyebrow, wondering if he was the legendary figure being discussed. Long Kui immediately resented the praise, asking why Long Jiu constantly bragged about that brat Zhuo Fan. Long Jiu defended his little brother, saying that killing Yu-Giki proved he deserved the highest respect. Chu Qingcheng confirmed the name, the rumored chaotic demon spawn Zhuo Fan. Long Jiu insisted that Zhuo Fan was an exceptional genius, easily matching the best talents of the 7 houses. While Long Kui still protested, Long Jai admitted that Zhuo Fan's talent and ruthlessness were undeniable. Zhuo Fan was internally confused, wondering why everyone thought he was a rampaging demon since he usually killed discreetly. Chu Qingcheng finally asked Long Jiu if Zhuo Fan truly had the power to kill the vicious Pill King. Long Jiu replied that while he couldn't be certain, he suspected Zhuo Fan would ultimately be the one to seal Yan Song's fate. Now deeply curious about this matchless genius, Chu Qingcheng prepared to return to the edifice. As Zhuo Fan tried to slip away, Chu Qingcheng grabbed him by the neck and dragged him back like a captured chicken. Later that night, Zhuo Fan found himself trapped in a small room with 3 profound heaven experts and Zio Dandan. Peony Overseer eyed him suspiciously, while Zio Dandan kept staring at him with an intense, curious gaze. Annoyed by the scrutiny, Zhuo Fan snapped at Zio Dandan, asking if she had never seen a man before. This immediate rudeness enraged the fiery Peony Overseer, who demanded to know who this impudent brat thought he was. Zhuo Fan retorted that she should stop letting her crafty disciple gaze at him so lecherously. He explained that her gaze was clearly undressing him, causing the 3 ladies to blush deeply in embarrassment. Chu Qingcheng quickly intervened, ordering the disguised Zhuo Fan to stop being so vulgar and rude. Peony Overseer, ready to strike for revenge, was stunned when Zio Dandan suddenly grabbed her wrist and stopped her. Suddenly, Peony Overseer cried out, wondering if her disciple had developed feelings for the infuriating young man, Song Yu. Zhuo Fan immediately twitched and hastily warned her to stop spreading rumors that would damage his non-existent reputation. The Overseer was instantly enraged, demanding to know what was so unacceptable about her beautiful disciple liking him. Peony Overseer's anger immediately shifted from her disciple's blindness to enforcing a marriage on Zhuo Fan if he dared refuse her. Zio Dandan, red-faced with embarrassment and disappointment, quickly tried to intervene, telling her master to stop rambling. Peony Overseer looked at her disciple with askance, demanding to know the real reason for her strange behavior. Zio Dandan confessed that she admired him as a rarity, a man willing to sacrifice himself for a woman, even against the entire Drifting Flowers edifice. Peony Overseer scoffed, mocking the idea of him being a good man. He was just weak and suicidal for offending the 7 houses. Iris Overseer confirmed that Chu Qingcheng had indeed saved the young master, preventing him from being killed by Yan Fu. Chu Qingcheng clarified that the rescue was a pure coincidence and assured everyone she would address the matter to maintain peace in their city of women. Peony Overseer quickly bowed in deference to the edifice lord, pulling a reluctant Zio Dandan along to do the same. Chu Qingcheng dismissed the past events, stating they had gathered tonight for the serious matter of the treasure pavilion theft. She then turned to Zhuo Fan and Iris Overseer, instructing them to explain exactly what had transpired. Zhuo Fan recounted the events indifferently, making sure to paint himself as the victim of the attempted theft. Peony Overseer and Xiao Dandan gasped in shock, completely unable to believe that Iris Overseer could possibly be a traitor. Chu Qingcheng quickly urged them to calm down, explaining that Iris Overseer had not truly defected, noting her target was the fake Bodhi root. Peony Overseer, still anxious, insisted that her senior sister explain her side of the story immediately. Iris Overseer sighed, confessing that she had been struck by Yan Song's rainbow cloud palm 3 months earlier. Peony Overseer was horrified, realizing this meant nearly half of their overseers were already poisoned and controlled. Iris Overseer hardened her expression and revealed the terrifying truth. 14 out of the 15 overseers were now under the old dog's control. Xiao Dandan recoiled 2 steps in sheer horror, finally understanding why Yan Fu had been so confident in claiming the edifice as his own. Iris Overseer explained that she decided to hide her true intentions, planning to strike Yan Song when he ordered her to steal the Bodhi root. Zhuo Fan, showing a flash of pure genius, immediately analyzed the entire scheme, deducing that she intended to use him as a distraction to attack Yan Song. Iris Overseer looked at him in total shock, amazed that the stubborn oaf she knew could be so incredibly smart. Realizing his blunder, Zhuo Fan quickly scratched his head and forced a clumsy, clueless laugh to cover his slip-up. Peony Overseer's eyes welled up with tears of relief and regret, taking Iris Overseer's hand to apologize for doubting her. Xiao Dandan, recovering from her shock, asked her senior aunt if the plan to attack the old dog had succeeded. Zhuo Fan instantly sneered, crassly pointing out that if the attack had succeeded, they wouldn't be sobbing in a meeting room right now. Xiao Dandan flushed a deep red and glared fiercely at him, humiliated by his callous comment. Zhuo Fan's words instantly shattered the emotional moment, causing Peony Overseer to erupt in anger at his utter lack of tact. Chu Qingcheng intervened quickly, glaring at Zhuo Fan before acting like a big sister and defending him as merely reckless. Peony Overseer, choosing not to pursue the matter further, expressed deep worry about the imminent danger from Pill King Hall. Chu Qingcheng took a deep breath, concluding that they were not strong enough and urgently needed outside help. Iris Overseer immediately shook her head, doubting that any of the selfish 7 noble houses would risk their necks for them. Chu Qingcheng smiled wisely, announcing that while others might not be trustworthy, one house would surely lend aid, the strongest house. Everyone's eyes shone with rekindled hope, but Zhuo Fan frowned, muttering the name of that strongest house, the Regent Estate. He realized that if the rumors were true about the Regent Estate's power, the situation was about to become infinitely more volatile. Zhuo Fan sighed, knowing he desperately needed to get the Bodhi Jade sap and leave the city before the inevitable war began. Chu Qingcheng noticed his concern and smiled, telling Song Yu that he should stay within the Drifting Flowers edifice for protection. As she tenderly patted his shoulder, guaranteeing his safety, Zhuo Fan felt a flicker of warmth that complicated his ruthless plan to steal from her. The night passed, and Zhuo Fan stepped out into the warm sun, though his eyes remained as cold and calculating as ever. After a thorough analysis, he decided tonight was his best chance to steal the Bodhi Jade sap while Chu Qingcheng was alone. He wouldn't hesitate to kill if necessary. As the demonic emperor, no woman could stand in the way of his medicine. He started walking towards Chu Qingcheng's room, his gait showing a growing, definite resolve. But the closer he got, the stranger the atmosphere felt. The edifice was unusually quiet, even the guests were absent. Make way, make way. Suddenly, a figure in red rushed past him with urgent speed. Thinking quickly, Zhuo Fan flashed in front of her, stopping her dead in her tracks. She fell hard to the ground, cursing until she looked up and realized she had collided with Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan eyed her coldly and snorted, reminding her of her careless words. He was perplexed by her sudden shyness, but quickly grabbed her arm, ignoring her increased blush. "Where is everyone? Why is this place so quiet?" he demanded. She managed to explain that everyone had gone to welcome the Regent Estate's second young master, Huangpu Qingyun. Zhuo Fan frowned immediately. The arrival of a powerful enemy and so soon. Worse, she claimed this Huangpu Qingyun was the edifice lord's childhood sweetheart. He gnashed his teeth, wondering how he was supposed to steal the sap now that the two would be sticking together like glue. "Let's go," he commanded, dragging Xiao Danan along. "I want to see this oh-so-great young master myself." Xiao Danan looked down at their joined hands, her heart skipping like a deer, completely infatuated with his unbridled attitude. They quickly reached the edifice entrance, where Zhuo Fan abruptly let go of her hand, causing her a small sense of loss. Zhuo Fan was shocked. The Regent Estate was acting like royalty, with all the other clans bowing down to them. First to third-rate clans knelt on the side of the main avenue, while the powerful clan leaders stood waiting at the entrance. Even at the Drifting Flowers edifice headquarters, the procession was grander than for their own edifice lord. In the middle of the street, a plain yellow sedan chair appeared, borne by 4 men. Zhuo Fan's face twitched. Those porters were all Profound Heaven experts. The other 6 houses used Profound Heaven cultivators as elders, and Regent Estate used them as mere luggage carriers. As the sedan approached, the elders of the other houses walked forward and bowed deeply. A candid, resounding laugh came from within the sedan, carrying heavy soul pressure that robbed the onlookers of resistance. The elders trembled, recognizing the youth's arrogance and realizing he was showing off his formidable power. Only Chu Qingcheng stepped forward, smiling, pleased with the display of strength from the man she had invited. As the curtain rose, an elegant and handsome young man in golden robes stepped out, his eyes flickering with intense power. Zhuo Fan squinted, immediately analyzing him. A second layer Profound Heaven stage body cultivator. Dealing with a Profound Heaven body cultivator was already a massive headache for him. Worse, he noticed that Hell Valley's 5th elder also possessed a version of the diamond body, meaning he faced 2 unyielding foes. Xiao Danan tried to console him, believing he was worried about the edifice's safety from the vicious Pill King. Zhuo Fan shook his head, completely dismissing her concerns as he focused solely on the Regent Estate young master. The Regent Estate young master noticed Zhuo Fan and Xiao Danan standing together, immediately questioning Chu Qingcheng about the presence of men. Chu Qingcheng teased him, referring to Zhuo Fan as their son-in-law, reminding him that the edifice accepted men who married in. The young master beamed, flirting back by saying he hoped to have that honor someday, despite the strained expressions of the elders around him. Disgusted by the sheer arrogance, Zai Tianyang moved to leave, but was instantly pulled back by an elder. The young master noticed the movement and smiled frostily, calling Zai Tianyang out while sarcastically praising his manners. He walked up to Zai Tianyang, placed a hand on his shoulder, and used crushing soul pressure to teach the young swordsman a painful lesson. Zai Tianyang was frozen, unable to move or make a sound, standing straight as an arrow despite the overwhelming agony. Pleased with the result, the young master laughed, released him, and walked away with his fawning entourage. The elder quickly scolded Zai Tianyang, telling him to bear the insult, as no one could stand up to the Regent Estate. Sweat still dripping, Zai Tianyang vowed to remember this humiliation and pay back Huangpu Qingyun in kind someday. While this entire scene unfolded, Zhuo Fan stood in the corner watching closely, his fists clenched tight. Xiao Danan noticed his expression and asked why his face looked so terrifying. He shook his head, then asked her what she would do if her sisters were picked on. She replied that she would either deal with them herself or tell her master if it involved one of the 7 houses. Zhuo Fan squinted, dismissing her answer, and revealed his true philosophy. "I, on the other hand, will crush anyone who dares pick on my brother to dust," he declared with icy killing intent. Huangpu Qingyun showed up and immediately sat in the seat reserved for the host, a blatant display of arrogance and provocation toward Drifting Flowers' edifice. Acting like the emperor he thinks he is, Huangpu Qingyun hosted his own welcome feast, but noticed one table was conspicuously empty. Yan Song, the vicious pill king, immediately jumped in, suggesting they remove the empty table, openly shaming Sword Marquis's abode. Everyone present realized this was Huangpu Qingyun deliberately rubbing salt in the wound of the recently injured Zai Tianyang. Elder Long Jiu of Veiled Dragon Pavilion finally lost his patience and stood up, arguing that disgracing a noble house over a seat was an unacceptable breach of sanctity. Yan Song retorted, asking if a mere table was worth starting a war, but Long Jiu insisted that the respect between the 7 noble houses must be maintained. Suddenly, a Hell Valley elder chimed in, demanding to know where their own fallen elders had been killed, prompting Long Jiu to remind them they brought their misfortune upon themselves. The Hell Valley elder slammed the table and cursed Long Jiu, and the feast instantly devolved into a tense standoff, ready to explode into combat. Lin Zishan quickly intervened, trying to mediate the situation by reminding everyone that this was Drifting Flowers' edifice, and they should show restraint for their host, Huangpu Qingyun. Seeing Huangpu Qingyun's cold expression, the arguing elders understood the warning and reluctantly cupped their hands before sitting back down. Huangpu Qingyun declared that since this was Drifting Flowers' edifice, the final decision about the empty table belonged to Chu Qingcheng. Chu Qingcheng firmly stated that Sword Marquis's abode was their guest, and the table would absolutely remain in place. While Huangpu Qingyun smiled and agreed, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face, which Yan Song noticed immediately, mocking Chu Qingcheng for missing the real intent. The table was permitted to stay, but Huangpu Qingyun spotted 2 figures walking past the hall entrance and decided to invite them in for a drink instead. Xiao Dandan was instantly distressed, but Zhuo Fan remained completely unperturbed, taking her hand and walking into the crowded guest hall with a steady, confident pace. Witnessing his casual disregard for the presence of the Regent Estate's second young master, Xiao Dandan was completely charmed and stood in the center of the hall, gazing at Zhuo Fan with visible adoration. However, 2 hostile glares immediately fell upon the couple. Yan Fu and Lin Tianyu were silently cursing Xiao Dandan for her inappropriate display of affection. Huangpu Qingyun surveyed the pair and commented on what a perfect match they were before asking them to introduce themselves to the assembled guests. A tense Xiao Dandan gave her name, while Zhuo Fan coolly introduced himself as Sun Yu, the young master of a mere third-rate clan from Nitrin City. Huangpu Qingyun raised an eyebrow at the third-rate clan status, quickly labeled Zhuo Fan as the edifice's son-in-law, and ordered them to sit at the empty table. Zhuo Fan was momentarily confused by the title, but Xiao Dandan was already blushing furiously and tugging on his arm, overwhelmed by the implication. Chu Qingcheng and Peony Overseer immediately stood up, protesting that the table belonged to a noble house and was not meant for mere juniors, demanding they leave immediately. Huangpu Qingyun's expression turned gloomy as he coldly accused Chu Qingcheng of slighting him by refusing to allow his invited guests to take a seat. Chu Qingcheng stammered, realizing that the man she thought she knew had subtly shifted, and she could no longer read his true intentions. Zhuo Fan instantly grasped the deeper meaning. Huangpu Qingyun was using the table to humiliate a rival house and test the obedience of everyone present. Knowing that the unification of the houses would plunge the empire into chaos, Zhuo Fan decided he needed to move fast to secure powerful allies for the Luo clan. Ignoring the ongoing argument between the leaders, Zhuo Fan simply walked over and calmly sat down at the contested table, stunning everyone in the hall. Elder Long Jiu sternly warned the young man to be careful, telling him that such a reckless action could easily lead to his demise. Zhuo Fan met Long Jiu's gaze without flinching and warned the elder to be careful what he said, lest his own clan be ruined. The crowd was utterly speechless, shocked not only by the boy's gall but by his audacity to openly threaten a powerful elder of Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Long Jiu was instantly moved by the threat, realizing the true meaning behind Zhuo Fan's words, and he cupped his hands in gratitude before quietly taking his seat. The experts around Huangpu Qingyun were completely perplexed, unable to fathom why the respected elder Jiu had been so easily cowed by a nameless young man. What they failed to notice was the raw emotion in Long Jiu's eyes, who was nearly moved to tears as his companion's spirit, the soul-devouring crow, flapped its wings in excitement. Zhuo Fan watched the elder's reaction, knowing that Long Jiu had immediately recognized him despite his disguise. The other guests exchanged confused glances, wondering why the elder didn't rebuke this presumptuous youth. Suddenly, Zai Tianyang's cold sneer cut through the air, mocking Drifting Flower's edifice for seating a pipsqueak. Chu Qingcheng immediately panicked, urging Zhuo Fan to leave before the situation escalated further. Huangpu Qingshan smiled, confirming he invited the disciples to fill the empty seats, subtly insulting Sword Marquis's abode's dignity. Insulted, Zai Tianyang declared they would leave, stating that the Regent Estate's second young master clearly held no respect for them. Chu Qingcheng desperately rushed to stop him, fearing the political fallout of offending one of the 7 houses. She lowered herself to apologize, promising to arrange a proper table to salvage their damaged reputation. Zai Tianyang paused, recognizing her sincerity, but then saw the mocking grin on Huangpu Qingshan's face. His anger flared, and he coldly rejected her apology, citing Drifting Flower's edifice's reliance on the Regent Estate. Chu Qingcheng sighed in defeat, realizing their alliance with Regent Estate was isolating them from their former allies. Huangpu Qingshan was immensely pleased, exchanging a satisfied look with Vicious Pill King, whose eyes held a crafty glint. Zhuo Fan immediately understood. This was Huangpu Qingshan's plan to politically isolate Drifting Flower's edifice first. He shouted across the hall, offering Zai Tianyang a seat at his small table, trying to diffuse the tension. Zai Tianyang was internally furious that this insignificant noisy brat dared call him brother. Sensing the rejection, Zhuo Fan escalated the situation further by calling the young master a coward. The fierce, public challenge stunned everyone, including the calculating Huangpu Qingshan. The elders realized this reckless youth was now courting death, and Drifting Flower's edifice would not save him. Chu Qingcheng, frustrated beyond measure, glared at Zhuo Fan and demanded he apologize immediately. Zai Tianyang jerked around, eyeing Zhuo Fan with intense rage and confusion before striding back toward the table. Chu Qingcheng prepared to interfere, gathering her yuan qi, ready to stop Zai Tianyang if he attempted violence. Zai Dandan jumped in front of Zhuo Fan, nervously claiming him as her fiancé to protect him from the young master's wrath. Ignoring the women, Zai Tianyang walked calmly up to Zhuo Fan's table, shocking the entire audience. In a complete reversal, Zai Tianyang sat down next to Zhuo Fan, poured himself wine, and declared it good. Zhuo Fan quickly filled his own cup, and the two clinked glasses, acting like long-lost drinking buddies. The sight of the two men drinking together left everyone in the hall completely dumbstruck and confused. A disappointed Huangpu Qingshan questioned why Zai Tianyang would sit at a table he had just called beneath him. Zai Tianyang waved off the reproach, claiming he didn't mind sharing a table with a brother he appreciated. He pulled the befuddled giant Suifeng down to join them, restoring the dignity of Sword Marquis's abode. Chu Qingcheng finally relaxed, giving Zhuo Fan a look of gratitude mixed with lingering exasperation for his methods. Huangpu Qingshan's eye grew cold, realizing his political maneuver had been thwarted by the young man's trickery. He quickly steered the conversation back to the main agenda, settling the dispute with Pill King Hall. With a sharp clap, Chu Qingcheng took center stage, announcing that today, in front of all 7 houses, their long-standing feud with the vicious Pill King would finally end. Yan Song stroked his green beard, feigning complete innocence, asking what grudges she could possibly be talking about. Chu Qingcheng was firm. He wouldn't leave until he handed over the antidote for the rainbow cloud palm, as the iris and peony overseers stood ready to fight. Everyone ignored the drama, turning instead to Huangpu Qingshan, the Regent Estate's representative, knowing his word was the only one that mattered. Huangpu Qingshan smiled politely at Yan Song, casually suggesting he just hand over the antidote and keep the peace. Yan Song smirked, agreeing with the second young master, but then insisted he was simply unable to provide the formula. Chu Qingcheng was furious, demanding if Yan Song even respected Regent Estate, threatening to take the matter directly to the emperor. Huangpu Qingshan calmly dismissed the idea, pointing out that the emperor was too busy, especially after the recent crackdown on the 7 houses in Wingate City. This comment instantly caused Long Jiu and Hell Valley's 5th elder to exchange heated, meaningful glares across the hall. Zhuo Fan sneered inwardly, recognizing this as Regent Estate's strategy to quickly seize absolute power over the 7 houses. Chu Qingcheng took a deep breath to manage her rage, attempting to continue the negotiation by insulting the old dog. Huangpu Qingshan held up a hand, interrupting her mid-sentence, asserting that Yan Song was under his protection. He pressed Yan Song further, reminding him that refusing the request while the second young master was present was an insult to Regent Estate itself. Yan Song repeated his stance, insisting he couldn't provide the antidote formula until a certain thief returned what they had stolen. Huangpu Qingshan raised an eyebrow, his voice changing tone as he asked Yan Song exactly what he meant by that. Grinning slyly, Yan Song turned his attention back to Chu Qingcheng, bringing up the long-dead name of the devil, Chu Qingshan. Hearing the name, Chu Qingcheng trembled, her eyes instantly filling with tears as unstoppable rage and murderous intent surged through her. Yan Song pressed his advantage, claiming that Chu Qingshan, a spy sent by Drifting Flower's edifice, had stolen the formula and then accidentally poisoned the overseers while trying to refine it. Yan Fu, the vicious Pill King's disciple, chimed in, mocking his former senior brother's arrogance and calling him impudent for betraying their master. Chu Qingcheng's anger reached its peak, forcing a terrifying shout that caused the surrounding elders to flinch in surprise. Yan Song then addressed Huangpu Qingshan, asking if Regent Estate would ever give an antidote to a house that sent a spy against them. Without hesitation, Huangpu Qingshan nodded in agreement, confirming Yan Song's interpretation of the situation. The other house elders exchanged confused glances, realizing that the mediator they had expected was actively taking Pill King Hall's side. Only Zhuo Fan remained unconcerned, calmly taking a slow sip of his wine, having anticipated this exact betrayal. Iris Overseer rushed forward, desperately trying to explain the deeper reasons behind their actions, but Yan Song cut her off. Yan Song immediately countered, stating that sending spies was a disgraceful act that undermined the prestige of all 7 noble houses. Several elders nodded in reluctant agreement, acknowledging that resorting to espionage was beneath the status of the 7 houses. Chu Qingcheng was left speechless, her face contorted with hatred as she stared at Yan Song, wanting nothing more than to destroy him. Huangpu Qingshan roared, silencing the bickering sides and declaring that he would now pass judgment to dissolve this grievance. He warned them both that challenging his verdict would be considered a direct challenge to the authority of Regent Estate. He began by demanding Yan Song provide the rainbow cloud palm antidote, momentarily bringing relief to Chu Qingcheng. However, he coldly added that since Drifting Flower's edifice was initially in the wrong, they must compensate Yan Song with an item of his choosing. The realization dawned on the elders. This entire mediation was a carefully constructed trap designed to steal the sacred treasure. Vicious Pill King laughed triumphantly and without hesitation named the item he desired most, the legendary Bodhi root. Chu Qingcheng immediately shouted her refusal, declaring that the edifice's sacred treasure would never fall into his hands. Huangpu Qingshan's face turned stern, demanding if she was mocking him after asking him to mediate, thereby challenging Regent Estate. Peony Overseer, unable to hold her temper, cursed him, asking what would be left of Drifting Flower's edifice without its most precious asset. Qingshan retorted that if they refused the verdict, they would face the wrath of the mighty Regent Estate, making them choose between the root and their lives. Chu Qingcheng stared at her childhood sweetheart, tears blurring her vision, realizing the man she had trusted had ruthlessly betrayed her. Just as despair set in, a cold sneer echoed through the hall, questioning whether the other house elders were allowed to judge the fairness of his ruling. The brazen man who dared contest Regent Estate was Zhu Fan, who suggested that since the elders bore witness, they should judge the fairness of the verdict. Zhu Fan, still completely unbothered, nursed his wine despite having just challenged Huangpu Qingshan directly. Huangpu Qingshan glared, but Zhu Fan simply embraced Xiao Dandan and declared he now spoke for Drifting Flower's edifice. Enraged by the impudence, Huangpu Qingshan immediately unleashed his profound heaven power in a sudden palm strike. Just as the strike was about to connect, a white silk ribbon lashed out, seizing Huangpu Qingshan's powerful palm. Chu Qingcheng coldly reminded him that the elders had the final say, forcing him to keep his word and let them vote. Huangpu Qingshan tore the silk ribbon with a flash of power, retreating to his seat and demanding a verdict from the 7 houses. Every elder felt the weight of Regent Estate's anger, knowing siding with Drifting Flower's edifice meant certain doom. The 5th elder of Hell Valley quickly stood up, laughing loudly and agreeing that Huangpu Qingshan's verdict was perfectly fair. Vicious Pill King Yan Song and the leader of Merry Woods quickly followed suit, abandoning Drifting Flower's edifice without hesitation. Peony Overseer's eyes burned with towering rage at the betrayal, realizing these men were utterly spineless in the face of true power. With 3 votes secured, Huangpu Qingshan smiled smugly and turned his attention to Elder Long Jiu of Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Long Jiu took a deep breath, seeing Chu Qingcheng's hopeful gaze, but knowing the cost of opposing Regent Estate was immense. As Long Jiu was about to agree, Zhu Fan casually interjected, warning the elder to choose his words wisely. The Hell Valley elder immediately seized the chance to mock Long Jiu for letting a junior disrespect him twice without retaliating. Seeing the determination hidden in Zhu Fan's eyes, Long Jiu decided to gamble on the young man's foresight. He stood up and declared Huangpu Qingshan's verdict partial, stating that seizing the Bodhi root was equivalent to destroying Drifting Flower's edifice. Chu Qingcheng and the overseers were overjoyed, while Long Jiu slumped back into his seat, exhausted by the massive risk he had just taken. Huangpu Qingshan disregarded Long Jiu, fixated on Zhu Fan, wondering who this junior was who held such unexpected sway over the elder. Unconcerned by the sudden attention, Zhu Fan continued to drink casually with Zai Tianyang as if they were old friends. Next, Huangpu Qingshan turned his cold gaze toward the elder of Sword Marquis' abode for their verdict. But Zai Tianyang patted the elder's shoulder, waving him off and insisting he would handle the matter himself. Zai Tianyang then sneered at Huangpu Qingshan, turning back to Zhu Fan to continue their strange conversation. Zai Tianyang then challenged Zhu Fan to prove his status by kissing Xiao Dandan, or he wouldn't choose their side. Xiao Dandan immediately went beet red, stealing a quick glance at Zhu Fan with her heart pounding in anticipation. Though Zhu Fan was furious at Zai Tianyang's ridiculous request, he decided to endure the humiliation for the sake of the situation. Zhu Fan quickly embraced Xiao Dandan and planted a deep kiss on her right in front of the entire assembly. Zai Tianyang slapped the table in delight, explaining that this act would ensure a certain woman would hate Zhu Fan forever. Finally satisfied, Zai Tianyang turned to Huangpu Qingshan and proudly declared that Sword Marquis' abode refuted his unfair verdict. Huangpu Qingshan clenched his fists, glaring murderously at Zai Tianyang, realizing the vote was now tied. Chu Qingcheng immediately seized the opportunity to announce that, without the elders' approval, Huangpu Qingshan's verdict was officially vetoed. Huangpu Qingshan tried to cheat by claiming Regent Estate's vote should count, but Zhuo Fan quickly shut him down. Seeing Huangpu Qingshan's murderous glare, Zhuo Fan offered a proposition to settle the matter once and for all. He suggested Elder Yan be freed in exchange for the antidote, with the Bodhi root being settled at the upcoming 100-pill meeting. Yan Song cackled in delight, confident that no one could possibly contest his supreme alchemy skills for the prize. Though this seemed like a lifeline, Chu Qingcheng and the others were immediately filled with worry, knowing the vicious Pill King was nearly unbeatable. The complex feast ended, but everyone noted the irony. The fate of the all-female Drifting Flowers edifice now rested entirely on Zhuo Fan, their alleged son-in-law. The Peony and Iris overseers exchanged bitter glances, realizing they had been utterly played by Regent Estate and Huangpu Qingshan. As Huangpu Qingshan prepared to leave with his entourage, Chu Qingcheng stopped him, her face frozen in confusion and anger. Huangpu Qingshan paused, sighing dramatically, and claimed she brought this fate upon herself by not cooperating with him earlier. Vicious Pill King Yan Song then crept over with a predatory smile, eager to deliver the final crushing blow. He gleefully revealed that Regent Estate was the true mastermind behind the Bodhi root scheme, not his own Pill King Hall. Yan Song then dropped the bomb. The expert who severely wounded the previous edifice lord was actually sent by Regent Estate. She realized her house had foolishly brought a wolf into their home, believing their weak connection to Huangpu Qingshan would save them. As Yan Song departed with mocking laughter, Chu Qingcheng collapsed, tears streaming down her face in utter despair. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan and Xiao Dandan exited the hall, but he immediately told her to go play elsewhere. Xiao Dandan pouted, asking why he was so mean after their public display, but Zhuo Fan insisted the kiss was purely political to secure a vote. She spotted the veiled dragon pavilion and sword marquise abode group waiting and grabbed his hand in worry, fearing a confrontation. Zhuo Fan told her this was a man's job, and she should stay far away, sharply pulling his hand free and walking toward the waiting allies. Zhuo Fan approached the corner where Zai Tianyang and Long Jiu's groups waited, putting on his thunder ring as a silent greeting. Zai Tianyang laughed, saying he recognized Zhuo Fan the moment he called him a coward, since that was their old dynamic. When Zai Tianyang cheekily asked about his sister-in-law, Zhuo Fan instantly raised a fist, threatening a smackdown. Long Jiu interrupted the banter, demanding to know why Zhuo Fan had just openly dragged them into conflict with Regent Estate. Long Kui immediately realized the man was Zhuo Fan, understanding why her elders had taken such a risk for him. Zai Tianyang became serious, trusting Zhuo Fan had a reason but warning him not to betray the trust forged in life-and-death situations. Zhuo Fan admitted he had no choice, stating they were already in danger and needed to plan ahead before Regent Estate moved. He revealed his shocking conclusion. Regent Estate plans to unify all 7 houses and considers their groups high on the kill list. The others were stunned, demanding to know how he could possibly be certain of such a massive scheme. Zhuo Fan explained that Huangpu Qingshan's arrogant behavior wasn't just rudeness. It was a calculated move to test and divide the houses. His actions successfully split the 7 houses into 3 camps: collaborators, rebels, and opportunists like Mary Woods. They all reviewed the feast events in their minds, realizing Zhuo Fan was correct. The trivial arguments were a smokescreen for a power play. Long Kui worried that if his guess was wrong, they had just created a powerful enemy for no reason. Zhuo Fan countered that the difference in danger was clear. It was always better to strike first than wait for the inevitable ambush. Long Jiu and Giant Suifeng exchanged looks, secretly admiring the young man's ruthless decisiveness and strategic mind. Zai Tianyang pressed him on why they had to intervene in the Drifting Flowers edifice's troubles, calling it the weakest house. Zhuo Fan sneered, explaining that the edifice was their defensive gate. Once it fell, Regent Estate would march straight through to swallow the rest of them. They realized that by keeping the edifice standing, they maintained a buffer zone and focused Regent Estate's aggression away from themselves. Even Long Kui, who usually nitpicked Zhuo Fan, had to concede that the fate of her own house was now tied to the edifice's survival. Zai Tianyang, knowing Zhuo Fan's nature, demanded to know what personal benefit he was extracting from this dangerous alliance. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with ambition, as he reminded them of his decade-long agreement with Long Kui regarding the Luo clan. His goal was simple: delay Regent Estate's campaign long enough for the Luo clan to rise and eventually claim the title of the true #1 house in the empire. Giant Suifeng was the first to react, utterly shocked by Zhuo Fan's boast of surpassing the 7 houses in 10 years. The rest of the allies, however, were growing numb to Zhuo Fan's constant stream of incredible arrogance. They realized that, given his track record, this little freak might actually pull off the impossible. Long Jiu shook his head, lamenting that they were now forced to protect Drifting Flower's edifice due to the contest agreement. Zai Tianyang complained that winning with alchemy was basically handing the advantage to the vicious Pill King. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, explaining that the offer was necessary to give the edifice a lifeline. He instructed them to focus only on supporting the edifice and preventing it from being swallowed whole. The allies immediately asked if he had a contingency plan hidden away. Zhuo Fan smirked confidently, declaring he would face the vicious Pill King in the alchemy contest himself. The others panicked instantly, knowing the Pill King was a formidable 7th-grade alchemist, a peak master in the empire. They cursed internally, wondering how one person could master alchemy, arrays, and cultivation simultaneously. Zhuo Fan sighed at their reaction and admitted that even he was not entirely certain of success. He explained that high-grade alchemy required 3 crucial factors: cultivation, skill, and a powerful flame. Using his ancient secret arts and the mysterious azure flame, he calculated his ability to refine a 7th-grade pill. Long Jiu, seeing Zhuo Fan's hesitation, pressed him on the consequences of failure. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with naked killing intent. If alchemy failed, the confrontation would turn violent. He reasoned that taking the Bodhi route would shift Regent Estate's focus entirely onto him. Long Jiu's eyes trembled with worry about Zhuo Fan being chased by experts from 3 major houses. Zhuo Fan smiled thinly, embracing the danger, knowing he was destined to be their enemy anyway. This sacrifice would buy the allied houses critical time to make their preparations. The allies looked at him with profound gratitude and admiration for his willingness to brave such danger. Even Giant Suifeng felt compelled to praise Zhuo Fan's incredible boldness. Zai Tianyang slapped his shoulder, his eyes burning with the appreciation of one hero recognizing another. Suddenly, a charming voice interrupted, and Peony Overseer rushed in, pulling Zhuo Fan behind her. Peony Overseer quickly cupped her hands, asking the men not to punish the stubborn Song Yu for his rudeness. The allies froze for a moment, then exchanged amused glances and decided to play along with the misunderstanding. Long Jiu coughed and snorted, feigning intense anger about the rude disciple of Drifting Flower's edifice. Peony Overseer kept apologizing, while Long Jiu's amusement danced clearly in his eyes. Long Jiu bypassed Peony Overseer and patted Zhuo Fan's shoulder like a stern, teaching elder. Then Long Jiu slipped away quickly, afraid Zhuo Fan might instantly settle the score. Zai Tianyang immediately followed suit, slapping Zhuo Fan's shoulder with a proud, mocking smile. He boasted that he was cooler and stronger, mocking Zhuo Fan for trying to climb ranks by calling him brother. Zhuo Fan clenched his fists, fire ebbing in his eyes, feeling cursed by this unexpected humiliation. Long Kui then joined the teasing, sticking out her chin and lecturing him on proper junior manners. Zhuo Fan trembled with suppressed fury, feeling utterly wronged by the audacity of this wench. Long Jai simply shrugged as he passed by, and Giant Suifeng smiled, amused by Zhuo Fan's sullen state. Once they were gone, Zhao Dandan sighed with relief, believing she had successfully saved him from punishment. Zhuo Fan immediately glared and howled at her, demanding to know why she had interfered. Peony Overseer flared up, chastising Zhuo Fan for being an ungrateful man unworthy of her disciples' concern. Shaking off the annoyance, Zhuo Fan walked toward the guest hall to lay out his final deal for Chu Qingcheng. The guest hall was silent now, broken only by the desolate figure of Chu Qingcheng collapsed motionless on the floor. Zhuo Fan approached her, bluntly stating he needed to discuss the future of the Drifting Flowers edifice, knowing she would be interested. He looked down to realize her eyes were completely dead, a profound heaven expert shattered by a simple betrayal. He sighed, noting that women's hearts seemed too fragile, but insisted she needed to revive long enough to listen to his plan. If she collapsed, the edifice would fall, ruining his chance to politely ask for the Bodhi Jade sap, so he had to wake her up. He tried waving and promising a plan to rescue the edifice, but she remained blank, only the fresh tears proving she was still alive. Out of options, Zhuo Fan instinctively sighed and used the familiar, intimate address, Sister Chuchu. Suddenly, light returned to her eyes, and she lifted her head slightly, asking what he had just called her. Realizing his accidental success, Zhuo Fan leaned in and amplified his voice using bewitching whispers, shaking her back to reality. Chu Qingcheng shivered, finally waking up fully, her expression softening with relief and gratitude as she thanked him. Zhuo Fan tried to segue into his request, but she had already found a newfound resolve and stood up quickly. She declared that nothing else mattered now, except fulfilling her responsibility to save the Drifting Flowers edifice from crisis. She warmly thanked Song Yu for convincing the other great houses to give them one last chance before they were stripped of all dignity. Zhuo Fan kept trying to explain his actual plan, but she continuously cut him off, assuming he was just trying to comfort her. She grabbed his hand and began pulling him away, talking so fast that he couldn't get a single word in edgewise. Zhuo Fan internally complained about her speed of speech, wondering why she was making getting the Bodhi Jade sap so difficult. They were finally pulled along to a desolate cliff face at the back of the edifice, where faint energy waves indicated a hidden barrier. Chu Qingcheng bowed respectfully and shouted, requesting an audience with the mysterious Aunt Tao. An aged voice responded, and the barrier dissipated, revealing the entrance to a low-lit cave. The moment Zhuo Fan stepped inside, he sneezed violently, overwhelmed by the intense, extreme yin cold radiating from within. The source of the cold was a massive, 10-meter square block of ancient, black-bluish ice resting in the center of the chamber. Resting on the ice lay an old woman in robes, her face stained black and blue from a severe, consuming poison. Zhuo Fan realized this poisoned, motionless corpse couldn't possibly be the one who released the barrier, questioning who else was here. A voice filled with contempt suddenly answered, revealing the true barrier master was hidden deeper within the low-lit cave. Frowning, Zhuo Fan saw another elderly woman, Aunt Tao, sitting cross-legged, cloaked in black clothing, making her hard to spot in the dimness. Chu Qingcheng apologized for Zhuo Fan's lack of cultivation, explaining why he hadn't detected the hidden expert. Aunt Tao immediately teased Chu Qingcheng for protecting a man, asking if he was special enough to be shown the secret asterisk. Chu Qingcheng blushed deeply and nodded, leaving Zhuo Fan completely confused about what secret she had revealed. Chu Qingcheng then quickly pushed Zhuo Fan forward, instructing him to bow to their top alchemist, Aunt Tao. As Zhuo Fan approached, he caught a glimpse of Aunt Tao's face, jumping back in shock at the severe green and blue poisoning. Aunt Tao laughed, warning him that not everyone in the Drifting Flowers edifice was a beauty. Ignoring the scolding, Zhuo Fan leaned in, recognizing the symptoms as similar, yet not exactly matching, the rainbow cloud palm poison. Aunt Tao was surprised by his knowledge, admitting the poison came from her failed attempt to refine the rainbow cloud palm antidote. Zhuo Fan shouted, asking if she was even trying to make a pill or a poison at this point. She sadly explained that after 3 years, she still couldn't tell if the formula was medicine or poison, praising the vicious pill king's genius. Aunt Tao fixed her eyes on the stone wall, where human skin was sprawled out, recording the antidote formula. Zhuo Fan squinted at the bizarre recipe, noting the rare ingredients but finding the refining method completely contradictory. He walked over to the corpse on the ice, confirming the rainbow cloud palm poison was being restrained only by the Bodhi jade sap and the ancient ice. Zhuo Fan turned back to the formula, realizing that while the ingredients were real, the entire recipe was designed as an elaborate trap. Aunt Tao noticed his skepticism and quickly reminded him that this secret formula was beyond his current skill level. She then turned to Chu Qingcheng, asking if the alchemy formula was the only reason for their sudden visit. Chu Qingcheng recounted the entire terrifying scene from the feast, involving the overt threats from Regent Estate. Aunt Tao was utterly shocked, realizing the potential calamity facing Drifting Flowers' edifice was far greater than she imagined. Aunt Tao desperately asked what Chu Qingcheng planned to do, fight to the death or surrender to the enemy's demands. Zhuo Fan realized that mentioning the Venerable meant the edifice was facing annihilation, confirming the desperate situation. Zhuo Fan, ever the instigator, encouraged her to fight back, hoping maximum chaos would benefit his own ruthless plans. But Chu Qingcheng refused, stating that a war between noble houses would plunge the entire empire into devastating civil war. She concluded that she could not bear the responsibility of sacrificing her sisters and the common people for a lost cause. Aunt Tao nodded approvingly at her kind nature, but Zhuo Fan just rolled his eyes, finding their compassion utterly naive. He thought that if it were him, he would embrace the chaos, tearing the world upside down to seize power ruthlessly. Chu Qingcheng then shifted the conversation to the immediate threat, the overseers poisoned by the vicious Pill King. She begged Aunt Tao to protect the precious Bodhi root, as it might be their only bargaining chip for the antidote. Aunt Tao laughed hysterically, asking if Qingcheng truly expected her feeble skill to defeat vicious Pill King in alchemy. She pointed out that her endless trials trying to unravel the rainbow cloud palm had left her in a precarious, compromised state. Chu Qingcheng leaned in and whispered a secret, desperate plan to Aunt Tao, which immediately made the older woman's eyes light up. Aunt Tao was shocked but nodded, asking if such a drastic and dangerous plan could possibly succeed. Chu Qingcheng's expression became utterly resolute, affirming that she was ready to die if it meant fulfilling this goal. Sighing sadly, Aunt Tao realized that Zhuo Fan was an essential and unwilling part of this desperate strategy. Aunt Tao then turned serious and abruptly commanded Zhuo Fan to perform 3 kowtows to the grandmother. Zhuo Fan was baffled, following her finger only to realize she meant the motionless, frozen body of the living dead. Since he figured showing respect wasn't a big deal, Zhuo Fan casually knelt and knocked his head on the ground. Next to him, Chu Qingcheng also knelt and performed the kowtow with sincere reverence and deep respect. Aunt Tao shouted that the rite was complete, but then immediately asked the confused Zhuo Fan to kneel down once more. Zhuo Fan was furious at having to kneel again, but Chu Qingcheng's piercing gaze left him no choice but to comply. With Zhuo Fan secured, Aunt Tao began a lengthy recitation of the edifice's thousand-year history and ancestral teachings. Zhuo Fan started paying attention when he heard the 2 houses were once tight allies, often intermarrying disciples. The history revealed that Pill King Hall's infamous poison technique improved dramatically due to the edifice supplying them with Bodhi jade sap. The alliance shattered after a couple quarreled, resulting in the husband poisoning his edifice lord-wife with the rainbow cloud palm. The edifice was horrified when their life-saving Bodhi jade sap proved useless against the new, virulent form of the poison. Realizing the danger, the edifice cut off the supply, instantly turning the two former allies into bitter, long-standing enemies. For 100 years, Pil King Hall relentlessly harassed them, killing 8 overseers and even 2 edifice lords. The imperial family refused to intervene, prioritizing the pill supply they received from Pil King Hall. In their most desperate hour, a strange and powerful woman named Chu Bijun stepped up to defend the edifice. Chu Bijun, known as the Lady of Steel, repelled the assaults and strengthened the edifice through strategic marriages. Sadly, a decade ago, she was lured into a trap set by treacherous overseers and was heavily wounded and poisoned. They finally realized the betrayal and conspiracy had been orchestrated not by the Pil King, but by Regent Estate. Near death, she made the radical decision to pass the Lord Mantle to a young, 13-year-old Chu Qingcheng. People thought she died, but in reality, Aunt Tao used a freezing technique to preserve her life in a state of living death. Aunt Tao sternly confirmed that Zhu Fan must now remember this tragic history and pass it on. Laughing faintly, Aunt Tao brought the couple's hands together, declaring they must take care of each other just for a few days. Aunt Tao then walked towards the cave wall and settled into deep meditation, preparing for whatever came next. Chu Qingcheng quickly pulled Zhu Fan away from the grandmother, bowing, and then the heavy stone door sealed them off. Puzzled, Zhu Fan asked Chu Qingcheng why she had suddenly forced him into this strange ritual and history lesson. Chu Qingcheng smiled warmly, a rare sight, and told him that from now on he should just call her Chuchu or Qingcheng. Zhu Fan was still completely clueless, yet her intense gaze evoked a strange, unfamiliar warmth within his ruthless heart. Calling him silly, she held his hand firmly and declared that he was now officially one of the Drifting Flowers edifice family. Chu Qingcheng led Zhu Fan to a desolate, windy hill where 3 simple, lonely graves stood battered by the elements. 2 of the markers bore names, but the foremost grave was a blank slab covered only by a fluttering black cloak. Zhu Fan read the words stitched onto the cloak, "Heaven-toppling pill," finding the name unbelievably audacious. Chu Qingcheng explained that the unmarked grave belonged to her younger brother, the genius Chu Qingshan. She confessed that Zhu Fan's stubborn and reckless nature reminded her exactly of her lost sibling. Zhu Fan was instantly mortified, realizing he was nothing more than a convenient substitute for her dead brother. He awkwardly joked about being her little brother, but she immediately scolded him for using the term sister. With a blush, she quickly added that, while he might have been a brother figure before, he certainly wasn't now. Chu Qingcheng recounted how her genius brother defied the edifice's traditions to pursue alchemy at Pil King Hall. This defiance was actually a deep cover mission to steal the formula for the powerful rainbow cloud palm antidote. To ensure safe delivery, Qingshan endured the agonizing process of having the formula carved onto his own back. After Qingshan's return, they immediately began refining the antidote, but the formula proved to be fatally flawed. Zhu Fan lamented the cruel fate of the genius, but Chu Qingcheng revealed he was killed by their own people. Other overseers suspected Qingshan of being a spy who brought a fake formula, beating him to death in secret. Because of the shame, she had to bury her brother secretly, daring not to leave his name behind. Kneeling before the graves, she asked Zhu Fan to one day bring her body to rest beside her family. Zhu Fan showed a rare serious expression, promising to protect her so she wouldn't have to worry about dying. He tried to sound reliable by calling her a silly girl, claiming it was a confidence booster taught by Bro Dong. She immediately denounced his friend as a wastrel and then led Zhu Fan to their final destination. 15 minutes later, they arrived back in the dilapidated slums where they had first met. She revealed that Yan Song had wounded and poisoned her, forcing her to hide and suppress the toxins. This seclusion, using the moon's yin power to suppress the poison, was the source of her scourge woman reputation. Chu Qingcheng then draped the heavy black cloak over Zhu Fan's shoulders, saying she didn't have much time left. She asked him to take her brother's place, allowing her to feel the warmth of family one last time. She stepped back, looked deep into his eyes, and then, after a moment of hesitation, she removed her veil. Zhuo Fan was completely stunned by her revealed beauty, plunging him into a second daze despite seeing her once before. The pair began experiencing the quiet life of a normal couple in the decrepit house, eating and working together. For 3 days, the demonic emperor felt an unexpected and profound sense of peace he had never known. However, this quiet scene was secretly observed by a profound heaven realm expert hiding in the deep shadows. The spy reported the sighting to Huanpu Qingyun, who was meeting with the vicious Pill King and other enemies. A rare morning ray of warmth spilled into the house, falling gently across Zhu Fan's surprisingly peaceful face. He slowly opened his eyes and smiled down at the beautiful woman resting calmly in his arms, embracing a new sense of domestic tranquility. For the ruthless demonic emperor, this simple, peaceful life was a completely foreign feeling he found himself unwilling to give up. He mused that ruling the world couldn't possibly compare to the smile of the beauty in his arms. Overwhelmed by the moment, Zhuo Fan leaned in, intending to finally steal a kiss. Suddenly, Chu Qingcheng's eyes snapped open, and she instantly threw something powerful out of the window. The next second, the entire house exploded in a massive inferno, turning their cozy home into ash. From the rising ashes, Huanpu Qingshan emerged, his face twisted in pure, incandescent rage. The sight of Zhuo Fan and Chu Qingcheng still standing together, holding hands in the ruins, only fueled his burning anger further. "I just fixed the house," Zhuo Fan shouted, instantly dropping his peaceful facade and letting his killing intent flash. He took a step forward, ready to teach the arrogant heir a painful lesson for ruining his brief peace. But Chu Qingcheng quickly intercepted him, whispering urgently, "Song Yu, stay behind me." Zhuo Fan cursed internally, realizing he had almost forgotten his disguise and ruined his entire strategy against the Regent estate. Sighing, he conceded, "Qingcheng, I will leave this confrontation to you." "Qingcheng, you're on a first-name basis now like a cheating couple," Huanpu Qingshan roared, his jealousy reaching a boiling point. Chu Qingcheng glared back, demanding he watch his mouth and stop the baseless accusations. Huanpu Qingshan continued to vent, complaining that she had never even removed her veil for him, yet she let this punk see her first. Chu Qingcheng countered that he was the one who broke their agreement first, so why would she ever show him her face? "Wait, hold on, I'm lost here," Zhuo Fan interjected, feigning confusion while stepping slightly out from behind her. He mocked Huanpu Qingshan, calling him petty and asking why he was so upset over a lifted veil. It wasn't like he stole his wife. That was the final straw. Huanpu Qingshan exploded, declaring that the rotten punk was definitely dead. He instantly threw a punch, sending a blinding golden light soaring across the 300-meter distance in a blink. Zhuo Fan felt his heart seize, recognizing the attack as a top-notch body-refining art that could easily nail any average bone-tempering expert. Before it connected, Chu Qingcheng grabbed Zhuo Fan, pulling him 10 meters away to dodge the lethal strike. A deafening boom followed as the golden light pulverized a massive, 30-meter-large stone formation nearby. Chu Qingcheng's expression turned grave. She realized Huanpu Qingshan's strength had surpassed her expectations. "See, Qingcheng, that punk only knows how to hide behind your skirt. Such a man is unworthy of you," Huanpu Qingshan scoffed. Chu Qingcheng raised her head defiantly, stating that protecting him was her desire, and that was all that mattered. "I don't mean to argue, but I really don't hide behind women," Zhuo Fan piped up, unable to let this insult to his pride slide. Chu Qingcheng silenced him with a fierce glare. "Zip it, no one was talking to you." Huanpu Qingshan laughed wildly, challenging the man to stop hiding and face him alone. Zhuo Fan's eyes went cold as he stared at the air, but he held back, stating, "We will fight, don't worry, but not today." Then, in a stunning display of arrogance, he declared, "There's no harm in killing you 2 days later." Both Huanpu Qingshan and Chu Qingcheng stared at him in utter shock at the sheer audacity of the bone-tempering cultivator. Huangpu Qingshan laughed again, this time from pure, furious disbelief that a nobody would predict his death. "No need to wait," he snarled, leaping instantly at Zhuo Fan, ready to squeeze the life out of him. Chu Qingcheng quickly pushed Zhuo Fan back and struck forward with her hand to intercept the attack. The advance stopped instantly, Huangpu Qingshan's fist covered in a layer of ice from her counterstrike. But Chu Qingcheng was thrown 20 meters back, spitting a trail of blood from the sheer force of the impact. Huangpu Qingshan flicked the ice away, roaring as a brilliant golden light enveloped his body, manifesting a faint golden dragon above his head. With a faint roar, 6 golden dragons wound tightly around his body, the terrifying dragon vein body refining technique. Zhuo Fan instantly recognized the source of his power, the golden tyrant body art, refined with the essence of dragon veins. Chu Qingcheng cried out in panic, identifying the profound ranked martial art of the Regent estate. "I told you not to shield this punk with your life," Huangpu Qingshan yelled, charging again, now enveloped in dragon power. Chu Qingcheng desperately lashed out, causing tens of white ribbons to fly from her palms and encase him like a mummy. But in the next moment, the golden energy ripped the ribbons to shreds without slowing his terrifying speed. Chu Qingcheng spat more blood and recoiled further as her last-ditch effort failed completely. Seeing the imminent threat closing in, Zhuo Fan clenched his fist, preparing to unfold his lightning wings. He realized he had no choice but to reveal himself and fight this powerful body cultivator to the death. 4 powerful attacks, including purple lightning and chilling wind, suddenly slammed into Huangpu Qingshan. The combined force of the strikes forced the second young master to retreat several steps across the ground. 4 figures appeared instantly, standing protectively in front of Zhuo Fan and the injured Chu Qingcheng. Long Jiu and Giant Soifeng stood ready, while the 2 overseers immediately tended to Chu Qingcheng's wounds. As the dust settled, Huangpu Qingshan stood unharmed, his expression frigid and completely unyielding. The elders were stunned. Their most powerful skills failed to leave even a single scratch on him. They realized the legendary golden tyrant body art was truly monstrous and required extreme caution. Moments later, 3 more figures landed beside Huangpu Qingshan, observing the standoff. The vicious Pill King sneered, challenging the elders to a fight and seizing the opportunity to sow discord. Lin Zishan and the 5th elder reluctantly prepared for battle, knowing they must support Regent estate. Long Jiu and his allies exchanged grim glances, realizing the battle just became exponentially harder. Long Jiu and Giant Suifeng instinctively looked toward Zhuo Fan, recognizing his cunning as their best hope. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes onto the vicious Pill King, identifying him as the most immediate and critical threat. He decided to eliminate the old dog immediately, diverging from his original plan to handle this pressing danger. The elders saw the killing intent in Zhuo Fan's gaze and knew a full-scale war was about to erupt. But before anyone could strike, Huangpu Qingshan shouted, demanding everyone halt their actions. He looked directly at Chu Qingcheng, asking if she truly intended to side with Zhuo Fan and the others. Chu Qingcheng wiped the blood from her lip, stepped forward, and affirmed her decision with unwavering conviction. Huangpu Qingshan sneered, wishing them a sarcastically long life before turning to leave with his group. As he passed Zhuo Fan, he laughed scornfully, mocking the idea of a man being involved with Drifting Flowers' edifice. Zhuo Fan immediately retorted, reminding him that Chu Qingshan was a man who died protecting their sect. Huangpu Qingshan dismissed Chu Qingshan as a fool, saying he should have stuck to sleeping with women. The vicious Pill King added his own insult, calling Chu Qingshan a hopeless dreamer blinded by pride. He declared that this was a world of men and wisdom, and women who defied it would only get burned. Long Jiu saw Chu Qingcheng trembling with anger and whispered to Zhuo Fan about discussing the alliance. Zhuo Fan's face was cold. He vowed to teach that insufferable guy the true meaning of being a man. Back at their rooms, the vicious Pill King questioned why Huangpu Qingyun had allowed the enemy to escape. Huangpu Qingyun called him a fool, explaining that an open war would require too heavy a price, even if they won. He noted that Tianyu held not just the 7 houses, but also the powerful 4 pillars, hinting at greater ambition. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan walked out into the sun, sighing over his brief, delusional moment of peace with Chu Qingcheng. He regretted that Huangpu Qingyun's disturbance dragged him back to the mortal world and his true path. Suddenly, a white figure landed beside him. It was Chu Qingcheng, who grabbed him and flew into the air. An hour later, they landed in the slums, where the Dong siblings and Xiao Dandan were waiting. Chu Qingcheng happily explained that since he visited her family, she wanted to visit his friends. Xiao Dandan was utterly dumbfounded, seeing her edifice lord holding hands with the man she loved. The Dong siblings were floored, unable to comprehend how Song Yu captivated Tianyu's #1 beauty. Dong Tianba lamented that his sister should have captured the young master first before it was too late. Xiao Dandan felt immense bitterness, realizing her boss had become her love rival in the cruelest way possible. Chu Qingcheng played the role of the perfect wife, serving food while still veiled, exhibiting a casual elegance that was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the other guests sat there stiffly, unable to relax or enjoy themselves, feeling completely inadequate next to the world-class beauty. The peaceful day ended abruptly at dusk, when Chu Qingcheng announced that it was time for them to part ways. She took his hand and led the entire group down a lonely road toward an old, worn carriage that was waiting nearby. Waiting next to the carriage were the Peony and Iris overseers, standing guard with extremely serious expressions. Chu Qingcheng urgently told them to flee by night, explaining that Huangpu Qingyun would surely strike out of spite and ruin their clans. Dong Tianba completely lost it, terrified by the mention of the regent estate, whining about why they were suddenly involved. Zhuo Fan immediately snapped at the crying man, then turned to Chu Qingcheng, demanding to know what foolish thing she was planning. She gently caressed his cheek and asked for one favor. He must watch over Xiao Dandan, the last hope of the edifice. Zhuo Fan paled at the implication of sacrifice, but Chu Qingcheng stopped him, insisting this was her final wish. She gave Xiao Dandan her storage ring, commanding her to only look inside once she arrived at their destination. Xiao Dandan nodded through her tears, as the Peony overseer shouted for them to leave before they were discovered. Zhuo Fan, intending to return later, quickly pulled Xiao Dandan into the carriage, followed by Dong Tianba and his sister. The Peony overseer shouted a final warning, but Zhuo Fan simply scoffed, dismissing all responsibility and whipped the horses. The Peony overseer fumed about men being unreliable, realizing Zhuo Fan had fled the moment trouble appeared. Chu Qingcheng felt a sting of disappointment that he showed no reluctance at their supposed final parting. She had no idea the Demon Emperor was just treating the entire event like a quick delivery mission. Shaking off her sorrow, she flew back toward Drifting Flowers City, determined to face the bitter fight awaiting them the next day. The next morning she stood alone, watching the massive building where the 100 Pill meeting and their final stand was about to take place. The Iris overseer appeared next to her, confirming that all preparations were complete and they were ready for the enemy. Chu Qingcheng's eyes flashed with resolve, declaring that if the edifice must fall, the vicious Pill King would go down with it. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan had driven the carriage 100 miles through the night, and now, deeming them safe, he jumped down to return. Xiao Dandan immediately cried out from inside, begging him not to return and make the edifice lord's sacrifice meaningless. Zhuo Fan snapped back, utterly annoyed she was calling him darling and referring to the edifice lord as sister. Blushing, Xiao Dandan explained the relationship logic. Since the edifice lord gave her hand to him, he was her husband, and thus Chu Qingcheng was his wife. Zhuo Fan was completely floored, demanding to know when exactly he had unwittingly acquired a wife. Dong Tianba stuck his head out of the carriage, sighing and explaining that their cozy behavior made their marriage obvious to everyone else. The demon emperor realized he genuinely thought she viewed him as a younger brother, confirming his complete cluelessness about romance. Xiao Dandan then revealed the edifice lord's rule. Any man who saw her face must either be killed or married. Zhuo Fan instantly recalled snatching her veil, realizing he had narrowly avoided being executed that day. He immediately concluded that his dashing good looks must have saved his life, puffing out his chest with smug arrogance. To prove her point, Xiao Dandan defied her mistress and retrieved the items from the storage ring. 3 items appeared: the black cloak, the Bodhi jade sap, and a strange wooden memorial tablet. Zhuo Fan snatched the Bodhi jade sap instantly, overjoyed that the treasure had fallen so easily into his grasp. Xiao Dandan stated that the sap was the edifice lord's dowry, meaning that by taking it, he accepted both women. Zhuo Fan's smile vanished instantly. He was a demon emperor who refused to owe favors, especially with an unwanted gift attached. He then focused on the wooden plaque, squinting as he read the inscription: "Beloved wife Chu Qingcheng's memorial tablet." Realizing the suicidal plan, Zhu Fan cursed them as a bunch of foolish women rushing toward their doom. Zhuo Fan smirked, declaring that he absolutely would not owe this kind of favor, and swiftly stored all the items into his ring. He turned instantly and ran back toward Drifting Flowers City, determined to settle the debt immediately. Dong Tianba and the others panicked, realizing Zhuo Fan was heading straight back into the worst danger zone. Xiao Dandan cried that they must follow him, and Dong Tianba, gnashing his teeth, ordered the carriage turned around. The massive Drifting Flowers arena dominated the city skyline, serving as the grand stage for the highly anticipated 100-pill meeting. High up on the 3rd layer, Chu Qingcheng and her 2 trusted overseers waited in the host terrace, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. The prize, the legendary Bodhi root, rested on a pedestal below, waiting for the victor, who everyone knew would be the vicious Pill King. Chu Qingcheng checked the final details of their desperate plan, asking if the trap was ready for the old dog. Peony Overseer confirmed that the stage was armed with the powerful dragon prison array, ensuring the Pill King would be trapped the moment he stepped inside. Next, Chu Qingcheng inquired about the Regent Estate's second young master, Huompu Qingyun, worrying about his potential interference. They confirmed that the Eastern Stand also had a powerful barrier in place, ensuring the outsiders couldn't intervene when the trap sprung. Chu Qingcheng sighed, admitting that even if they succeeded, their combined attack might kill the old dog but would certainly lead to their own poisoning and demise. Iris Overseer quickly reassured her, reminding her of their promise to the previous edifice lord. They would help Chu Qingcheng without fail, even if it meant their end. They decided that, if the Drifting Flowers edifice was going down, they would make sure it ended with a powerful statement. But then, Chu Qingcheng realized something was wrong. The rest of the overseers hadn't arrived yet. Suddenly, a wizened cackle echoed, and Yan Song, the vicious Pill King, appeared before them, asking if they were looking for their missing sisters. Behind him stood 8 ladies, veiled and dressed in various colors, 8 of the edifice's overseers, now openly siding with the enemy. Chu Qingcheng and her 2 faithful companions stared, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief at the sight of this naked betrayal. Peony Overseer was absolutely livid, struggling to find words to express her outrage toward her treacherous sisters. Chu Qingcheng placed a calming hand on Peony's shoulder and spoke to the traitors with flat, understanding sorrow, hoping they would take care of themselves. The 8 overseers sobbed silently, unable to look up or express their gratitude due to the vicious Pill King's oppressive presence. Yan Song snickered, mocking Chu Qingcheng for her misplaced softness, then clapped 3 times, signaling the arrival of the next shock. 5 more figures flashed into place, completing the full roster of betrayal, which caused the trio's faces to pale instantly. With the exception of Peony and Iris, almost every overseer had sided with the Pill King Hall. Chu Qingcheng shivered, suddenly overwhelmed by the realization that Yan Song had completely stripped them of all defensive power. Peony Overseer glared at Overseer Chun Yu, the oldest among them, demanding to know how even she could betray their lineage. Chun Yu replied calmly that the edifice's power was waning, and she had to look elsewhere for safety. Her odd words immediately caused Chu Qingcheng to look at Peony Overseer with doubt and confusion. Peony Overseer bit her lip, confessing with anguish that she had entrusted the critical dragon prison array matter to Chun Yu. Chu Qingcheng trembled, her body swaying as despair finally swallowed her. Their last hope to defeat the old dog had just vanished. Yan Song gloated, confirming that the Drifting Flowers edifice was now under his complete control, and all their efforts were pointless. He waved his hand, and dozens of sparkling spirit stones clattered onto the floor, the very components meant for their dragon prison array. To add insult to injury, he revealed he had also undone the barrier protecting Huangpu Kingshan, ensuring Regent Estate could now intervene freely. Yan Song descended the stairs, roaring with laughter, followed by the silent, shameful procession of the 13 overseers. The massive audience watched, slack-jawed, instantly realizing that the Drifting Flowers edifice had just lost most of its power in one fell swoop. Reaching the arena floor, Yan Song announced that he would now take their precious treasure through perfectly legitimate means. Up on the terrace, Chu Qingcheng stood frozen, clenching her fists so hard that scarlet blood began to flow from her palms. Peony Overseer wept openly, overcome by guilt, begging Chu Qingcheng to strike her for ruining everything. Iris Overseer merely sighed, realizing that blame was pointless now that the vicious Pill King had already secured his victory. Suddenly, a shout of defiance broke the silence, and Aunt Tao, the edifice's best alchemist, appeared dramatically. Aunt Tao stood beside Chu Qingcheng, offering a desperate promise that they hadn't lost yet. Yan Song looked up and mocked Aunt Tao, reminding her that she was only a 6th-grade alchemist 20 years ago, far beneath his 7th-grade skill. Aunt Tao fiercely challenged him back, claiming that time changes everything, and he wouldn't get near the Bodhi root while she was around. Yan Song dismissed her challenge with a flick of his sleeve, and proceeded toward the competition area with his entourage. Hope returned to Chu Qingcheng's eyes, and she asked Aunt Tao if she truly believed she could win against the vicious Pill King. Aunt Tao immediately lost her vigor and sighed, admitting that her previous confidence was a lie. Yan Song truly was the superior alchemist. Chu Qingcheng's eyes went dead again, realizing they were completely hopeless. However, Aunt Tao quickly offered a final, desperate angle. Even the vicious Pill King could fail if he was distracted in the middle of refining. At this tiny sliver of possibility, hope returned, sparkling anew in the eyes of Chu Qingcheng and the 2 overseers. Aunt Tao forced a nod, knowing the chances were minuscule, given the Pill King's decades of steady experience. Sighing one last time, Aunt Tao dragged her body down the stairs to prepare for the competition, urging them not to be discouraged. The trio watched her go, clinging desperately to this final, fragile thread of hope, fully aware that she was walking toward certain death. The 100-pill meeting finally began, with delegates and spectators filing into the massive arena. The major power factions were strategically seated. The Regent Estate and Pill King Hall delegates took the eastern stand. On the western side sat the allies of Drifting Flowers edifice, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, and the Sword Marquis abode. Longju scanned the arena, noting the absence of their key player. If that kid didn't show up, who would stop the vicious Pill King? Suddenly, the entire floor went silent as a powerful elderly figure, Master Liu Yizhen, strode confidently into the arena. He was the head alchemist of the first-rate Ximen clan, and a runner-up in the Imperial Capital tournament. They wondered why a 5th-grade grandmaster would bother competing among nameless juniors. Liu Yizhen simply smiled, claiming he was only there to open his eyes and learn from everyone. But the juniors knew he was here to seize the opportunity and join one of the 7 noble houses. Before the tension could escalate, a sweet, soothing voice cut through the air. A young lady in a violet dress, radiating grace, floated down from the sky onto the main stage. She introduced herself as Xiao Ye, the judge, and welcomed the thousands of competitors. She clapped her hands, and instantly a line of demure disciples appeared, each settling by a refining cauldron. Each participant will be accompanied by one of our disciples to ensure fairness and prevent any cheating. Xiao Ye then pointed toward 20 prominent cauldrons placed at the very front for the most outstanding alchemists. Liu Yizhen, beaming with renewed confidence, declared that an alchemist must believe he is the best in the world to succeed. He strutted forward, prepared to claim the first of the 20 superior cauldrons. But before he could take his third step, a cold shout rang out, "You're in my way, beat it." It was Yan Fu, the genius disciple of Pil King Hall and the winner of the last Imperial Capital tournament. Liu Yizhen's face twitched as he realized his rival had followed him here, cursing the wretched spawn internally. Forced to retreat, he quickly recovered, claiming he was being modest and would take the second cauldron instead. Just as he was about to claim the second spot, an aged voice barked, "If you're not going, stand aside." The crowd was stunned, recognizing the fearsome figure as Sage Dr. Tao, Drifting Flowers Edifice's head alchemist. Liu Yizhen was completely dumbfounded. Why was the edifice's own grandmaster competing in her own event? He took a deep, shaky breath, deciding that third place was still a winner's spot, just as good as the first 2. But before he could reach it, yet another aged man shouted, "Don't block my way, take a hike." It was Yan Song, the head alchemist of Pil King Hall, the vicious Pil King himself. The entire assembly was utterly terrified. This was no longer a competition, it was a gathering of monsters. Liu Yizhen's lips trembled. His third place was gone, and he felt more wrong than ever before. In a fit of frustrated rage, he burst out cursing, demanding why every famous grandmaster was stealing his seat. The rest of the alchemists simply stared, thinking, "You're one to talk, old man." Liu Yizhen settled for 4th place, accepting that he was still behind the best alchemists in the empire. Xiao Ye then directed the thousands of alchemists to divide themselves into 3 sections based on their clan's strength. With everyone seated before their bronze cauldrons, Xiao Ye announced the rules. 3 grueling rounds designed to filter the thousands down to only the top 20 Pil Kings. To motivate them, Drifting Flowers Edifice revealed the prize, their most treasured item, the legendary Bodhi root. Watching from the eastern stands, Huangpu Kingshan clenched his fist, demanding his alchemists secure the priceless treasure for him. Vicious Pil King immediately began licking his lips in anticipation, but Tao Danyang warned the old dog that she would stop him from getting it. Liu Yizhen realized this competition was a trap, regretting deeply that he had ever stepped onto the stage with such powerful rivals. The first round was announced. Refine a simple first-grade pill, but only the quickest 100 participants would advance in the speed competition. Ding! The bell rang instantly, throwing the thousands of competitors into a frantic scramble to start their refinement process. Vicious Pil King laughed coldly, instantly conjuring a scarlet flame and tossing 6 ingredients in, refining them under the naked eye. Tao Danyang was the second fastest, but the difference in speed was already noticeable, much to her intense frustration. The Pil King mocked her, telling her to give up now if she couldn't even handle a simple first-grade pill. Up on the terrace, Chu Qingcheng and the overseers grew worried, recognizing the significant gap in skill between the 2 masters. Suddenly, Longju and Zai Tianyang rushed in, anxiously asking where the kid Song Yu had gone. Chu Qingcheng explained that she had made the boy leave earlier, believing the competition area was too dangerous for him. Zai Tianyang was furious, believing the punk had betrayed their alliance and fled without hesitation. Before the argument could escalate, Xiao Dandan rushed up, tearfully asking if anyone had seen her darling Song Yu, who had run back toward the arena. Everyone was stunned. The boy hadn't run away. He had actively rushed back into the middle of the chaos. Zai Tianyang immediately brightened, relieved the punk hadn't abandoned them, and frantically began scanning the thousands of participants below. Down below, the Iris Overseer noticed Vicious Pill King was only seconds away from completing his first-grade pill, securing the first win. Tao Danyang was still far behind, confirming that she couldn't match him even on the simplest task, causing Chu Qingcheng's last hope to fade. Vicious Pill King's apprentice, Yan Fu, bowed deeply, praising his master as the undisputed best in the empire. The Pill King laughed, throwing a mocking glance toward Tao Danyang, convinced he had secured the fastest time. Just then, a sudden, sharp ding echoed from the far end of the arena, shocking everyone into silence. Someone had finished their pill faster than the best alchemist in the entire empire. All eyes focused on the figure, whose black robes bore the provocative inscription, Heaven-Toppling Pill. Yan Fu's eyelids trembled violently as he recognized the name, shouting out the identity of the mysterious competitor, Chu Qingshan. Chu Qingcheng was stunned, assuming the winner of the first round must have been Huangpu Qingshan. Long Jiu and Giant Suifeng burst out laughing, relieved that she was completely wrong about the identity of the top contender. Suddenly, a crisp voice announced that the nameless Song clan had completed the first-grade pill, claiming the first spot. Everyone was utterly speechless. A nobody alchemist from an unknown clan had just stepped over the Vicious Pill King. Shock after shock rippled through the crowd. Who was this Song Yu, and how did he refine the pill so impossibly quickly? Under everyone's bewildered gaze, Zhuo Fan swaggered from the third area right onto the first spot. His narcissistic strut was practically begging for a beating, but thankfully, this venue kept the thousands of participants in check. Xiao Dandan immediately recognized him and cried out in delighted shock, "Look, it's Darling." Chu Qingcheng grumbled about why he returned after she told him to leave, but her heart felt instantly warmer. His return proved he wasn't as heartless as he pretended, choosing to spend this final, desperate time with her. Meanwhile, on the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun glared down at Zhuo Fan with cold, murderous intent. A Hell Valley elder quickly offered to kill the brat for him, eager to gain the second young master's favor. Huangpu Qingyun knew killing Zhuo Fan directly was beneath him, and risked Chu Qingcheng's eternal resentment. Zhuo Fan, completely unconcerned, reached the first stage and finished his act by glancing mockingly at the Vicious Pill King. The Vicious Pill King couldn't ignore such blatant contempt and poured all his remaining energy into finishing his refinement. Moments later, the ding sounded next to him, and the Vicious Pill King immediately snapped his attention to Zhuo Fan. "You little bastard," he roared, "what the hell are you staring at? Do you want to die?" Zhuo Fan merely raised an eyebrow, then deliberately kicked the alchemy table beside the cauldron. "Are you threatening me? What an idiot!" Zhuo Fan cursed, causing an uproar among the stunned spectators. The audacity almost ruined the focus of the other 19 remaining alchemists, who looked up in shock. The Vicious Pill King turned green, then purple with rage. Only the fear of ruining his concentration saved Zhuo Fan from a deadly slap. He took deep, shuddering breaths to calm himself, warning Zhuo Fan that he would settle the score once the competition was over. "Reason? You dare talk about reason?" Zhuo Fan kicked the table again, clearly furious himself. "Old fart, step aside. You're in my spot," Zhuo Fan demanded, shocking the Vicious Pill King into momentary paralysis. The judge, Xiaoya, apologized and confirmed that young Master Song Yu had officially earned the right to the #1 table. Forced to move to the second spot, the Vicious Pill King grumbled, cursing modern youth for their lack of basic respect. Standing proudly in the #1 position, Zhuo Fan retorted, "What's it to you? I was kicking my own table." The Vicious Pill King was left speechless, his heart consumed by pure, concentrated hatred for the sharp-tongued punk. The competition resumed, but the mental battle had taken its toll, testing the composure of every alchemist. Soon after, the 100th ring sounded, and the first round abruptly closed, eliminating all those who failed to finish. Many third-grade alchemists failed the basic pill due to frazzled minds, dragging their feet back to the audience. The final roster was set, with Zhuo Fan, a black horse from a third-rate clan, firmly seated in first place. The vicious pill king immediately demanded an inspection of Zhuo Fan's pill, convinced the speed indicated cheating. The crowd went wild, agreeing that it was impossible for this rotten punk to beat the Empire's best alchemist. The judge, Zioya, apologetically asked Zhuo Fan if he would refine the pill one more time for verification. Zhuo Fan cast a side glance at the judge and deadpanned, "No, thank you." The crowd exploded, declaring him guilty of cheating since he was clearly too scared to repeat the feat. Tao Danyang sadly shook her head, believing the child had resorted to vile methods and was now doomed to suffer the consequences. Zhuo Fan yawned, asking why they had the crazy idea that he cheated just because he refused a repeat performance. "A bunch of idiots," he patronized. "Don't you know I had a gorgeous lady supervisor next to me the whole time?" Zhuo Fan beckoned to his previous table, telling the gorgeous supervisor to tell the crowd the name of his pill and show them real skill. The entire crowd whipped their heads around, desperate to see the woman who had witnessed this unprecedented event. A young judge named Zio Lion stood at the table, blushing intensely under the gaze of thousands of spectators. She held up the pill Zhuo Fan made, feeling deep embarrassment over her initial, incorrect judgment. She finally declared that the pill was nothing more than a common, low-grade appetite pill. The crowd went silent for a moment, then erupted into uncontrollable laughter and scornful jeers. They yelled that such a simple pill, only good for digestion, was clearly cheating and shouldn't count. Zio Lion was terrified of the backlash, fearing she would be punished for her initial declaration. She shot a hateful glare directly at Zhuo Fan, blaming him for putting her in this impossible situation. Up on the terrace, Iris Overseer immediately realized Zhuo Fan had used the bewitching whispers technique. She noted he had used the same mind manipulation trick on Zio Dandan earlier to influence the judgment. Peony Overseer snorted, calling him out for using such a crooked and manipulative path. She asked Zio Dandan if she was still under the punk's influence. Dandan replied sweetly that she would be happy if Zhuo Fan used the technique on her again. Peony Overseer sighed, utterly defeated by her disciple's blatant infatuation with the rogue. Chu Qingcheng noted the manipulation was irrelevant. The failure to secure a win was the real danger. Now the vicious pill king would condescend them, and the cheating was blamed on the young judge. Zioya tried to calm the furious crowd and prepared to declare the first round void. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan waved his hand, stopping her announcement right before she could finish. He challenged the judge, asking if she truly wouldn't accept his appetite pill as a first-grade medicine. Yan Fu, the vicious pill king's pupil, immediately cut in with loud, mocking ridicule. Thousands of scornful eyes glared at Zhuo Fan, believing he was completely delusional. Zhuo Fan ignored the mockery and challenged Yan Fu to define what an appetite pill truly was. Yan Fu hesitated, suddenly recalling a forgotten rule, freezing mid-sentence in shock. Zhuo Fan then addressed the entire crowd with a cold smile, ready to refresh their memory. He stated that first grade was the absolute lowest rank, achievable simply by refining the ingredients. The crowd instantly fell silent, shocked by the technicality they had all foolishly overlooked. Since the appetite pill fulfilled the bare minimum definition, it was undeniably a first-grade pill. Zioya struggled, arguing that while technically correct, such a low-grade pill shouldn't win the competition. But Zhuo Fan cut her off again, arrogantly claiming the first-place spot as rightfully his. Vicious Pill King, Yan Song raged, calling Zhuo Fan shameless and demanding he stop pushing his luck. Zhuo Fan retorted that the rules only required a first-grade pill, and their failure was their own fault. The thousands of alchemists were filled with self-loathing and hatred for the boy who beat them with a cheap trick. Zhuo Fan simply smiled, declaring that their envy proved his outstanding talent. Xiao Ye, utterly defeated, reluctantly declared the dissolute young master Song Yu the first-place winner. Zhuo Fan grinned, turning his back to Yan Song to show off the words written on his coat. He proudly stated he was the heaven-toppling pill, directly challenging the vicious pill king. Yan Song laughed coldly, mocking the name and the man who once bore it. He claimed the original heaven-toppling pill was killed by his fake antidote formula, proving his naivety. Chu Qingcheng bit her lip, rage boiling in her eyes as she recalled her brother's humiliation and death. Zhuo Fan remained composed, looking at Yan Song with a challenging grin, wearing the deceased genius's cloak. Yan Song's composure finally broke, his eyes reddening with escalating, endless rage. Zhuo Fan wasn't just claiming first place. He was issuing a direct, public challenge to the vicious pill king himself. Wearing the deceased Qingshan's cloak, Zhuo Fan declared he would surpass Yan Song on his friend's behalf. 15 minutes ago, Yan Song would have just laughed at the absurdity, but now Zhuo Fan actually stood in first place. The truth hit Yan Song hard, filling the greatest alchemist in the empire with overwhelming rage. The crowd was stunned into silence, wondering if this young man had a death wish by insulting the Pill King. Only Chu Qingcheng understood, biting her lip as she realized Zhuo Fan was fulfilling her brother's final wish. She had never been able to challenge Yan Song herself, but Zhuo Fan was doing it now, making her heart pound. Her previous doubts vanished, replaced by a passionate gaze toward the man who dared to stand against the world for her sake. Meanwhile, Huangpu Qingyun laughed from the eastern stand, delighted by the chaos Zhuo Fan had caused. His allies agreed. Yan Song would surely kill the young man in the next round, solving all their problems cleanly. Trembling with barely contained rage, the vicious Pill King finally addressed Zhuo Fan, demanding confirmation of the challenge. Zhuo Fan scoffed, suddenly stomping his foot down on the alchemy table, making a loud, jarring sound. He proudly pointed to his current standing, declaring that Yan Song wasn't the challenger, he was the one being challenged. Yan Song was so furious his vision blurred. This punk thought he could dictate terms to the best alchemist. Yan Song hissed that arrogant people never end well, comparing Zhuo Fan unfavorably even to the deceased Qingshan. Zhuo Fan countered coolly, saying strength dictates the ending, not arrogance. He stomped the table again, demanding Yan Song take his spot if he wanted to claim the title of best in the empire. Then Zhuo Fan raised the stakes dramatically. If Yan Song won, Zhuo Fan would offer his own head. The crowd froze, betting his life on a pill competition. Was he simply going for broke before his inevitable death? Long Jiu and his group were immediately anxious, knowing this reckless behavior was unlike the cautious Zhuo Fan. Xiao Dandan, utterly distraught, worried aloud about becoming a widow before she even married him. Peony Overseer scolded Dandan while noting that Zhuo Fan had sealed his own fate, making intervention impossible. Yan Song smiled insidiously, accepting the term, but Zhuo Fan wasn't done yet. Ignoring a warning signal from Tao Danyang, Zhuo Fan turned to the entire audience. He declared his life bet applied to anyone. Whoever took his first-place spot would receive his head. The crowd exploded. This wasn't just a personal vendetta, it was a challenge to every alchemist in the Tianyu Empire. The initial mockery vanished, replaced by collective anger as Zhuo Fan became public enemy number one. Then Zhuo Fan glanced at Chu Qingcheng and subtly pointed to the words embroidered on the back of Qingshan's cloak. Chu Qingcheng shook, struck by the realization as tears streamed down her face. She finally understood. Qingshan's final wish wasn't petty revenge, but to become the best alchemist in the world. She despised herself for misunderstanding her brother, realizing Zhuo Fan understood him better than she did. The overseers looked at Zhuo Fan, feeling immense respect for the man who dared defy the world for love. Long Jiu and Zai Tianyang exchanged knowing glances, recognizing Zhuo Fan's cunning strategy to force a fight. Long Kui, however, suspected Zhuo Fan would simply resort to a sneak attack while Yan Song was busy refining. They all agreed that sneak attacks weren't beneath the cool-headed and often underhanded Zhuo Fan. Zai Tianyang vaguely grinned, warning Chu Qingcheng that she hadn't seen her husband's true face yet. He called Zhuo Fan a devil, no less ruthless than the vicious Pill King himself. Before anyone could process his strange warning, a bell dinged, signaling the start of the second round. Ding, the Judge Zioya shook the bell, trying to regain control of the chaotic 100-pill meeting. She was internally furious at Zhuo Fan for using devious tricks to completely disrupt the event and diminish her glory. Since Zhuo Fan's logic was irritatingly sound, she had no choice but to concede the first round to the smug brat. To hurry up and get rid of him, she reined in her anger and announced the objective for the second round. The second round's objective is to refine a third-grade pill, she declared, her voice echoing across the stadium. Disciples from the Drifting Flowers edifice then presented storage rings to all the participants. Zioya explained they must use the edifice's ingredients to avoid any possibility of cheating. Immediately, someone voiced their doubt, but these are all second-grade ingredients. This must be a mistake. Zioya ignored the rising complaints and reiterated the rules. Quality and speed matter, and only the top 50 will advance. While the majority panicked, the top 20 alchemists sneered, immediately igniting their yuan qi flames. They realized this round wasn't about raw ingredients, but testing their advanced formulas and refining techniques. They needed to boost the effects of second-grade ingredients to successfully create a third-grade pill. The rest of the competitors, lacking such rare formulas, were pulling their hair out in utter frustration. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan was casually toying with his storage ring, vexed not by lack of formulas, but by having too many options. Zioya, spotting him, seized the chance to taunt him for being the last to start. Yan Song, the vicious Pill King, immediately joined in, mocking Zhuo Fan for being confused by the low-grade ingredients. However, Liu Yizhen watched Zhuo Fan intensely, believing the young man was hiding far more skill than he showed. Zhuo Fan simply raised an eyebrow, smiled wickedly, and declared he would now open their eyes to the true field of alchemy. With a flash of intent in his eyes, he whispered the name of his technique, Ninth Heaven Roaring Dragon Claw. He beckoned dozens of ingredients into the air as a roaring, blazing dragon of yuan qi flame erupted from his palm. The dragon instantly swallowed the first ingredient, refining it into pure medicinal liquid in a blink of an eye. The speed was shocking. Not even the great vicious Pill King could refine ingredients this quickly. Zhuo Fan's technique seemed to completely defy all known alchemical laws, finishing the refining process instantly. With another roar, the blazing dragon turned the liquids into a unified paste, which then became a fire tornado in his palm. All that remained was to combine them, but Zhuo Fan was in no hurry, watching the others coldly. He reprimanded them again, telling the alchemists they were mere newbies, who had much to learn to reach his level. Yan Fu, Yan Song's disciple, stammeringly asked his master what kind of miraculous skill this was. Yan Song rebuked Yan Fu fiercely, trying to mask his humiliation and hide his inner turmoil. For the first time, the vicious Pill King felt true killing intent towards Zhuo Fan, recognizing him as a genuine threat to his title. Zhuo Fan, noticing everything, pointed at his firestorm and openly challenged Yan Song to hurry up. Flushed with anger and humiliation, Yan Song's beard quivered, utterly speechless and unable to refute the truth. Up on the host terrace, Chu Qingcheng was shocked silly that Zhuo Fan had silenced the grand vicious Pill King. Zio Dandan was practically dancing in joy, her delicate face flushed as she cheered for her darling. Iris and Peony overseers exchanged glances, finding it hard to believe the brat had outshined the Empire's best alchemist. Chu Qingcheng admitted she chose him out of desperation, but never expected him to possess such earth-shattering skill. Iris Overseer sighed, realizing that the Drifting Flowers edifice's safety might truly be entrusted to this unpredictable young man. Watching Zhuo Fan's smug face, Chu Qingcheng felt an unexpected sense of peace, a foreign feeling after years of worry. Perhaps this was what it meant to finally be able to lean on someone truly capable. Huangpu Qingyun was furious, pounding the stone table so hard that cracks spread across the spiritual weapon's surface. He demanded to know how this newcomer could possibly surpass the Empire's best alchemist, Elder Yan Song. Hell Valley's fifth elder stepped up, laughing and claiming Yan Song already had a plan to eliminate the obnoxious brat. Huangpu Qingyun watched as the shock faded from Yan Song's face, replaced by pure, focused killing intent. Lin Zishan immediately realized the fifth elder was just trying to dump all the responsibility onto the vicious Pill King. He understood he needed to tread carefully around these vicious schemers to avoid being betrayed himself. Back in the arena, Zhuo Fan was mildly impressed that his opponent regained control so quickly. Still, he kept up his taunting, offering the vicious Pill King 3 breaths to catch up on refining ingredients. To a grandmaster, slowing down was the ultimate insult, and Zhuo Fan delivered it with casual ease. The crowd, having witnessed his skill, simply accepted the arrogance, figuring a grandmaster had the right to be cocky. Tao Danyang grew nervous, urging Zhuo Fan to hurry and finish, warning him not to drag out the victory. Even the judge, Zioya, changed her address to Grandmaster Song and warned him to use his advantage. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and asked Zioya if she knew the name of the pill he was refining. Zioya smiled sweetly, correctly identifying the Yang pill meant to dispel negative energy. He then asked her who he intended to give the finished pill to. When she shook her head, Zhuo Fan simply pointed directly at her. Blushing, Zioya was confused why she, a Foundation establishment expert, would need a qi condensation pill. Zhuo Fan's smile turned icy, explaining that he thought her vile mouth meant her body was full of negative energy. The crowd erupted in laughter, realizing this was Zhuo Fan's petty revenge for her earlier mockery. Zioya was left speechless and felt slandered, glaring hatefully at Zhuo Fan's insidious grin. Watching the scene, Chu Qingcheng grumbled that the brat was too petty, even shaming a fellow sister. Zai Tianyang nodded, warning that Zhuo Fan was incredibly narrow-minded, and his revenge was never welcome. Zio Dandan, who had experienced his temper firsthand, nodded vigorously, but she seemed more proud than vexed. Chu Qingcheng suddenly adopted a high-end mighty posture, declaring, "He dares," like a wife defending her husband. Realizing everyone was staring, her cheeks immediately turned scarlet, and she quickly lowered her head. The surrounding group looked at each other and burst into laughter at the edifice lord's unintentional slip. Suddenly, while Zhuo Fan was distracted, a stream of green liquid shot from Yan Song's cauldron into Zhuo Fan's concoction. The vicious Pill King had finished refining his ingredients and had only slowed down to bait Zhuo Fan into dropping his guard. Yan Song snickered, telling Zhuo Fan he should worry about his own matters instead of worrying about the 3 breaths he offered. Zhuo Fan's face instantly grew cold as he demanded to know what Yan Song had thrown into his concoction. Yan Song played dumb, claiming he was just sloppy and a few drops of his own ingredients had accidentally spilled. Everyone knew a master alchemist would never make such a mistake, but the trick was technically uncontestable. Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth and cried out in shock upon realizing the ingredient used: green python scale concoction. The yin properties of the snake scales were now neutralizing the yang energy, completely ruining the pill's intended grade. His incredible speed was now wasted, and restarting would guarantee a loss. Yan Song laughed coldly, reminding Zhuo Fan of his promise to present his head if he fell from his spot. In the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun was roaring with laughter, praising Elder Yan's successful scheme. The Drifting Flowers overseers were furious that Zhuo Fan's ego had thrown away the prestige they had worked so hard to regain. Zai Tianyang remained calm, believing the cunning Zhuo Fan was about to pop a vein from being played by someone else. Suddenly, Dong Tianba fell back in terror, stammering that the person on stage was no longer Brother Song Yu. Everyone turned to the stage, instantly terrified by the sheer, tangible killing intent radiating from Zhuo Fan. It was as if an Asura from the underworld had stepped onto the stage, making everyone feel a razor blade pressing against their necks. Zhuo Fan, the Demon Emperor, was officially and royally pissed off. Zhuo Fan was furious. He was usually the one manipulating others, but now he was on the receiving end, and his dignity was at stake. He suppressed his killing intent so perfectly that even the experts nearby couldn't sense it, but those watching from the terrace noticed the change immediately. The edifice members finally realized this young man wasn't just some arrogant kid. His technique for concealing lethal intent was master level, far beyond their comprehension. They wondered how many lives he had taken to cultivate such thick, palpable killing intent that it could almost take physical form. Iris Overseer questioned who he really was, asking why this murderous expert was pretending to be a young master named Song Yu. Longju smiled knowingly at Chu Qingcheng, assuring her that this young man's presence was actually a great fortune for Drifting Flower's edifice. Even Long Kui, who usually hated Zhuo Fan, admitted that he might be the only person capable of saving them now, leaving everyone else stunned. Longju simply shook his head, recognizing the strange power Zhuo Fan held, the ability to make even those who despised him see his undeniable value. Suddenly, Zai Tianyang snickered, recognizing the signs that Zhuo Fan had reached his breaking point and was about to unleash chaos in the arena. But just as Zhuo Fan was about to move, his boundless killing intent suddenly vanished completely, leaving Zai Tianyang startled. Zai Tianyang was utterly confused. This was not Zhuo Fan's style, as the brat never let anyone who shamed him walk away unharmed. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan quickly calmed his chaotic heart, glancing briefly at the cloak he wore, which reminded him of his current goal. His objective was twofold: save the Drifting Flower's edifice and repay Chu Qingcheng by achieving her final aspiration, creating the legendary heaven-toppling pill. A demonic cultivator must never owe anyone anything, so he decided to fulfill her wish by acting as the Empire's greatest alchemist, Chu Qingchen. With a swift flick of his wrist, Zhuo Fan sent the raging firestorm he had prepared straight into the cauldron, lifting the heavy lid effortlessly. Everyone watching was startled. None of the previous experts had needed a cauldron for a mere third-grade pill, yet Zhuo Fan was using one with splendid, perfect control. His use of the cauldron was clearly a deliberate mask for his coming, highly unusual actions, ensuring all eyes were now fixed solely on him. Vicious Pill King snickered, mocking Zhuo Fan that the concoction was already ruined, and using a cauldron now wouldn't help, urging him to simply admit defeat. Zhuo Fan simply rolled his eyes and dismissed the old man, declaring that his skill was far beyond what a boor like the Vicious Pill King could ever comprehend. Pointing dramatically at his cloak, Zhuo Fan yelled that the Vicious Pill King was far beneath him. He was the master of the heaven-toppling pill. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone present, Zhuo Fan jumped onto the massive cauldron and, in a shocking move, began to remove his belt. Cries of shock erupted from the women, who immediately blushed and covered their faces, while Xiaoya shrieked, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. Zhuo Fan merely rolled his eyes at the outrage, claiming matter-of-factly that he was, of course, refining the pill. Then he released a smooth, clear stream of liquid directly into the raging inferno inside the cauldron. The realization hit the audience. Grandmaster Song was relieving himself into the cauldron. The entire crowd was rendered utterly speechless by the act. Vicious Pill King and the other alchemists were completely dumbfounded, questioning his dignity and ethics. Had he simply gone insane? Zai Tianyang watched the fire dampen and was equally dumbfounded, wondering why Zhuo Fan would commit such an obscene act just to lose without dignity. A horrible thought struck Zai Tianyang, and he immediately cried out, warning everyone, especially the overseers, not to look below Zhu Fan's waist. Chu Qingcheng and the overseers instantly covered their faces, but Peony Overseer grabbed Zio Dandan and forced the young woman to stare, reminding her he was her husband. Zai Tianyang cursed, certain that Zhuo Fan planned to use their humiliation of having witnessed the act as a justification for a mass killing spree. Long Jiu, seeing the seriousness of Zai Tianyang's warning, believed Zhuo Fan was indeed capable of this madness, and quickly forced the other women to turn away as well. Ignoring the panic he had caused, Zhuo Fan finished his unorthodox step and casually jumped down from the cauldron. He glanced at the vicious Pill King, who was close to completing his pill, then looked at the strange colored paste in his own cauldron, nodding, knowing he still had enough time. Turning to face the still dumbfounded vicious Pill King, Zhuo Fan announced that he was about to show the old man what true refining skill looked like. Zhuo Fan formed a complex hand gesture, pointed sharply at the cauldron, and yelled the name of his technique, Sacred Dragon Call. Instantly, the almost extinguished fire within the cauldron flashed with a brilliant, golden splendor, and a sky-trembling dragon roar battered the ears of everyone present. Suddenly, a brilliant golden pillar of light shot up from Zhu Fan's cauldron, instantly twisting into a soaring fire dragon. He chanted, commanding the yin to turn to yang, instructing the snake to transform and scale the gates of heaven. A golden liquid began flowing upward along the fire dragon, making the creature's aura grow as if it were gaining lifeblood. The entire audience, including Tianyu's most famous alchemists, were too dumbstruck to even continue their own work. Vicious Pill King watched the rising golden liquid, his heart restless, and frantically rushed his own refinement. Zhuo Fan sneered, declaring that the top spot in this round belonged solely to him. The sacred dragon prevailed and then smashed directly into the cauldron, exploding into a massive fireball. As the fire subsided, sparkling golden lights gathered, forming a net that tightened around the fireball, rapidly shrinking it. With a final heaven-shaking roar, all the golden light condensed into a single, perfect golden pill. Zhuo Fan beckoned, catching the pill, and held it high, announcing the completion of the third-grade Yang Dragon pill. The crowd remained in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how a pill could be successfully refined after such a chaotic process. They turned their confused eyes to the judge, Zioya, demanding an explanation. Zioya hesitantly approached the pill, nervous about touching it after witnessing Zhuo Fan pour his essence into the process. She fidgeted and asked Zhuo Fan if he was truly certain it was only a third-grade pill. He sneered back, suggesting that if she couldn't tell, she should simply eat it to make her decision. Zioya's face twitched in anger. She knew he was mocking her, but she had to give the expectant audience an answer. She sighed and reluctantly took the pill, immediately noticing it was ice-cold and lacked any fragrance, like a mere mud ball. Baffled, she admitted she couldn't discern the grade of the Yang Dragon pill, leaving the audience speechless. Zhuo Fan simply smiled and repeated his suggestion, why not eat it and feel for its grade? The crowd instantly roared, cheering for her to eat the pill, putting Zioya in an impossible situation. She glared at Zhuo Fan, on the verge of tears, agonizing over the possibility of drinking his pee if the pill failed. Suddenly, an aged voice suggested, "Judge, no need to eat it. Split the pill and you can discern its grade." Grasping at straws, Zioya immediately thanked the speaker and split the pill in half. Golden mist instantly drifted out from the core, accompanied by the faint, echoing roars of dragons. The powerful pill fragrance swept across the entire arena, causing everyone's soul to shudder and their yuan qi to surge. Zioya was completely stunned and cried out the verdict. It was an incredible fifth-grade pill. The revelation caused chaos. How could he make a fifth-grade pill using only second-grade ingredients? But before the noise could settle, Zioya blinked, sporting doubt, and announced the pill had already dropped a grade. The pill continued to degrade rapidly, dropping from 4th to 3rd to 2nd, and then 1st grade. Finally, Zioya took a deep breath and declared the pill had lost all its effects, leaving behind only waste. The entire arena went silent as the crowd realized a pill could actually fade away, leaving behind nothing. Zioya, trembling, asked Zhuo Fan what exactly this strange creation was. He replied that she should have eaten it when he suggested it, but now it was too late. Vicious Pill King, finally finished, sighed and presented his own red 4th grade pill to the judge. Zioya, relieved to see something normal, praised Yan Song's marvelous skill in refining a 4th grade pill from low-grade ingredients. However, the crowd's reaction was muted. After witnessing Zhuo Fan's unbelievable display, no one dared use the words marvelous skill for anything else. Liu Yizhen cut her off, asserting that she was too young to see the true value of Zhuo Fan's outstanding technique. Even Vicious Pill King, despite their rivalry, had to reluctantly nod, acknowledging Zhuo Fan's incredible ability. Zai Tianyang watched, amazed that the proud elder Yan had just publicly admitted defeat. Peony Overseer questioned Zai Tianyang, wondering if this murderous demon was actually an alchemist. Zai Tianyang proudly confirmed he had been through hell with Zhuo Fan, but refused to reveal his real name. Longjiu watched Zhuo Fan with admiration, wondering how a mere Luo clan servant could possess such ancient refining skills and treasures. The judges were stuck because Zhuo Fan's pill had turned to absolute waste, yet Vicious Pill King's 4th grade pill wasn't good enough for 1st place. She knew the pill was originally 5th grade, but she couldn't explain why it had degraded so quickly, making the final judgment impossible. To avoid scorn from the top 10 alchemists, she desperately needed guidance and turned to Liu Yizhen, the most amiable grandmaster present. However, before answering her, Liu Yizhen performed an unexpected gesture. He bowed deeply to Zhuo Fan. This public sign of respect from a grandmaster of his standing shocked everyone, proving Zhuo Fan's skill was on an entirely different level. Liu Yizhen then revealed the secret. Zhuo Fan had used the legendary, long-lost ancient skill known as Sacred Dragon Evocation. The mere mention of an ancient secret skill caused widespread pandemonium. Such techniques were thought to be nothing more than legends. Zioya finally understood why the proud Vicious Pill King had conceded. No one could contend with an alchemist using such a mythical art. She rushed to ask the critical question. If the skill was so miraculous, why did the pill turn into worthless waste? Liu Yizhen explained that the pill was not wasted, but instead, it was fully utilized. It dissolved immediately upon use. The golden mist they saw was the pill's true essence, dispersed into the air, benefiting everyone nearby, just like swallowing a 5th grade pill. Everyone immediately agreed, realizing the energized feeling they experienced was due to breathing in the potent aroma. Liu Yizhen expressed deep regret for allowing the pill to be split, as that action was what caused the essence and grade to leak. But the main question remained. Why did the grade drop at all, even after the essence leaked? Liu Yizhen froze, admitting that he did not know the specifics of the grade drop. Only Zhuo Fan knew the full secrets of the ancient art. In a blink, all eyes in the massive arena whipped to Zhuo Fan, waiting for his explanation. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and grinned evilly, refusing to reveal his secret unless they begged him for it. Zioya glared at him, furious at his constant mockery, but she was trapped between her duty and his arrogance. Zhuo Fan maintained his position, implying that since he had proven his skill, they should kneel if they wanted access to his proprietary knowledge. The crowd, acknowledging his right as the superior alchemist, started roaring in unified demand. Beg, beg, beg. Huangpu Qingshan watched this display, his mood darkening as he recognized Zhuo Fan's frightening ability to command the masses. He instantly decided that this man was too dangerous to live and must be eliminated at all costs. Zioya was on the verge of tears, her slender legs starting to buckle under the immense pressure of the roaring audience. Suddenly, an angry roar cut through the noise from the terrace. Song Yu, stop playing around. Zhuo Fan looked up, startled by the intervention of Chu Qingcheng. He smiled helplessly and immediately relented in her favor, waving off Zhao and claiming it was only a joke. Zhao, immensely relieved, gave a look of gratitude toward Chu Qingcheng for the timely rescue. Zhuo Fan began his explanation by immediately blaming Vicious Pill King for his carelessness in spilling green python scale mixture. Vicious Pill King squinted, asking if Zhuo Fan was still holding a grudge for the mistake. Zhuo Fan denied it, claiming the spilled python scale, a yin component, was the exact ingredient he needed to evoke the ancient dragon skill, which required a dragon-related item. Vicious Pill King twitched, pointing out that the yang pill contained only yang ingredients, and he sensed no yin within the final product. Zhuo Fan scoffed, mocking his opponent for failing to grasp the mysteries of ancient techniques, which allowed yin and yang to interchain. He then revealed the final, outrageous step. He relied on his own essence, his pure yang pi, to wash down the python extract and convert the yin snake essence into extreme yang dragon power. This technique not only refined the ingredients completely, but also infused the second-grade pill with extreme yang power, elevating it to 5th grade. However, splitting the pill caused the concentrated dragon power to leak, which lowered its grade and potency, explaining the rapid degradation. Vicious Pill King was no different from the rest of the crowd. He clapped forcefully, fully admitting defeat in the alchemy round. He conceded the round but warned Zhuo Fan that the next phase, involving cultivation strength, would belong to him. The two locked eyes, their mutual enmity clear to everyone present, signifying a fierce confrontation yet to come. Peony Overseer was moved by Zhuo Fan's skill, but instantly worried that Vicious Pill King would exploit Zhuo Fan's weaker cultivation. Finally, Zhao announced the results. 39 passed, 11 forfeited, and first place belonged to Grandmaster Song Zhuo Fan. The high number of withdrawals was due to alchemists whose confidence was completely shattered after witnessing Zhuo Fan's overwhelming, divine skill. The edifice members cheered loudly, celebrating the second victory. The fake Song Yu's refining skill was undeniably genuine. However, Dong Tianba nervously pulled Chu Qingcheng aside, doubting the man's identity because his friend Song Yu was definitely not a virgin. Zhao Dandan immediately shut down the speculation, insisting the man was her darling regardless of his background. Chu Qingcheng confirmed the man was Zai Tianyang's friend, suggesting the real Song Yu was killed and replaced. Zai Tianyang leaned in and flattered her, calling her sister-in-law, and the only one capable of restraining Zhuo Fan's ruthless temper. Chu Qingcheng was outwardly flustered but internally overjoyed, realizing her influence over such a terrifyingly powerful man. She looked toward Zhuo Fan, her feelings deepening as she realized she had found a true hero willing to change for her. Meanwhile, across the stadium, Huangpu Qingyun exploded in rage, slamming his fist down and shattering his stone table into dust. He furiously questioned his subordinates, demanding to know how Elder Yang could fail 2 rounds and still secure the Bodhi route. Lin Zishan, trying to score points, attempted to placate Qingyun by praising the Vicious Pill King's skill. This backfired immediately, as Qingyun, still enraged, held Lin Zishan directly responsible for any future failure. The 5th elder, realizing Lin Zishan had copied his previous flattery attempt, cackled internally at his rival's demise. Lin Zishan stood dumbstruck, realizing his poor timing and bad luck had landed him in serious trouble. The bell rang, signaling the 3rd round, which required the Grandmasters to demonstrate their high-level refining ability. The other alchemists focused intently on Zhuo Fan, knowing that, as the required pill grade increased, his hidden weakness would finally be exposed. Zhao declared the challenge: refine a difficult 5th grade pill. Zhuo Fan's expression immediately turned grim, while the Vicious Pill King grinned with sinister satisfaction. The competition began, and everyone immediately ignited their Yuan Qi flames and started refining. Yan Song and Tao Danyang, showing their mastery, began refining the high-grade ingredients directly with their hands. But Zhuo Fan remained completely still, his grave expression confirming the spectators' fears. He wasn't moving. Long Ju, watching from the stands, grew highly anxious and explained Zhuo Fan's critical weakness to the others. He explained that Zhuo Fan possessed unparalleled refining skill, but his base cultivation was dangerously low. Zhuo Fan's flame was merely normal yuan qi, and his cultivation was only at the second layer of the bone tempering stage. This low cultivation meant he couldn't generate a strong enough flame, nor could he sustain it long enough to refine fifth-grade ingredients. He had previously compensated by using lower-grade ingredients, but against this challenge, his flame was inadequate. Xiao Dandan panicked instantly, pleading with her master to somehow save her darling if he lost the competition. Long Jiu and the others, however, remained mostly calm, knowing Zhuo Fan was not the type to lose his head easily. They knew if he failed, he would simply stick to his basics, eliminating the source of trouble and killing his rivals. Zhuo Fan himself understood the gravity of the situation. He absolutely could not fail this critical competition. The failure would mean the Luo clan would be overwhelmed, and he would still owe Chu Qingcheng the massive favor. With time running out, he realized he might have to resort to using his forbidden, powerful azure flame. Zhuo Fan possessed the legendary azure flame, but his low cultivation meant he could only control a small fraction of its power. Even this tiny fraction was enough to refine high-grade pills, but using this ultimate trump card now would expose him too soon. He observed the top 10 alchemists, noting how relaxed the vicious pill king and his disciple looked, hinting at a hidden move. If he revealed the azure flame now, vicious pill king would immediately target him, forcing Zhuo Fan to choose a volatile alternative. Under the audience's riveted gaze, the genius finally made his move, but it was not what anyone expected. Instead of a secret technique, Zhuo Fan simply conjured a weak, ordinary red yuan qi flame in his palm. Using simple hand signs, he tossed the fifth-grade ingredients into this feeble flame. Without his previous godly skill, the ingredients, refinement seemed to go nowhere fast, disappointing the entire crowd. His flame was weaker than everyone else's, forcing the fifth-grade ingredients to refine at a snail's pace. Compared to his explosive earlier show of force, Zhuo Fan's current display was pitifully lackluster and painfully slow. The audience was disappointed, watching the greatest talent in alchemy appear to fall flat on his face. The other top alchemists, however, watched with relief, realizing this punk's fatal weakness had finally been exposed. Amidst the snickers, Zhuo Fan stood isolated in the first spot, his usual smugness nowhere to be seen. Xiao Dandan, confused by his sudden slump, wondered why Grandmaster Song was no longer himself. The vicious pill king, Yan Song, took great pleasure in explaining the reason for Zhuo Fan's plight. He declared that Zhuo Fan had reached his peak, because his refining ability could only handle gentle, low-grade flames. High-grade ingredients demand fierce flames, and Zhuo Fan's low cultivation prevented him from safely controlling them. Yan Song openly mocked him, pointing out that this limitation was the brat's undeniable weakness. Zhuo Fan remained calm and patient, ignoring the taunts and concentrating entirely on his excruciatingly slow refinement. Yan Song then revealed that Zhuo Fan's previous fifth-grade pill was merely a forced refinement of low-grade ingredients, not a true high-grade pill. The crowd lamented the truth, their hearts filling with grief as they watched the lonely, persevering figure. Despite his impending failure, Zhuo Fan had captured the attention of every alchemist present with his shocking skill and heroic demeanor. The vicious pill king continued to mock him, casting stones at the helpless, earning the public's immediate distaste. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from one corner, quickly followed by thousands of voices shouting encouragement. The entire Drifting Flowers arena boiled over with support, complete with suggestive declarations of love. Zai Tianyang was dumbstruck that this punk could command such devotion just from making one pill. Zhuo Fan turned and gave a small wave, instantly silencing the massive crowd, a sway even the 7 houses lacked. He spoke sincerely, claiming he had shown everything he learned and wished only to refine his heart to be the best. He asked them to honor his parting, then return to his difficult work, appearing like a true, tragic hero dedicated to alchemy. Up on the terrace, even Chu Qingcheng and Zio Dandan, who knew he was faking, felt their eyes redden. Long Jiu and Zai Tianyang watched, realizing the shrewd brat was simply faking it again, but this time he had something grand planned. Long Jiu suspected that Zhuo Fan wouldn't change tactics so quickly unless he had something huge planned for the final moments. Meanwhile, Vicious Pill King finished refining his ingredients and started the combination phase, far ahead of everyone else. VPK mocked Zhuo Fan again, declaring that public sympathy wouldn't save his head from the inevitable loss. Zhuo Fan simply raised an eyebrow, muttered, "Universe Palm," and quickly gestured toward his ingredients. VPK laughed wildly, declaring that killing the fire before completion would destroy the ingredients entirely. Zhuo Fan was internally nervous, but when his fist slowly opened, only failure greeted him, a pile of ashes. He watched the Vicious Pill King, who was now only moments away from shaping his concoction into the final pill. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with cold intent, his mouth curling into a wicked, evil grin. The old fart dared to play tricks before, and now Zhuo Fan planned to return the favor tenfold. Everyone was stunned. Zhuo Fan, the genius alchemist, had just failed his 3rd batch, showing only black ash. The crowd grew uneasy, realizing that if Zhuo Fan lost, the arrogant Vicious Pill King would win unchallenged. Zhuo Fan stood frozen, seemingly crushed by the failure, while the Vicious Pill King smugly focused on finishing his own pill. Moments later, the Vicious Pill King let out a roar of triumph as his perfect 5th-grade pill solidified and glowed in his hand. For Chu Qingcheng and her allies, everything had turned to dust. The Bodhi root was about to be lost forever. Just as victory was secured, a sudden, violent, and utterly disruptive sneeze echoed across the quiet arena. The Vicious Pill King lost focus for a split second, and his powerful Yuan Qi flame instantly exploded, destroying the pill. The crowd stared in disbelief as the Empire's best alchemist stood rigid and stunned, covered in soot and shock. He slowly turned to find the previously defeated Zhuo Fan, now sporting a ridiculously sly grin. Zhuo Fan sniffed back the green snot and offered a cheerful, "My bad, Elder Yan, must have caught a cold." Everyone present knew cultivators didn't catch colds, especially not bone-tempering experts, and their faces twitched uncontrollably. The Vicious Pill King was so furious he was shaking, realizing his victory had been snatched away by a simple, precise trick. Pushing his anger into raw power, the elder roared and struck a mighty palm towards Zhuo Fan. Instantly, Chu Qingcheng appeared, whipping a silk ribbon out to lock the elder's aggressive palm in place. She glared, reminding him that this was the 100-pill meeting and not a place for personal vendettas. The Vicious Pill King raged, pointing out that Zhuo Fan had clearly broken the rules by disturbing his refining first. Zhuo Fan simply raised an eyebrow, maintaining his composure and asking innocently, "When did I disturb you?" When confronted about the sneeze, Zhuo Fan just shrugged and repeated the absurd claim about catching a cold. Zhuo Fan then weaponized the elder's past excuses. If a 7th-grade master can have a mishap, why can't he catch a cold? The Vicious Pill King was instantly tongue-tied, realizing the brat had trapped him using his own flawed logic. Regaining his composure, the elder sneered, sarcastically praising Zhuo Fan's incredible precision in timing his snot attack. Zhuo Fan simply accepted the compliment, declaring that great minds like him and the Pill King think alike. Before Zhuo Fan could mention the cold again, the Vicious Pill King exploded, demanding he stop talking immediately. Defeated in argument, the elder reluctantly turned back to his station, to begin the difficult refinement process all over again. Chu Qingcheng watched him go, letting out a heavy sigh of relief that open conflict had been narrowly averted. She then turned to Zhuo Fan, lowering her voice to ask the question that had been burning in her mind all along. Who is he? Zhuo Fan shivered, utterly bewildered by how Chu Qingcheng knew his deepest secret. She pressed him immediately, reminding him that she was waiting for a full, honest answer from her dear disciple. Panicked, Zhuo Fan waved his hands frantically, insisting it was all a huge misunderstanding that they needed to discuss privately later. But then he caught sight of the vicious Pill King, who was already starting his second round of refining, and his priorities instantly snapped back into place. He declared they would talk about her confession later, right after he kicked that old coot out of the first-place spot. Chu Qingcheng was left standing alone, startled and more disappointed than confused that he had chosen victory over her. She fumed, realizing he was the only man who had ever run from her like she was some kind of ancient menace. Little did she know, the former demonic emperor saw romance and righteousness as nothing but dead weight in his path to reclaiming ultimate power. Chu Qingcheng remained rooted to her spot, watching the only man who had ever moved her heart rush back toward his goal. Back at the refining stand, Zhuo Fan's eyes were filled only with the burning thirst for an absolute victory. The vicious Pill King, having regained his composure, smiled wickedly and mocked the boy for even bothering to return. Zhuo Fan simply sighed internally, acknowledging that the old man was indeed the Empire's best for recovering his calm so quickly. The Pill King scoffed, claiming the boy was only back to bother him, since his snail-like pace meant he had no hope of actually winning. He then pointed out that if Zhuo Fan lost, he would still forfeit his head, even if another competitor finished first. The audience gasped, realizing the impossible pressure Zhuo Fan was under. He truly could not afford to lose to anyone. The Pill King cackled, finally letting out his pent-up rage, promising to enjoy Zhuo Fan's execution regardless of who won the competition. Chu Qingcheng watched from above, her worry mixed with annoyance at his excessive, suicidal arrogance. Even the nearby Tao Danyang heard the chilling threat, causing her hand to tremble and halt her own refining process. Zhuo Fan ignored the distraction, turning his cold gaze directly onto the old man, and promised that no one would take this spot from him. Suddenly, a raging, powerful flame erupted from Zhuo Fan's hand, instantly signaling the start of his refining. With a quick gesture, dozens of ingredients flew from the table and were instantly consumed by the fierce heat. Within a single breath, Zhuo Fan was already sweating profusely, the strain of sustaining such an intense flame clearly overwhelming his current cultivation level. The Pill King laughed harder, mocking the boy for risking his life by pushing his cultivation past its limits. Zhuo Fan shouted back, calling the old goat narrow-minded, promising to show him the true gap between their skills. With a loud bang, Zhuo Fan slapped his burning hand, instantly doubling the flame's intensity and consuming all his yuan qi reserves. In that critical instant, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed, and he suddenly clenched his fist, trapping the raging fire and ingredients inside. The towering flame vanished into thin air. Only Zhuo Fan's tightly closed fist remained, glowing bright red and leaking smoke. Many onlookers were utterly confused, having missed the lightning-fast action of him sealing the ingredients. The vicious Pill King stared fixedly at the smoking fist, still convinced the boy had just destroyed his materials again. Zhuo Fan, though pale and collapsing from exhaustion, wore an unprecedentedly wicked smile of absolute confidence. He taunted the old man, telling him that while the method looked the same, the result was certainly not. With a final pump of his fist, Zhuo Fan opened his palm and declared loudly that the fifth-grade pill was now complete. A golden, brilliantly gleaming pill spun gently in his open palm, confirming the impossible feat. The entire audience devolved into immediate, shocked chaos as they realized he had refined a fifth-grade pill in mere seconds. The top 10 alchemists who had witnessed the process up close cried out in denial, unable to accept such a heaven-defying skill. Even the master alchemist Liu Yizhen was frozen, unable to find any record of this impossible, ancient refining technique. On the viewing terrace, Long Jiu and his companions were dumbfounded, realizing this wasn't alchemy, it was absolute trickery. Across the hall, Huangpu Qingshan and his men were equally stunned into silence by the terrifying display of power. Zhuo Fan swallowed hard, waving the gleaming pill right in front of the flabbergasted vicious pill king. He asked the old man if he had ever heard of the impossible technique, the shocking universe palm. The vicious pill king could only blink and stammer, unable to form a coherent word against this heaven-defying ability. Zhuo Fan snorted, declaring that this was the definitive difference between the heaven-toppling pill and the vicious pill king. He then presented the pill to the announcer, Xiao Ya, feigning disappointment that he could only manage a high 5th-grade pill due to his weak cultivation. The remaining alchemists twitched, feeling personally attacked that he considered a high 5th-grade pill made in seconds to be a failure. Xiao Ya finally recovered enough to confirm the success, announcing that Grandmaster Song retained first place and entered the finals. Zhuo Fan turned to the audience, spreading his arms wide as his cloak billowed, making an arrogantly perfect final declaration. He shouted that as long as he stood in this spot, no one would ever be able to take it from him. The crowd erupted, calling out his name, acknowledging that the Pill King finals had already found their winner. Everyone was absolutely losing it over Zhuo Fan's performance, with cheers so loud they shook the heavens. Even veterans like Zai Tianyang and Long Jiu admitted this kid had the makings of a true overlord, regardless of the era. Meanwhile, Xiao Dandan was practically floating, her heart sweetened with pride over her choice of future husband. Chu Qingcheng also watched, subtly adjusting her posture to appear more dignified, yet her eyes revealed her love-struck heart. She realized this man was the only strong shoulder she could truly trust in this dangerous world. The cheers were so loud they were disrupting the other alchemists, trying to refine their crucial pills. Poor Xiao, you couldn't get anyone to listen to her demands for silence over the flood of praise. Then Zhuo Fan simply raised one hand, and the entire venue instantly went silent, shocking everyone with his overwhelming control. He calmly reminded everyone to keep quiet so the other alchemists could focus on their work. Xiao Ya was left stomping her foot, internally screaming about whose competition this actually was. In the VIP stand, Huangpu Qingyun felt his mood sink as Zhuo Fan's popularity soared, making his future actions much harder. Vicious Pill King Yan Song was trying desperately to ignore the chaos and frantically rush his refining. He knew he was struggling in last place and had to prioritize speed over everything else. Zhuo Fan gave a sly smirk, realizing his previous antics had successfully put the veteran alchemist under immense mental pressure. Just then, Tao Danyang finished her high 5th-grade pill, securing her spot in the final round. Zhuo Fan immediately taunted Yan Song, asking how the great Pill King failed to even secure second place. Yan Song chose to bear the insult in silence, knowing that replying would fall directly into Zhuo Fan's trap. Moments later, Yan Fu proudly announced his own high 5th-grade pill was complete, securing another spot. Zhuo Fan doubled down on the mockery, pointing out that Yan Song's own disciple had surpassed him in speed. Yan Fu immediately realized his blunder. He had openly defied his master and shrank back in terror. Zhuo Fan kept pushing, casually mentioning that the Pill King had still fallen for the initial setup. Despite trying to ignore the taunts, Yan Song found himself subconsciously listening as Zhuo Fan began to reveal his secrets. Zhuo Fan confessed that his earlier failure with the Universe Palm was entirely intentional. He admitted he faked the loss to gain sympathy and, more importantly, to trick Yan Song into lowering his guard at the critical moment. Yan Song's flame flickered violently as the realization hit him, causing him to look up in shock. He finally looked up, declaring Zhuo Fan's vicious plotting was comparable to the most ruthless schemers. Zhuo Fan laughed off the comparison, explaining that a true scheme uses all available elements, including the cheering crowd. Yan Song clenched his empty fist in humiliation, hating that he, a veteran, had been played by a mere youth. Zhuo Fan continued to mock him, citing Yan Song's lack of knowledge in schemes and strategy. The Pill King defiantly vowed that he would not fall for any of Zhuo Fan's tricks again. Zhuo Fan burst into hysterical laughter, then delivered the final, crushing blow. He informed Yan Song that he had just been tricked for a second time. In the few moments Zhuo Fan had spent talking, 3 more alchemists finished simultaneously, securing the remaining spots. Zhuo Fan's true goal was simply to slow Yan Song down and ensure he was eliminated by time. Zhuo Fan had devised a simple plan. Since he couldn't beat the vicious Pill King in speed, he would sabotage his concentration and ruin his chances. Yan Song, the Empire's top alchemist, was rushing through the process, quickly refining the complex ingredients like a master bullet. Just as Yan Song was about to transition to the pill formation stage, Zhuo Fan casually dropped a comment about a secret technique. Despite knowing it was a trap, the lure of a magical refining secret was too great for the veteran alchemist to ignore. Zhuo Fan continued to spout obvious nonsense about shaping hands like dragon claws, stretching the humiliation out deliberately. Unable to bear the distraction or the temptation, Yan Song finally threw his hands up and complained to the judge, Zioya. The entire arena fell silent for a beat, then erupted into uncontrollable, mocking laughter at the ridiculous situation. Yan Song's face grew impossibly redder, realizing he had just made a fool of himself in front of everyone because of a few words. The judge, shaking her head helplessly, apologized to Zhuo Fan and asked him to stop speaking to the elder and maybe take a break. Zhuo Fan agreed, sealing his lips and standing perfectly still, seemingly abandoning his harassment entirely. The silence was deafening, and Yan Song realized how much time he had wasted. Other competitors were already finishing their pills. He managed to gather the refined mixture and rapidly force it into the final pill form, sweating nervously all the while. Yan Song was consumed by paranoia, constantly dividing his focus between the pill and Zhuo Fan, certain another trick was coming. Zhuo Fan simply maintained his relaxed posture, playing the role of the innocent observer, which only heightened the elder's anxiety. Yan Song took a deep breath, fighting to stabilize his mind as he approached the critical final stage of condensing the pill. He recalled Zhuo Fan's previous sneeze and was overly cautious, determined not to be defeated by the same cheap trick twice. The elder boosted his flame, committing 120% of his focus to the pill when the nightmare sound came again. In a panic, he instantly flicked his sleeve to protect the flame, turning his back on Zhuo Fan as a defensive reflex. Though his focus was shaken, the veteran alchemist stabilized his state of mind in a blink, narrowly preventing the pill from being ruined. He wiped his sweat and turned to see Zhuo Fan, who was sneezing in the opposite direction and rubbing his nose innocently. Zhuo Fan then glared at him, feigning offense, asking why the old man was staring when he hadn't disturbed anything. Yan Song was choked with rage, realizing that Zhuo Fan didn't need to speak. His mere presence was now psychological warfare. The vicious Pill King suddenly felt utterly exhausted, physically fine, but mentally drained by the constant nerve-wracking pressure. His apprentice, Yan Fu, watched his master's repeated humiliation, chilled by the cryptic, victorious smile on Zhuo Fan's face. Nearby, Chu Qingcheng watched the demonic youth toying with the elder, her eyes shining with unconcealed affection. The spectators openly enjoyed the spectacle, relishing the moment the notorious vicious Pill King was finally put in his place. On the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingshan watched with mounting anxiety, knowing his entire plan hinged on Yan Song's success. Yan Song forced himself to calm down, reminding himself that this bout was crucial for his reputation and his clan's future. He boosted the flame and the roaming pill inside began to condense, emitting a strange, hopeful light. Victory was within reach. Just a moment more, and the exhausting, psychological battle would finally be over. Bam! A sudden, large sound echoed out of nowhere, causing Yan Song to violently jerk mid-motion. His towering flame shuddered, destabilized by the shock, and exploded, ruining the almost finished pill. Yan Song went completely stiff, staring blankly at the ruined mixture, unable to process the total failure. He slowly turned to see Zhuo Fan scratching his head with an innocent, dazzling smile. Zhuo Fan cheerfully confessed, "He, forgive me, I couldn't hold it. Was my fart too loud?" Yan Song watched the beaming youth, trembling uncontrollably, too choked with crushing defeat and rage to utter a single word. Zai Tianyang roared with laughter, slapping the table and admiring Zhuo Fan for tormenting the vicious Pill King. Long Jiu and the others exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes filled with deep and genuine admiration for Zhuo Fan's control. Meanwhile, the younger generation felt complicated, realizing the massive gap between their status and Zhuo Fan's achievements. The overseers watched in awe, shocked that the notoriously cruel, vicious Pill King was completely under the youth's command. They knew their entire edifice couldn't defeat the geezer, yet now he was reduced to a miserable, wretched puppet. Swallowing dryly, Iris Overseer finally approached Long Jiu, begging him to reveal the true identity of Song Yu. Long Jiu laughed, shaking his head. The boy's clan was insignificant, and he was nothing less than a walking enigma. Peony Overseer rushed over, startled that even Uncle Jiu was clueless, asking why they trusted him so much then. Zai Tianyang snorted, instantly declaring that Zhuo Fan was absolutely not trustworthy, changing tunes faster than a page turn. He warned them that trusting Zhuo Fan meant risking their lives without ever knowing how or why they died. Zai Tianyang shuddered, recalling the chilling grin Zhuo Fan wore when he ruthlessly sold out Zhu Ningxiang. Zio Dandan jumped up, irritated, demanding why he would curse her husband behind his back if they were friends. Zai Tianyang simply laughed, admitting everything was true, but that he admired Zhuo Fan's utterly effective hypocrisy. The overseers were puzzled. If he was such a monster, why did everyone still rely on him so completely? Zai Tianyang clarified the distinction. They did not trust him as a friend, but they entrusted him based on his unmatched strength. He pointed down at the miserable, vicious Pill King, asking how they would have handled the old geezer without Zhuo Fan. Shuddering, the overseers finally realized the truth. They had no viable alternative for this impossible task. Zai Tianyang's expression softened as he explained that Zhuo Fan had saved the one he loved most in the world. His family risked their lives and status, not for the edifice, but solely to repay Zhuo Fan's life debt. The two overseers were shocked, realizing their powerful allies were only helping because the brat asked them to. They shared a dejected laugh, realizing their millennial noble house's reputation was now inferior to a random kid. Meanwhile, back on the stage, Zhuo Fan suddenly sneezed loudly for no apparent reason. He rubbed his nose, cursing internally, figuring the old coot must be mentally cursing him behind his back. Zhuo Fan glared at Yan Song, his eyes flashing with killing intent, promising himself he would take the old man's life soon. But the old guy was innocent. He was staring blankly, too panicked to even formulate a curse. He realized he was too far behind the other grandmasters, and his earlier failures meant there was no hope for a comeback. Zhuo Fan laughed coldly. He calculated the two previous failures precisely to waste Yan Song's time and resources. He knew Yan Song was finished even without further interference, having been played like a fiddle from the start. Suddenly, Yan Song facepalmed, realizing a desperate solution, and hastily pulled out 8 silver needles. Zhuo Fan watched him insert the needles into his head to seal his senses and prevent further distraction. Yan Song immediately ignited a powerful flame and threw the remaining rare ingredients into the cauldron. A shout rang out as the 9th finalist completed their 5th grade pill, while others raced to finish. Zhuo Fan noted that the old coot was done for, while the other alchemists grew excited about beating the vicious Pill King. Suddenly, Yan Song spat an arrow of blood into the flame, causing the refining fire to tower 10 meters high instantly. Zhuo Fan squinted, recognizing the desperate move. Yan Song was burning his own blood essence just to qualify. Yan Song spat a second arrow of blood, rapidly forming a pill shape while the refined concoction rushed inside. With a final shout, a lustrous blood pill emitted dense energy, and Yan Song grabbed it, declaring its completion. At almost the same moment, another alchemist shouted their completion, creating a tense tiebreaker situation. Zioya confirmed Yan Song finished first. His low 5th grade pill was complete, and he entered the finals. Yan Song pulled out the last silver needle, sighing in relief, but his wan face showed he had severely damaged his vitality. The judge immediately announced the 10 finalists, eliminating everyone else on the spot. This sudden move caused an uproar, as the confused alchemists protested the reduced number of spots. Zioya coldly explained that they had only prepared 20 cauldrons, not guaranteed 20 finalists. The alchemists realized their own faulty assumptions and regretted not giving their maximum effort earlier. Suddenly, the alchemist who came after the vicious Pill King demanded his spot based on pill quality. Before the judge could respond, Zhu Fan cut in with a cold, pitiless stare. He ruthlessly pointed out that the competition was based on speed, not who had the better pill quality. Zhuo Fan added that even if they finished simultaneously, the vicious Pill King qualified by announcing completion first. The entire crowd, including the observers, was stunned. Why was Zhuo Fan defending his fierce rival? Both Tao Danyang and Chu Qingcheng watched, utterly confused by Zhuo Fan's unexpected defense of his opponent. Zhuo Fan snorted, then adopted a smug attitude to explain his seemingly contradictory actions. He declared that the old coot had sacrificed almost half his life essence just to secure that single spot. Zhuo Fan proclaimed he would not let such a magnificent effort be invalidated by meaningless prattle. A moment of silence was followed by thunderous applause, and eyes filled with worship for his bearing. The crowd saw this as the mark of a true scholar, frank, open, and possessing outstanding character. Even the vicious Pill King was moved, slowly clapping his withered hands in genuine respect for Zhu Fan. Tao Danyang felt pride, while Chu Qingcheng's heart exploded with overwhelming affection for his character. Zio Dandan trembled with adoration, and Zai Tianyang nodded in sincere admiration of the anti-hero. Up on the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun lamented that Zhuo Fan possessed ambitions similar to his own. One of his subordinates asked if they should try to employ the talented young man. Huangpu Qingyun decisively refused, his eyes flashing with sudden, intense killing intent. He declared that a mountain was too small for 2 tigers, meaning Zhuo Fan had to be dealt with swiftly. He felt a powerful premonition that if Zhuo Fan survived the day, Regent Estate would gain an archenemy. His powerful subordinates were deeply shocked by the high evaluation given to a seemingly minor clan leader. Lin Zishan attempted to flatter his master, dismissing the boy as just an alchemist from a third-rate clan. Huangpu Qingyun snapped a piercing stare at Lin Zishan, instantly silencing the subordinate. Huangpu Qingyun reiterated his conviction: the kid must die today without fail. Back in the arena, the eliminated alchemist bowed deeply in shame, accepting Zhuo Fan's judgment. The man left with his head lowered, further cementing Zhuo Fan's reputation for impeccable standing. Zioya bowed in appreciation, her initial disdain replaced by respect and a complex new emotion. Chu Qingcheng noticed the subtle signals and realized that an outstanding husband attracted too many eyes. Zioya smiled and announced the start of the Pill King round, promising the winner the Bodhi root. The 10 remaining alchemists began moving to their designated spots for the final competition. Tao Danyang gloated at the vicious Pill King, thrilled to finally rank ahead of the old coot. The vicious Pill King glared back, but his eyes were now alight with a fierce, staunch desire to fight Zhuo Fan. He laughed, acknowledging that after decades of being unrivaled, he had finally found a worthy opponent. The old master declared that they would have a true battle today to determine the best alchemist in the empire. Zhuo Fan responded coldly, warning the old coot that he had already sacrificed half his life essence in the last round. Vicious Pill King shook his head resolutely, declaring that he would still win against Zhuo Fan today. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, reevaluating the old coot who now carried the bearing of a true grandmaster. Yan Fu rushed to check on his master, worried about the minor wounds Yan Song had sustained. Before Yan Fu could speak, Yan Song suddenly slapped his disciple, sending him sprawling 3 meters away. Yan Song angrily demanded why Yan Fu dared to finish before him, and almost cost him a spot in the finals. Yan Fu groveled, trying to apologize, but his master cut him off with an icy stare. Yan Song shockingly admitted that he had been played like a fiddle, failing both in alchemy and schemes. Yan Fu was stunned, asking why his master had suddenly changed his entire perspective on winning. Yan Song explained he hadn't changed, but had simply returned to his true path, focusing only on alchemy. He clarified that the slap was not for shame, but for nearly costing him the chance to fight a worthy opponent. Yan Song then walked to the 10th spot, ignoring his disciple, his spirit newly aroused for the next match. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan knew the common gossip didn't matter. He was ready to dominate the upcoming round. On the spectator stand, Huangpu Qingshan stared at the 2 heavyweights, questioning if Yan Song could finally secure a win. A subordinate quickly assured him that Zhuo Fan's grade limit meant he had no chance against the 7th grade master. Huangpu Qingshan noted that the subordinate had staked his head on Yan Song's victory last time, too. The subordinate froze, cursing internally about the unreasonable demands of the ruling class. Huangpu Qingshan laughed, dismissing Yan Song's recent failures as pathetic, citing the infamous pee and sneeze incidents. The 5th elder stepped forward, eager to criticize Yan Song as unworthy of bearing heavy responsibility. Huangpu Qingshan turned back to his hesitant subordinate, demanding his final, definitive stance on the matter. The subordinate decided to stick with the old man, hoping his display of loyalty would finally earn him trust. He firmly declared that the final round required high-grade pills, guaranteeing Yan Song's absolute victory. Huangpu Qingshan observed his subordinate's loyalty and gave a subtle, approving nod. Back in the arena, the announcer smiled, declaring the start of the final Pill King round. She explained that speed no longer mattered. The highest grade pill would crown the new champion. This news brought immediate joy to the high-grade alchemists and deep worry to Zhuo Fan's supporters. Despite the sudden challenge, Zhuo Fan appeared completely unconcerned by the increased difficulty level. Yan Song looked at Zhuo Fan, his eyes burning with renewed fighting spirit and anticipation for the true contest. He realized that even if the kid couldn't rely on schemes now, he might still pull off a miracle. Zhuo Fan caught the old man's gaze and gave a casual wave, acknowledging his greatest opponent. To ensure fairness, the Drifting Flowers edifice revealed cabinets filled with high-grade ingredients. Hundreds of disciples pushed out materials ranging up to 8th grade, shocking the entire crowd. The display made the alchemists look like starved wolves eyeing fresh prey, their eyes filled with intense greed. The announcer quickly warned them not to be greedy, as they must refine with all the ingredients they chose. The grandmasters chuckled nervously, then quickly began selecting their needed materials and returned to their spots. But one spot remained empty. Zhuo Fan was still at the cabinets choosing his supplies. Instead of choosing, he simply stuffed an entire cabinet of materials into his storage ring. He systematically cleared out every cabinet from the 1st grade to the 8th, openly robbing the Drifting Flowers edifice. The assistant, Zioya, was clearly stressed, trying to remind Zhuo Fan that even the #1 alchemist must maintain some ethics. He paused mid-loot and challenged her, If these ingredients were provided for the participants, what exactly was the problem? Zioya tried to clarify that the herbs were only meant as complementary ingredients to supplement their existing stock, not the entire inventory. Zhuo Fan ignored the clarification, declaring that he was completely lacking in asterisk everything, and immediately resumed his frantic looting. The entire audience was stunned speechless by his audacity, while Liu Yizhen, seeing the chance, eagerly tried to join the grand theft. Zioya quickly glared at Liu Yizhen, demanding if he truly intended to use every single ingredient he was about to take in this single round. Liu Yizhen managed an awkward smile and retreated to his station, realizing he could not mess with the powerful drifting flowers edifice. He looked back admiringly at Zhuo Fan, who was still plundering the cabinets as if he were moving house, wondering what powerful organization backed him. Zioya finally reached her limit, issuing a stern warning that he must use all the ingredients he was taking, or there would be severe consequences. Zhuo Fan internally scoffed, planning to take the Bodhi route and skip town the moment he was crowned Pill King, rendering their threats meaningless. He decided he might as well take as many treasures as possible, since he was breaking ties with the edifice anyway. He promised the exasperated attendant he would refine all of it in a jiffy, before returning to his shameless picking. Zioya was close to crying, having never witnessed such a vile grandmaster committing blatant daylight robbery in her entire life. The crowd watched the darkest horse of the competition, who had skills surpassing the vicious Pill King, now robbing the arena blind. Zioya waited bitterly for Zhuo Fan to finally stop loading up his storage ring, wishing the ordeal would end. She quickly smiled, relieved that the theft was over, and urged him to return to his spot and begin refining immediately. Frowning, Zhuo Fan turned to her, his ring flashing, and asked if she could bring him another storage ring because his first one was completely packed. Zioya stumbled backward, utterly shocked, and finally roared that the drifting flowers edifice did not provide storage rings. Glancing at her with utter disdain, Zhuo Fan snorted and called the prestigious 7 noble houses stingy. Zioya was close to spurting blood from rage, glaring at him with intense hatred for taking advantage of them, and then calling them stingy. She looked at the cabinets, now swept clean of all high-grade herbs, realizing a year's worth of gathering had been stolen by one punk. She silently vowed that if he failed to refine 10,000 pills, she would personally tear him limb from limb. Zhuo Fan, caring little for her opinion, went to his spot, satisfied that tangible loot was more valuable than fleeting fame. On the terrace, Zai Tianyang questioned Long Jiu, wondering why Zhuo Fan, an ally of the Veiled Dragon Pavilion, acted so miserably poor. Another observer quickly interjected that greedy people are moved even by a needle lying on the ground. Long Jiu confirmed Zhuo Fan's character, explaining that the boy's greed was undeniable. He recounted how Zhuo Fan had even managed to convince a loyal, old attendant to sneak him massive amounts of valuable 5th-grade ingredients. The overseers, especially Chu Qingcheng, were also deeply unsettled, watching the man who would be their son-in-law show zero restraint. After forcing her anger down, Zioya finally bellowed the command for the 10 participants to begin the Pill King round. Yuan Qi flames were ignited immediately, but Zhuo Fan remained completely unmoving at his station. Suddenly, a massive blood-colored flame erupted from one spot, roaring like a huge beast and shaking the entire arena. The sheer intensity of the blood flame caused the refining fires of the nearby alchemists to visibly shrivel and diminish. Zhuo Fan squinted, recognizing the signature power, and laughed coldly, realizing the vicious Pill King was finally showing his true skill. Suddenly, a strange, towering flame erupted from one station, startling everyone, especially the judge, Zioya. Grandmaster Liu Yizhen chuckled, apologizing profusely for needing to give his absolute best in the finals. The surrounding alchemists swallowed hard, feeling utterly defeated by this overwhelming heat and power display. They hated Liu Yizhen's smugness, but they desperately envied the rare, powerful flame he somehow acquired. Zioya recognized it as the heart fire of a fourth-level sky-blazing python, incredibly rare and potent. Liu Yizhen acted modest, claiming he only aimed to increase his rank, not win the final crown. The crowd silently cursed the blatant hypocrisy of the Grandmaster, who was clearly showing off his advantage. His superior flame not only boosted his refining, but actively suppressed the weaker flames around him. Liu Yizhen was confident his fire could even knock the vicious Pill King down a grade or two in effectiveness. The competition dynamic shifted entirely, focusing on this unexpected black horse's sudden challenge. Zioya sighed in admiration, confirming to herself that Liu Yizhen was the true surprise of the meeting. Curious, she asked the Grandmaster how he managed to obtain the rare sky-blazing python core fire. Liu Yizhen puffed out his chest, ready to launch into a long, self-aggrandizing tale of his heroic venture. Humph boasting with just a stinking snake flame, a cold snort cut his grand story short. Then, marked by a humming sound, a small, vibrant bluish flame flickered into existence nearby. This new fire instantly suppressed all common Yuan Qi flames, cutting their size dramatically. Most astonishingly, even Liu Yizhen's massive orange beast core flame shuddered and appeared lifeless. Crying out in disbelief, Liu Yizhen turned to see Yan Fu holding the raging dark blue fire. Yan Fu held the flame with a superior, condescending smile aimed directly at the defeated Grandmaster. Zioya gasped, identifying this as the core fire of a fifth-level spiritual beast, the Fire Swallow. Yan Fu laughed coldly, mocking Liu Yizhen for thinking the Pill King title was within his reach. Beat red with humiliation, Liu Yizhen felt his anger boil, yet he had no choice but to concede. He sighed, realizing he could never truly compete with the endless resources of the noble houses. Zioya, still mesmerized, asked how a junior obtained a flame that challenges radiant stage experts. Grinning, Yan Fu boasted the flame was bestowed upon him by Pill King Hall, their greatest disciple. Chu Qingcheng and her overseers heard his boastful words and glared fiercely at the arrogant disciple. Yan Fu explained his flame was perfect for alchemy, balancing fire and water essence to intertwine yin and yang. Suddenly, a raging green flame erupted, instantly overwhelming and cutting down Yan Fu's blue fire. Yan Fu squinted, looking at the overwhelming green fire in utter shock and disbelief, completely stunned. Tao Danyang snorted, revealing the green fire was the flame of a sixth-level spiritual beast, the Moon Fire Falcon. The widespread shock was immense. No one expected a sixth-level beast flame, which even radiant stage experts avoided. She explained this legacy fire absorbed the moon's yin and spiritual herbs, making it unique to Drifting Flower's edifice. She mocked Yan Fu's flame, saying his Fire Swallow core couldn't possibly compare to the Moon Fire Falcon's essence. Tao Danyang stuck her chin out, warning the arrogant youth not to make boasts he couldn't back up. Yan Fu gnashed his teeth and glared, forced to concede that a sixth-level flame was objectively superior to his own. However, he quickly rallied, reminding her that he was just a junior, and his master was the true Pill King. Yan Fu dramatically urged his master to show these ignorant fools his true, overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, the Grandmaster alchemists using weak Yuan Qi flames felt despair creeping back in. They pleaded internally for mercy, worried that an even greater flame would extinguish their efforts completely. The vicious Pill King, ignoring his disciple, only had eyes for Zhu Fan. He challenged Zhu Fan to reveal any remaining skills for their final, decisive round. Yan Song arrogantly claimed he could still win with just a plain Yuan Qi flame if Zhu Fan held back. The audience remembered how Zhu Fan had already defeated the old coot 3 times. Zhu Fan opened his eyes, acknowledging that he was indeed hiding one final, powerful skill. "Don't worry your head," he replied. "The title of Pill King will still be mine regardless." Yan Song laughed, thrilled to finally meet an opponent worthy of his full effort after decades. Zhu Fan then questioned, why Yan Song insisted he should start the refining process first. With an ambiguous smile, Yan Song explained his confidence in his ultimate flame. He boasted that once his old flame was released, Zhuo Fan wouldn't even finish his pill. Zhuo Fan realized the old man was utterly certain of his weapon, but Zhuo Fan was equally confident. Zhuo Fan challenged him to reveal the flame, so everyone could witness its power. Yan Song laughed again, feeling the excitement build, and agreed to show his ultimate skill. With a cackling sound, a small white fire ignited in the palm of the vicious Pill King's hand. Within the flame, a wicked, ghostly face appeared, and the cackling sound came from it. Instantly, all other surrounding Yuan Qi flames were snuffed out by its overwhelming presence. Even the powerful beast flames of the other grandmasters shrank, bowing before a superior power. Zhuo Fan's eyelids trembled. He was shocked that the old man possessed such a valuable hidden treasure. Yan Fu proudly announced that this was the Bone Soul Trufier, a heaven and earth spirit flame. Hearing those words, the entire arena gasped in sheer amazement and awe. The spirit flame was alive, having gathered spiritual energy, making it the king of all flames. The audience realized that no matter Zhuo Fan's skill, victory was now impossible under this suppression. They sighed, lamenting that another potential genius would fail right before reaching the peak. The wicked face in the white flame cackled madly, its laughter filled with disdain for all lesser energies. Tao Danyan closed her eyes in resignation, realizing that challenging the old man was futile. Meanwhile, on the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun's group erupted in triumphant laughter. Huangpu Qingyun declared that the vicious Pill King was truly worthy of his title, now that victory was certain. He then summoned Lin Zixin, preparing to use the moment of loss for a more sinister purpose. Huangpu Qingyun ordered Lin Zixin to rush forward and instantly take Zhuo Fan's head the moment he lost. He explained that this would prevent Chu Qingcheng from interfering, without causing a political crisis. Lin Zixin praised the second young master's wisdom, earning silent contempt from the other men. Back on the stage, the white flame swayed around Zhuo Fan, and Yan Song gloated. Yan Song reiterated that the flame's suppression would make any beast flame useless. Zhuo Fan, still calm, reminded Yan Song of his original goal, the Badhai route. Yan Song admitted that, while he wanted the route, a fair victory against Zhuo Fan was more important. He refused to accept a win based solely on the overwhelming power of his spirit flame. Zhuo Fan looked at him long, recognizing the true, tough grandmaster hidden beneath the despicable exterior. A wicked grin spread across Zhuo Fan's face, signaling he had a devastating plan prepared for the final round. Yan Fu tried to advise against whatever was coming, but Yan Song quickly silenced him with a wave of his hand. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Huangpu Qingchen clenched his fists in mounting frustration from the spectator stand. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan looked away from the nervous eastern stand and addressed Yan Song directly. Zhuo Fan told the old man there was no need for caution, urging him to simply start refining alone right now. Zhuo Fan's request was backed by such unwavering confidence that Yan Song was completely taken aback. Yan Song couldn't fathom how Zhuo Fan could be so sure, even questioning if he possessed a stronger flame than his own. The vicious Pill King scoffed, challenging Zhuo Fan's alleged flame, claiming it was likely just a low-level beast fire. Zhuo Fan only smiled, his silence making the situation even more mysterious to the onlookers. The crowd grew nervous, eagerly awaiting Zhuo Fan's answer, wondering if he truly held a mystical flame. Chu Qingcheng and the overseers watched with hope, realizing a powerful flame could compensate for Zhuo Fan's cultivation gap. Zai Tianyang, however, was immediately disdainful, laughing that Zhuo Fan was clearly just faking and bluffing again. Long Jiu and others agreed that this was likely just another one of the kid's twisted psychological tactics to unnerve his foe. After careful thought, Yan Song burst out laughing, confirming he wouldn't fall for the same petty tricks twice. Zhuo Fan simply raised an eyebrow, challenging Yan Song on why he was so quick to assume deception. Yan Song insisted that Zhuo Fan was only pretending to possess a spirit flame to disturb his focus. Zhuo Fan sighed dramatically, feigning offense that Yan Song would think his plans amounted to nothing more than a simple lie. Yan Song paused, realizing that Zhuo Fan's petty tricks were always effective, hitting him exactly when his focus was crucial. The old alchemist was thrown into deeper confusion, finding Zhuo Fan an utterly baffling and unpredictable opponent. Gnashing his teeth, Yan Song finally howled, demanding Zhuo Fan reveal his flame for a fair and direct match. Zhuo Fan sneered, maintaining his refusal, claiming that if he revealed the flame, Yan Song would lose the will to compete. His words were so utterly cocksure that the onlookers refused to believe such a savage flame could possibly exist. Zai Tianyang openly mocked the absurdity, repeating that Zhuo Fan was clearly faking and bragging nonsensically. Yan Song laughed one last time, challenging Zhuo Fan to produce a flame that could truly suppress a spirit flame. Suddenly, the laughter died in his throat as a tiny azure flame materialized above two of Zhuo Fan's fingers. Despite its frail appearance, the azure fire descended upon the world with the invisible pressure of a true monarch. The bone soul Truefear, which had been cackling fiercely, instantly scurried back into Yan Song's body. Yan Song tried to urge his spirit flame out, but it shivered in fear, refusing to obey its master. The beast flames of the other alchemists, lacking spirituality, died out completely under the overwhelming pressure. Only Zhuo Fan's faint azure flame remained, glowing softly amidst the absolute absence of all other fire. Yan Song's body swayed violently as he stared, demanding to know the name of the terrifying flame. Zhuo Fan merely smiled, dismissing the question and claiming the flame was simply a gift he had received. Yan Song's eyes reddened with uncontrollable envy and a consuming desire to seize such a powerful, savage flame. Zhuo Fan extinguished the flame and taunted the old man, asking who the petty schemer was now. Filled with shame and regret, Yan Song lowered his head and admitted defeat, acknowledging Zhuo Fan as a gentleman. Zhuo Fan laughed heartily, accepting the title and generously telling Yan Song to go ahead and refine first. The humiliated Yan Song sighed, realizing he had no choice but to begin the competition alone under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Zhuo Fan smiled broadly, completely satisfied with how perfectly his psychological torment had unfolded. On the viewing platform, Zai Tianyang suddenly realized that Zhuo Fan's azure flame was not a martial art, but a heaven and earth treasure. This explained how Zhuo Fan had easily handled Hell Valley's profound, ranked martial arts previously. Zai Tianyang questioned Long Jiu, asking how this kid, who was supposed to be a third-rate clan servant, became a walking treasury. Long Jiu reflected on Zhuo Fan's history, noting how the servant transformed into a cunning steward after the Luo clan's demise. He admitted that Zhuo Fan was the one who instigated the feud with Hell Valley, but the pavilion lord happily accepted the burden. Zhuo Fan's meticulous plans and mastery of ancient arrays were why the Veiled Dragon Pavilion was willing to cooperate with him. Long Jiu sighed, concluding that only Zhuo Fan knew the answer to the riddle of his sudden transformation. Meanwhile, the Peony and Iris overseers were skipping with joy at seeing the vicious Pill King humiliated again. Zio Dandan was openly proud, raising her face as if to declare Zhuo Fan was her man. Chu Qingcheng watched Zhuo Fan's growing authority, her heart swelling with reserved but undeniable love. On the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun's elegant face was twisted in silent rage, making his subordinates fear approaching him. He snapped at Elder Lin, demanding to know why the vicious Pill King had not secured the promised victory. Lin Zishan quickly intervened, explaining that Yan Song's loss was due to Zhuo Fan's freakish, superior flame, which no one anticipated. Huangpu Qingyun calmed down, admitting that the setback was not Yan Song's fault, but because the brat was simply too strong. His men trembled, realizing that their immensely proud young master had just acknowledged the strength of a rival. They realized his anger stemmed from Zhou Fan's willingness to challenge his inherent authority. Huangpu Qingyun then declared that he would kill the brat himself, regardless of Chu Qingcheng's feelings. Down in the arena, the vicious Pill King released his white flame again, intent on starting his refinement. Xiaoya rushed to stop him, explaining that the flame interference required sequential refinement, from weakest to strongest. Yan Song refused to yield, declaring that yielding to the others would only waste his time, as they were beneath him. The other alchemists were livid but couldn't argue with the facts, leaving Xiaoya in a difficult spot. Just as the tension peaked, a lazy voice echoed across the stage, belonging to Zhou Fan. He simply told the old man that, since it was a competition, he should at least give the others a chance. To everyone's shock, the vicious Pill King immediately frowned and withdrew his flame. The other alchemists were overjoyed at the sudden respite, but the crowd was utterly dumbfounded. Yan Fu couldn't believe his master, the grand and arrogant Pill King, had ceded his pride based on a single word. The sheer authority Zhou Fan displayed was enough to make the vicious Pill King renounce his decision. Up on the eastern stand, Huangpu Qingyun's killing intent grew thicker than ever before. He was the only one who truly understood authority, realizing that Zhou Fan commanded genuine submission. Unlike his own authority, which was delegated by Regent Estate, Zhou Fan's power came from grasping the hearts of the people. Huangpu Qingyun realized that Zhou Fan's existence was a direct challenge to the authority of the ruling class. A mountain was not big enough for two tigers, only one of them could emerge victorious. Zhou Fan, unfazed, noticed the killing intent and responded with a scornful grin. Following the rules, the first 5 grandmasters began their refining using ordinary yuan qi flames. However, after witnessing Zhou Fan's previous mastery, the crowd was utterly unimpressed and began to loudly yawn. The 5 masters finished, producing only high 5th grade pills, a respectable result, yet completely irrelevant for the finals. Yan Fu grinned and patronized the others, claiming their efforts were a complete waste of time. He then specifically provoked Liu Yizhen, mocking him for bragging about his 4th-level beast flame. Liu Yizhen stroked his beard, declaring he only intended to beat the young twerp and wash away his previous disgrace, not win the title. Yan Fu burst into laughter, pointing out that losing is losing, and his own beast flame was intrinsically superior. Liu Yizhen scoffed, insisting that alchemy relies on skill, not just flame power, and immediately began his refining process. As the refining reached its climax, Liu Yizhen suddenly bit his tongue and spat a vital arrow of blood essence directly into the scarlet flame. The fire exploded, and a scarlet pill spun into the air before the exhausted master caught it. Ignoring the blood on his mouth, Liu Yizhen revealed a crazed, triumphant smile as he showed the pill to his rival. Xiaoya confirmed the astonishing result. Grandmaster Liu had refined a high 6th grade pill. The audience erupted, shocked that a 5th grade alchemist could achieve such a feat, even with a beast flame and self-sacrifice. Yan Fu immediately cut short their speculation by unleashing his own blue beast flame, its light reflecting deep in his focused eyes. Ingredients flew into the flame, mixing with practiced ease, demonstrating the high skill expected of a genius from the Pill King Hall. Suddenly, Yan Fu also bit his tongue, spitting his own blood essence into the raging blue fire. Liu Yizhen watched, his pupils contracting as his body trembled in utter shock at the escalating, desperate rivalry. The flame vanished, leaving a shining bluish pill that Yan Fu quickly snatched from the air. Yan Fu, pale and with blood dripping from his mouth, smiled a gruesome, victorious smile as he presented his result. Looking closely, Liu Yizhen shook his head sullenly, utterly dejected by his defeat. Xiaoya announced the unbelievable grade. Young Master Yan Fu had refined a low 7th grade pill. The news of a young 7th grade alchemist, besides the vicious Pill King, sent the entire audience into fresh chaos. Nearby, Tao Danyang cursed internally, wondering why these two fools would risk years of cultivation just for a petty feud. She realized that if she did not also use blood essence to refine, Yan Fu would win, leaving her own reputation in tatters. Gnashing her teeth, Tao Danyang let out her green flame, determined to show them she was still superior. As the refining concluded, she too bit her tongue and spat a blood arrow into the green fire. When the flame died, Tao Danyang, weak but with a gleeful smile, reached for the pill. Zioya's next outcry agitated the crowd further. It was a mid-7th grade pill. Yan Fu and Liu Yizhen, however, looked utterly puzzled, demanding to know why she had interfered in their private settling of scores. Tao Danyang tried to recover her dignity by lecturing them about focusing on the big picture and the mountains beyond mountains. But the two rivals simply pointed out that the only mountains worth mentioning were the vicious Pill King and that brat Zhu Fan. Tao Danyang sank into furious silence, realizing she had injured her vitality for absolutely nothing, thanks to their stupidity. All attention finally shifted to the vicious Pill King, Yan Song, as the true final showdown was about to begin. With an evil laugh, Yan Song unleashed the Bone Soul Trufier and, without hesitation, spat blood essence into it again. Yan Fu fell to his knees, tears streaming down his cheeks, begging his master to stop the suicidal refining. Yan Song ignored his plea, spitting blood essence a second time, his eyes filled with an endless, desperate madness to defeat his rival. Only now did the relaxed Zhu Fan open his eyes, watching Yan Song with a calm, even gaze. Noticing Zhu Fan watching, Yan Song became even more excited, fueling his own destructive obsession. The raging flame highlighted the frail face of vicious Pill King, who looked like he was 1 foot in the grave. Despite his failing body, he gritted his teeth and intensified the flame, challenging Zhu Fan with sheer willpower. Losing blood essence multiple times had taken its toll. His hands grew visibly paler and seemed to age before their eyes. Yet he watched with pure joy as the high-grade medicinal pill slowly began to take shape within the raging inferno. Even his enemies like Chu Qingcheng were moved by his dedication, recognizing his supreme skill. Long Jiu sighed, acknowledging that despite his vile nature, the vicious Pill King was truly the Empire's top alchemist. Just as the pill was about to complete, the vicious Pill King spat one final burst of blood essence into the flame. A humming spread, and a shining pill flew out of the fire, issuing a strange, cackling sound as it danced in the air. The pill had been bestowed with spirituality, a feat unheard of in the Tianyu Empire for 1,000 years. With a gesture, the pill entered his hand, and the vicious Pill King's weakened body seemed to regain its imposing stature. The pill master held the object high, staring at Zhu Fan in open, powerful provocation. The referee, Zioya, was confused, noting the pill looked superior to grade 7 but not quite grade 8. Zhu Fan chuckled, explaining that it was a perfect, grade-skipping 7th grade pill, harder to refine than a common 8th grade one. The crowd was shocked, realizing that reaching perfect quality required talent far beyond standard high-grade alchemy. Everyone knew the vicious Pill King had risked his life just to defeat the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Huangpu Qingshan watched, his frustration mounting, certain that Zhu Fan had to be eliminated to protect his authority. Chu Qingcheng found herself forgetting the grudge, her mind solely focused on how Zhu Fan would respond to this ultimate challenge. After a moment of tense silence, Zhu Fan took a deep breath, a mysterious grin spreading across his face. He admitted that if he didn't show something special, he would be insulting the old man's magnificent sacrifice. The vicious Pill King responded with a fearless grin of his own. There was nothing more thrilling than an opponent going all out. Zhu Fan walked to his cauldron, instantly becoming the singular focus of every eye in the massive arena. He leisurely lit his fire, then snapped his finger, causing dozens of spirit stones to revolve around the cauldron. The people were dumbfounded, What did setting up an array have to do with the art of alchemy? Ignoring the audience, Zhuo Fan chanted, commanding the heavens and earth to open their locks. He called for spiritual energy to flood the array and assist his heavenly fire in opening its eyes. The world quaked, and the drifting flowers arena started to rumble violently beneath their feet. Creepy laughter echoed as concentrated black glow and shadowy figures flew toward the array's core. Then dragon roars echoed, and ethereal dragon images burst forth from the core, stunning everyone. When the rumbling stopped, the sky above the arena was crowded by 9 magnificent dragon images. Zhuo Fan snapped his finger, throwing a pure azure flame directly into the center of his cauldron. The 9 dragons seemed elated, flying around the cauldron before slamming themselves into the vessel. A deeper roar erupted, and a massive azure fire dragon burst out, absorbing all the internal flame. With his eyes flashing, Zhuo Fan grinned as his hands danced, controlling hundreds of rare ingredients. He shouted the name of his technique, Secret Pill Array, Cradle Returning Dragons. The 9 fire dragons responded with a final roar before flying into the floating, suspended ingredients. The refining process began with a deafening, thunderous roar and a blinding flash of brilliant, resplendent light. When the light faded, the hundreds of high-grade ingredients that had been floating in the sky were completely gone. Everyone focused on the 9 azure fire dragons, which were now pulsing with colored veins of liquid extract within their bodies. This was instant refining, but on a scale that processed hundreds of 7th-grade ingredients simultaneously. Even the rival alchemist had to admit he was completely outclassed by this unbelievable speed and efficiency. But the greatest shock was seeing the 9 dragons flowing with 9 distinct, different-colored mixtures. Zhuo Fan had refined and separated the hundreds of ingredients into 9 distinct types in the exact same instant. This unprecedented level of control defied all known alchemy principles, leaving the grandmasters utterly bewildered. Normally, refining complex pills required meticulously independent preparation of every single component to ensure purity. Yet Zhuo Fan executed 9 types of instant refinement with absolute, flawless accuracy. The rival alchemist was overwhelmed, questioning how such an outstanding genius could possibly exist in their world. Having completed the most difficult step, Zhuo Fan finally let out a necessary breath of relief. The perceptive announcer quickly asked Zhuo Fan about the secret technique that had just shaken the entire audience. Zhuo Fan chuckled, claiming it was nothing more than a simple pill array to assist in the refining process. He then openly mocked the use of blood essence to instill spirituality, calling the method idiotic and unnecessarily dangerous. The vicious pill king felt the naked irony of being taught a lesson in alchemy by someone so much younger than himself. Zhao Ya, gazing at the magnificent 9 dragons, asked if Zhuo Fan had found a safer way to instill spirituality into the pill. Zhuo Fan explained that true spirituality must be poured into the pill by drawing from heaven and earth itself. He elaborated that the soul of a spirit flame accumulates earth spirits over millions of years, and these spirits can be extracted safely. He confirmed that the faint gray shadows seen earlier were the spirits of the earth being gathered by the array. These spirits naturally gather in locations with dense spiritual energy, like the grounds chosen by the 7 houses. He revealed that in the long-forgotten past, alchemy and arrays were once a single, unified specialty. The array he used was the ancient dragon transformation array, which converts earth spirits into powerful dragon spirits. Although not true dragons, these spirits contained a hint of genuine dragon might, far surpassing a normal spirit flame soul. The audience was left speechless, realizing Grandmaster Song's knowledge was truly unparalleled in the continent. The rival alchemist now understood. He was facing an exalted of alchemy, a genius who mastered ancient, lost techniques. Zhuo Fan noticed the rival's lingering hope and instantly changed his hand signs, ready to finish the critical step. The 9 fire dragons roared, whipping their tails into the center where they collided and instantly mixed the 9 concoctions. In another flash of instant refining, the 9 separate concoctions were flawlessly blended into a single, unified mixture. The Grandmaster alchemists were utterly demoralized by the casual speed and ease of this difficult step. Next, the 9 tailless dragons charged headfirst into the blaze, blending once more into a sea of fire. 18 roaring dragonlings emerged, creating a majestic and truly impressive spectacle across the arena. Zhuo Fan squinted, declaring with satisfaction that it was finally time to wrap up the refinement. He pulled out a small bottle, releasing a soothing, vitality-filled smell, the legendary Bodhi Jade sap. The Grandmasters watched in utter disbelief, realizing the edifice's hidden treasure was in Zhuo Fan's deft hands. This discovery meant the structure of the Empire's alchemy system was about to change, with Pill King Hall losing its dominance. The Drifting Flowers edifice overseer smiled, knowing that having Zhuo Fan would finally keep the Pill King Hall in check. Chu Qingcheng realized her impulsive decision regarding Zhuo Fan had paid off with incredible, positive implications. Zhuo Fan, however, didn't care about their politics. He was only doing exactly what he had to do. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, Zhuo Fan yelled the final command, tossing 18 drops of Bodhi Jade sap into the air. The 18 dragonlings devoured the drops, roaring as their bodies dissolved into brilliant azure flames. Moments later, the fire scattered, revealing 18 shining azure pills that still pulsed with a fierce, dragonic vitality. The crowd was speechless, staring at 18 dancing, living pills, realizing how utterly crushed the vicious Pill King had just been. Zhuo Fan casually waved a small bottle, scooping up all 18 pills without allowing the judge a single glance. He turned to the completely defeated and collapsed vicious Pill King and stated simply, "I won." The entire assembly watched the calm and proud Zhuo Fan, instantly bowing to his overwhelming presence and kingly aura. The judge recovered quickly and asked him to confirm the grade, even though the victory was already obvious. Zhuo Fan deadpanned the answer. All 18 are perfect 8th grade quality. This revelation stunned everyone. Refining one perfect 8th grade pill was legendary, but 18 was simply heaven-defying. The shock was so profound that vicious Pill King's green hair turned white, and he aged dozens of years right before their eyes. His total, incontestable defeat left him with a despair harder to bear than death itself, shattering his identity as a Pill King. A disciple watched his master's collapse, realizing that this monstrous brat was an insurmountable chasm they could never cross. Even rival grandmasters felt no joy, only the realization that a new, terrifying generation had just stood upon the corpses of the old. One master looked at Zhuo Fan with immense gratitude, realizing how fortunate the Drifting Flowers edifice was to have him. Long Jiu and Zai Tianyang couldn't help but sigh, acknowledging Zhuo Fan's incredible skill and ruthless flair for the dramatic. Zai Tianyang admitted that the crushing defeat was so complete, he almost felt sorry for the vicious Pill King's ruined spirit. Long Jiu confirmed that by making 17 extra pills, Zhuo Fan had delivered a fatal psychological blow, creating a permanent heart demon. They all agreed that Zhuo Fan was vicious. He didn't just win, he ensured his opponent would never refine a high-grade pill again. As the crowd raved, the judge pointed toward Zhuo Fan, preparing to officially declare him the Pill King. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan calmly walked past her toward the center stage, cutting her off mid-sentence. He threw out a casual sentence, "Only I have the right to declare myself as Pill King." The judge blushed, completely forgetting her duties as she was lost in the awe of his overwhelming, kingly presence. Zai Tianyang sighed enviously, wishing he could just once manage to pull off such a perfectly theatrical display of arrogance. Ignoring the chaotic shouts, Zhuo Fan arrived before the stage and saw the wooden box, feeling a great weight lift from his heart. He realized that by wearing the cloak and winning, he had finally repaid the debt owed to Chu Qingcheng's little brother. With that obligation fulfilled, Zhu Fan let the cloak fall dramatically to the ground, revealing the words written on it. The crowd fell silent, then erupted into an ear-splitting roar, reading the four powerful words spread across the fabric on the steps. They realized Pill King was too small. Only the title Heaven-Toppling Pill was worthy of his undeniable genius. Chu Qingcheng covered her mouth, tears flowing freely as Zhuo Fan fulfilled her deceased brother's cherished wish. Vicious Pill King, seeing the words, seemed to break down laughing and crying, finally gaining a painful clarity through his total loss. Zhuo Fan ignored the massive turmoil, his cold eyes now focused entirely on the true objective, the Bodhi root. He reached out his hand toward the wooden box containing the ancient treasure on the pedestal. But with a sudden metallic sound, a golden fist shot out, aiming straight for Zhuo Fan's chest. The attacker yelled that Zhuo Fan was unworthy of taking the Bodhi root, delivering a swift, powerful blow. Chu Qingcheng paled, shouting a warning, but it was already too late to stop the attack. The iron-hard golden fist struck Zhuo Fan square in the center of his chest. In that instant, Zhuo Fan's eyes turned utterly vicious. The persona of Song Yu was gone. The demonic emperor Zhuo Fan had re-entered the scene. Zhuo Fan disappeared in a flash, leaving Huangpu Qingshan utterly confused as to how a bone-tempering kid could evade his attack. Although he dodged the killing blow, a massive cannon-like force slammed into his gut, sending him crashing through the arena wall. Standing calmly in the center, Zhuo Fan lowered his leg, revealing the flickering lightning wings that confirmed his true identity to everyone present. The crowd was aghast. The ruthless demon Zhuo Fan, the one who stirred chaos, was actually the blunt oaf they knew as Grandmaster Song. Peony Overseer questioned Long Jiu about his foreknowledge, while Iris worried that siding with Zhuo Fan would trigger an inevitable war between the seven houses. Zai Tianyang quickly reassured them, explaining that they would also remain neutral and watch the chaos unfold from the sidelines. Infuriated, Zio Dandan tried to rush to Zhuo Fan's aid, only to be physically restrained by Peony Overseer, who scolded her for her obsession. Zai Tianyang laughed, claiming Zhuo Fan had specifically instructed them not to interfere, believing he could handle the situation alone. When Dandan remained suspicious, Long Kui tried to explain Zhuo Fan's ruthless, calculated nature, but Dandan fiercely defended his intelligence. Iris Overseer pressed Long Jiu on whether he would intervene if Zhuo Fan faced certain death. He nodded with complete and unyielding conviction. Zai Tianyang confidently declared that they were overthinking things, insisting that Zhuo Fan was a capable freak who already had a plan. Huangpu Qingshan burst out of the debris, covered in dust but otherwise fine, though he was visibly shocked by Zhuo Fan's terrifying physical strength. Completely unfazed, Zhuo Fan opened the wooden box, inhaled deeply, and then taunted Huangpu Qingshan about rightfully claiming the Bodhi root as the true Pill King. Huangpu Qingshan exploded with killing intent, but Zhuo Fan merely shrugged off the threat, asserting that he was not afraid of anyone trying to steal his prize. Suddenly, Hell Valley's fifth elder flashed forward, publicly accusing Zhuo Fan of murder, confirming his identity based on the notorious lightning wings. Zhuo Fan coolly admitted the truth, asking who else would dare to openly defy the seven houses by stealing something they desperately coveted. Then, in a dramatic gesture, Zhuo Fan allowed his disguise to dissolve, revealing his original, infamous face to the terrified audience. The arena devolved into pure panic as the minor clans fled, knowing that Zhuo Fan, surrounded by the seven houses, was doomed to be executed. Chu Qingcheng knew Zhuo Fan was a liar, but he always protected her interests, making their debt to him feel insurmountable. Despite the danger, she resolved that dying alongside the man she admired was a worthy way to go for Drifting Flower's edifice. Just as Chu Qingcheng prepared to make a move, the Peony and Iris Overseers swiftly restrained her with red and blue silk ribbons. The Overseers sighed, realizing that Zai Tianyang had rushed over specifically to explain Zhu Fan's complex and dangerous intentions. Chu Qingcheng protested, but Zai Tianyang warned her that interfering would only incur the demon's legendary wrath and retribution. Down in the arena, Zhuo Fan and Huangpu Qingshan looked up simultaneously, both relieved that Chu Qingcheng had been stopped. Suddenly, Hell Valley's fifth elder charged, his body igniting into scarlet flames as he lunged forward to avenge his fallen brother. The elder's punch carried the overwhelming force of a mountain, confirming Zhu Fan's suspicion that he was facing a powerful body cultivator. Realizing he was outmatched in raw power, Zhu Fan decided to employ pure savagery, transforming his lightning wings into sharp sickles. He aimed the sickles, willing to trade a heavy wound for an immediate kill, showing ruthless calculation in the face of death. Alarmed by Zhu Fan's self-destructive ferocity, the fifth elder stomped the ground and instantly shot backward. The sickles missed their target, smashing into the ground and leaving behind a massive, 5-meter-wide crater filled with black smoke. Sweat dripped from the elder's brow as he realized this brat was willing to sacrifice everything, even his own life, for a single kill. The onlookers on the terrace watched in stunned silence, confirming the rumors that the demon Zhu Fan was indeed a monstrosity. Despite his lower cultivation, Zhu Fan exuded the aura of an undefeated hero, looking down on the distressed profound heaven experts. Xiao Dandan was utterly mesmerized by his bravery, declaring him a true man and exactly the husband she had always wanted. Even Chu Qingcheng felt a surge of admiration, silently agreeing that this domineering, ruthless man was the type of hero she desired. Zhu Fan grinned savagely, secured the Bodhi root, and announced that he was done playing games before launching himself into the air. Snorting in frustration, the fifth elder stomped the ground and chased after Zhu Fan, quickly gaining speed and overtaking him. Zhu Fan anticipated the chase and instantly shifted his lightning wings into long, cracking whips, lashing out at the elder to force him back. The fifth elder countered by revealing his own fifth-grade demonic treasure, an enormous, glowing scarlet hammer held in both hands. He swung the massive hammer with immense force, challenging Zhu Fan to risk a life-for-life exchange against a powerful demonic treasure. Knowing he couldn't survive a blow from a fifth-grade treasure, Zhu Fan immediately shifted his lightning wings into defensive shields. The powerful impact smashed Zhu Fan downward, sending him crashing into the earth like a meteor, kicking up a colossal cloud of pulverized dust. Chu Qingcheng and the spectators watched in horror, and Xiao Dandan impulsively tried to rush down to the ruins, but was caught. Long Jiu and his allies looked grave, knowing that a direct hit from a body cultivator using a fifth-grade treasure could be instantly fatal. The fifth elder floated down, landing beside the ruins, and proudly slammed his huge hammer into the ground, causing the entire area to shake. Huangpu Qingshan approached, praising the fifth elder's body cultivation art and comparing its strength favorably to Regent Estate's own techniques. With naked killing intent, Huangpu Qingshan requested permission to exact revenge personally if Zhuo Fan happened to still be breathing. Eager to gain favor, the fifth elder agreed, allowing Huangpu Qingshan to strike the final blow, provided the head was returned to Hell Valley. Huangpu Qingshan gave a cold smile of satisfaction and began walking towards the massive pile of rubble, ready to claim his victory. Chu Qingcheng watched the unfolding scene with rising impatience and anxiety, pleading with Long Jiu to make a move now. Long Jiu, however, kept his single eye fixed on the smoking ruins, still calculating the optimal moment to intervene, adding to the tension. Chu Qingcheng finally snapped, rushing forward to save Zhuo Fan, with Long Jiu and the others reluctantly trailing behind her. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from the crumbled stage, launching Huangpu Qingshan high into the air. A black figure flashed into existence, slamming a vicious kick directly into Huangpu Qingshan's cheek. The stunned young master was sent flying dozens of meters, but the attacker was already behind him, preparing a thunderous axe strike. Huangpu Qingyun was about to meet his end when Hell Valley's fifth elder intervened, swinging twin fists to block the deadly attack. The black figure stopped and was revealed to be Zhuo Fan, spitting blood, his face furious, yet radiating extreme killing intent. Zhuo Fan cursed the interruption, shouting that he was only moments away from ending that punk's life. Huangpu Qingyun realized the terrifying truth. Zhuo Fan had faked his defeat among the rubble just to set an ambush. Back on the terrace, Long Jiu was stunned, noting that Zhuo Fan's hard-hittedness had reached an abominable level since their last meeting. Zai Tianyang sighed, confirming that Zhuo Fan seemed to change overnight, leaping from a weakling to a powerful bone-tempering freak. Everyone agreed that this sudden leap in power, especially gaining an unbreakable body, mirrored his previous overnight transformation. Long Jiu could only sigh dramatically, wondering just how many secrets Zhu Fan was still hiding from his dear older brother. Unaware of their praise, Zhu Fan spat another mouthful of blood and mocked the fifth elder for only managing to shake his organs slightly. He vowed to remember the debt owed to Hell Valley's fifth elder, but his tone sounded more like a sarcastic mockery than a serious threat. The fifth elder was horrified, realizing his devastating, profound heaven strike hadn't even cracked Zhuo Fan's ribs. He concluded that Zhuo Fan was a true monster whose physical body was virtually indestructible, far exceeding his initial estimations. Zhuo Fan secretly chuckled, having read the elder's mind perfectly, and decided that this moment of shock was the perfect time to make his escape. Without wasting a single word, Zhu Fan fled, causing the grave fifth elder to curse and immediately rush after him to block the retreat. The profound heaven expert caught up instantly, swinging his massive hammer down upon Zhu Fan once more. Zhu Fan was prepared this time, grinning as his lightning wings flashed, deflecting the heavy hammer and propelling him straight towards the elder. The fifth elder was delighted by Zhu Fan closing the distance, dropping his hammer to smash his fist directly toward Zhu Fan's face. Zhu Fan remained perfectly calm, snickering as he executed the mystifying phantom step, vanishing into thin air. He instantly reappeared behind the confused fifth elder, seizing the chance to continue his rapid escape. Just as he fled, Huangpu Qingyun suddenly appeared, successfully blocking Zhuo Fan's intended escape route. Zhuo Fan frowned in frustration, knowing that brawling with a profound heaven-body cultivator would be detrimental due to the stage gap. Zhuo Fan had no choice but to use the mystifying phantom step once more to bypass Huangpu Qingyun. Huangpu Qingyun stood dumbfounded in midair, baffled by the strange and untraceable movement art Zhuo Fan utilized. To everyone's dismay, a new blue figure flashed over, finally managing to curb Zhuo Fan's escape trajectory. Before Zhuo Fan could react, he was kicked back with a loud boom, hitting the ground so hard that a massive wave of dust erupted around him. The messy Zhuo Fan clawed back to his feet, rubbing his sore face as he coldly identified the attacker as Elder Lin Zishan from Merry Woods. Lin Zishan, seeing the vicious Pill King exhausted, realized his speed was the only way to pin down this monstrous brat and seize the credit. Huangpu Qingyun, desperate to keep Zhuo Fan contained, immediately flattered Elder Lin, promising to remember his great service. The fifth elder followed suit, praising Lin Zishan for trapping the headache of a punk who was too fast to handle normally. Meanwhile, Peony Overseer was internally seething, enraged that Lin Zishan would side with Regent Estate against Drifting Flowers Edifice's son-in-law. Zhuo Fan sneered contemptuously, secretly cursing the opportunist as a moron who was foolish enough to challenge him. He easily saw through Merry Wood's useless cultivation method, dismissing Lin Zishan as the fastest but weakest opponent. This blatant disregard stung Elder Lin's prideful heart, making him feel completely disrespected by the young cultivator. Stung, Lin Zishan shouted, boldly volunteering to handle the arrogant punk by himself. Both Huangpu Qingyun and the fifth elder stared at him in utter disbelief, wondering if the old man was losing his mind. Lin Zishan puffs out his chest, basking in the attention, completely oblivious to the suspicion in the crowd's eyes. Huangpu Qingshan, squinting slightly, grants Lin Zishan permission to fight, viewing it as a minor favor he can repay later. Lin Zishan cups his hands in joy, overwhelmed that the second young master has granted him this honor. The fifth elder smiles politely at his master, but secretly despises Lin Zishan for being such a disposable pawn. They are simply using the elder as bait to force Zhuo Fan to reveal any hidden defensive techniques. The fifth elder mockingly thanks Lin Zishan for his trouble in accepting the role of the sacrifice. Lin Zishan beams, believing he has been hailed as a genius, while Zhuo Fan watches him with silent, intense mockery. Realizing fighting this moron is a waste of time, Zhuo Fan capitalizes on their distraction and suddenly jumps backward. His lightning wings are primed, not aiming for the sky but for the closest weak point, the solid wall behind him. Huangpu Qingshan immediately shouts in alarm, realizing Zhuo Fan is making a desperate run for freedom. By the time the two leaders reach the gaping hole in the stone wall, Zhuo Fan is already gaining the open-air advantage. Zhuo Fan's mocking laughter echoes back as he speeds away, promising a future reunion with his foes. Huangpu Qingshan and the fifth elder grit their teeth, knowing the chase is already futile now that Zhuo Fan is airborne. Lin Zishan, enraged by Zhuo Fan's explicit disregard, unleashes his speed technique and vanishes in a blur of motion. Suddenly, Lin Zishan reappears right behind Zhuo Fan, completely cutting off his escape route and forcing him to stop. Zhuo Fan is momentarily startled by the elder's astonishing speed, which exceeds the typical profound heaven stage. Zhuo Fan quickly recovers, deciding speed alone means nothing and charging straight toward the elder anyway. Lin Zishan roars like an enraged lion about to strike, furious at Zhuo Fan's continuing insolence. Zhuo Fan grins, sharpening his lightning wings for impact and telling the elder to prepare for his own funeral. The crowd silently judges Lin Zishan, convinced he is a fool for engaging a monster who killed a major expert instantly. Huangpu Qingshan tells the fifth elder they must join the fight immediately to capitalize on the delay. The elder realizes Huangpu Qingshan views Lin Zishan only as a delay mechanism, not someone worth saving. Huangpu Qingshan bolts forward instantly, with the fifth elder following right behind him in anticipation. Zhuo Fan sees their move and allows a peculiar, knowing smile to spread across his face. Just as the three are about to clash, Zhuo Fan executes his mystifying phantom step and appears behind Lin Zishan. Huangpu Qingshan and the fifth elder halt in shock as Zhuo Fan's triumphant cackle rings out, having foiled their ambush. Long Jiu's group realizes Lin Zishan was mere bait in a battle of wits, which Zhuo Fan clearly won. Before anyone can breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Zishan, still enraged, pivots and punches Zhuo Fan from behind. Zhuo Fan blocks the punch with his arm, mocking the elder for his weak, seemingly childish attack. Lin Zishan laughs, boasting about constant effort, and then vanishes half a meter away from Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan is stunned. The movement was too fast, utilizing a spatial burst he completely failed to detect. Lin Zishan reappears and lands a crushing punch directly on Zhuo Fan's chest, taking advantage of his shock. The unexpected force sends Zhuo Fan flying backward, slamming into a massive rock formation and burying him in the debris. The surrounding experts are utterly astonished that this paper tiger managed to send the monstrous Zhuo Fan flying. Zhuo Fan bursts from the rubble, visibly unharmed, though his blocking arm is clearly inflamed and bruised. Now serious, Zhuo Fan looks up at Lin Zishan, admitting that he severely underestimated the elder's true power. Lin Zishan proudly puts away his fist, boasting that Mary Woods earned its place among the 7 houses through sheer strength. In a sneaky move, Lin Zishan hides his hand behind his back and rubs the pain away, revealing his purple, injured knuckles. Lin Zishan tried to look like a master, but inside, his hand was screaming from punching Zhuo Fan. Huangpu Qingshan congratulated the elder, noting that Lin Zishan's speed was unexpectedly effective. The young master urged Lin Zishan to finish quickly. They needed to destroy the little prick immediately. Flattered by the sudden respect, Lin Zishan vowed that Zhu Fan would never escape his grasp. Zhu Fan knew fighting 3 experts was suicide. His only option was to drive a wedge between the allies. Sneering, Zhu Fan decided to start with flattery, praising Elder Lin as an expert equal to the others. Lin Zishan, drunk on the prestige, laughed away his pain, accepting the infamous Zhu Fan's praise. Zhu Fan then upped the ante, suggesting that Mary Woods was simply not as impressive as the other great houses. Enraged, Lin Zishan cut him off, vehemently insisting that Mary Woods' name was always glorious. Zhu Fan replied that Mary Woods would soon be famous, then asked if Elder Lin knew the popular lines about their opportunism. He recited a new poem about Mary Woods shifting allegiance between the red dress and the tree, depending on the stronger wind. Lin Zishan flushed, realizing the insult was aimed at his love life, as the young master stifled laughter. Breathing heavily, Lin Zishan cursed the rumor, threatening to break the person who dared start the vilification. Zhu Fan then looked pointedly at the terrace, asking if Elder Lin had forgotten the fragrant and soft legs of yesterday. Peony Overseer, ashamed, rushed to explain to Chu Qingcheng, but her denial only confirmed the embarrassing history. The young master and the elder were now openly mocking Lin Zishan, valuing loyalty above all else. Lin Zishan's face cycled through shades of white and blue. He was utterly speechless, trapped in his worst moment. Overwhelmed by humiliation, Lin Zishan flew into a blind rage and charged Zhu Fan, ignoring all strategy. Zhu Fan was startled, but immediately activated his lightning wings to counter the incoming, furious attack. Lin Zishan's speed was terrifying. He vanished and reappeared right in front of Zhu Fan, forcing a direct block. Zhu Fan was smashed backward into the nearby cliffs, sending dust and rock fragments flying everywhere. Before Zhu Fan could recover, Lin Zishan was on him again, relentless, hammering him with rapid kicks. The lightning wings were fast, but they were no match for Lin Zishan's specialized movement technique. Zhu Fan was ragdolled across the battlefield, repeatedly slamming into hard surfaces under the barrage of kicks. After 7 or 8 rounds, Zhu Fan was bruised and battered. The persistent effort was cutting into his strength. Huangpu Qingshan and the 5th elder laughed, astonished that Lin Zishan was finishing the demon Zhu Fan for them. The young master shouted to Lin Zishan, demanding he leave Zhu Fan half alive so he could deliver the final blow. Chu Qingcheng and Xiao Dandan watched with growing worry, while Long Jiu gripped his fists, ready to jump in. But the vicious Pill King watched Zhu Fan intently, muttering that something felt deeply suspicious. Yan Fu approached his master, gloating that the arrogant brat was finally meeting his demise. The Pill King cursed him, pointing out that Zhu Fan's signature arrogant gaze was completely gone. He realized the arrogance wasn't gone but hidden. Zhu Fan was a viper, poised to take a single, lethal opportunity. Panicked, the vicious Pill King screamed a final warning. "Elder Lin, watch out. He is planning to take your disciple hostage." Everyone was focused on Zhu Fan getting beaten, failing to realize that every strike was carefully driving him toward the eastern viewing stand. Lin Tianyu, Lin Zishan's disciple, stood alone and vulnerable near the edge of the stand, watching his master fight. Suddenly, a loud yell from the vicious Pill King broke the tension, causing the disciple to look around blankly. Lin Zishan immediately stopped his attack, realizing in a flash of shock that something was deeply wrong with the setup. Zhu Fan smirked, declaring it was already too late, and blasted off the ground like a cannonball toward the stand. The distance was negligible at this speed, leaving Lin Zishan completely unable to intervene in time. Zhu Fan taunted him, asking how he liked watching his prized disciple about to be executed. Realizing he had been led by the nose, Lin Zishan prioritized saving his student and flashed instantly behind Zhu Fan. He roared, demanding Zhuo Fan fight him directly and leave the disciple out of the conflict. But the moment Lin Zixin's punch connected, Zhuo Fan vanished, and the master felt a crippling pain in his own body. He looked down and saw a hand protruding from his chest, slowly gripping his still-beating heart. Zhuo Fan's sinister laughter reached Lin Zixin as he felt his life force rapidly draining away. Doubt clouded the dying man's eyes as he struggled to ask how Zhuo Fan had matched his speed. Zhuo Fan explained that speed was irrelevant when he controlled the target, then ruthlessly clenched his hand. Blood splattered as the heart was crushed, and Lin Zixin's ice-cold corpse slumped onto the stand, dying with wide, regretful eyes. Lin Tianyu wailed in terror, curling up in a corner, unable to even look at his master's killer. Zhuo Fan mocked the disciple for being trash and sneered as he casually walked away from the assassination. What met him were the frightened eyes of everyone else, witnessing the casual execution of a profound heaven expert. His calculative gaze made it clear that everything had followed his predetermined plan. He was a demon in the flesh. Zai Tianyang spoke, grave-faced, telling Chu Qingcheng that Zhuo Fan was truly a demon king. Peony Overseer trembled, realizing Zhuo Fan was worse than the vicious Pill King, and the Hell Kill Order meant nothing to him. Iris Overseer gravely advised Chu Qingcheng to rethink her relationship, given Zhuo Fan's monstrous nature. Chu Qingcheng's uncertainty quickly hardened into resolve. She defended him, citing how this demon king had saved their edifice. Xiao Dandan eagerly supported Chu Qingcheng, insisting Zhuo Fan was only vile to enemies, not to them. The two overseers sighed, resigned to Chu Qingcheng's decision, but fearing the lack of peace his presence guaranteed. Meanwhile, the vicious Pill King admitted his mistake, finally realizing Zhuo Fan's target had been Lin Zixin all along. Zhuo Fan confirmed, laughing that he only cared about the old coot's life, not the trash disciple. He declared that Lin Zixin was a fool who thought he was in control, walking exactly the predetermined path Zhuo Fan had laid out. Regent Estate's heir, Huangpu Qingyun, clenched his fists, infuriated that he hadn't intervened to save his ally. Zhuo Fan scoffed openly, mocking the heir for thinking a daft brat could see through his schemes. The heir felt intense humiliation, treated like a beggar cursing an emperor in the middle of the street. Zhuo Fan pressed the attack, stating the heir knew nothing of true leadership or grasping the people's hearts. He explained his strategy. He had to eliminate Lin Zixin because 3 against 1 was too dangerous. Zhuo Fan then detailed the heir's first mistake, failing to manage Lin Zixin's vanity when he lost control. The witnesses looked at the heir, recognizing the lack of tolerance and confirming Zhuo Fan's assessment of his poor leadership. Zhuo Fan pointed out the second mistake. The heir allowed the key fighter, the only one fast enough to counter him, to drift out of range. Huangpu Qingyun finally snapped, angrily accusing Zhuo Fan of trying to pin the murder on him through deceit. Zhuo Fan delivered the cutting political statement: leaders who shirk responsibility are unfit to follow. The crowd's respect for the heir plummeted. His allies and the fifth elder hesitated, their loyalty faltering. Zhuo Fan smiled his conquering, evil grin, having successfully driven a deep, rational wedge into the enemy ranks. Huangpu Qingyun felt the elders judging him, his heart burning with intense, frustrated rage over Zhuo Fan's manipulation. Unable to counter Zhuo Fan's strange movements, Huangpu Qingyun prepared a hidden strike, but Zhuo Fan was already moving. Huangpu Qingyun cursed, realizing Zhuo Fan always reacted as if he knew his plans before they were even executed. Zhuo Fan reached the wall and taunted them, proclaiming they were far too slow to ever stop him. With a flash of his lightning wings, Zhuo Fan lashed out, instantly blasting a massive hole through the 5-meter-tall wall. He stepped through the opening and into the clouds, feeling like a caged bird finally tasting freedom. The elders finally realized Zhuo Fan's speech was designed purely to drive a wedge and slow their reaction time. They shared a look of grim determination, Zhuo Fan was too dangerous to live, regardless of his methods. Huangpu Qingyun and the fifth elder rushed through the hole and engaged in the frantic chase, followed by vicious Pill King. Iris Overseer sighed, noting how cunning demon Zhuo Fan was to play the astute Huangpu Qingyun like a fiddle. Zai Tianyang agreed, calling the sly brat the single most dreadful person in the world, fearing his combined brains and brawn. But Zai Dandan's pride in her husband jumped, praising his bravery and wisdom beyond his years. Even the reserved Chu Qingcheng couldn't help but smile, acknowledging Zhuo Fan's rare mettle and mind. Long Ju proposed they follow, needing to be nearby in case the situation went south in the open space. Suddenly, a panic cry rang out as Lin Tianyu, terrified by his master's corpse, begged Zio Dandan to save him. He implored the seniors to avenge his master, citing the intermarriage ties between Drifting Flowers edifice and Merry Woods. Long Jiu's group stared at him, realizing he was as clueless as his master, asking the wrong people for help. Assuming they were afraid, Lin Tianyu switched to a righteous tone, warning that Zhuo Fan would kill them all if he escaped. He dramatically called for the 7 houses to unite as brothers and sisters, to remove the vile spawn from the world. The cultivators merely shook their heads, ignoring the fool who had no idea how he would eventually die, and continued their exit. Zai Tianyang joked that Zio Dandan should take Lin Tianyu, suggesting she would need to handle him well. The joke only made Zio Dandan blush, thinking Zai Tianyang was telling her to whip Lin Tianyu later. Lin Tianyu, desperate, implored Dandan directly, begging her to convince her seniors to avenge his master. Zio Dandan snapped, demanding what kind of man he was to let others do his job for him, then kicked him away. Lin Tianyu fell to the ground, wailing dejectedly, unable to understand why asking others for revenge was wrong. Outside, the arena was packed with clansmen and alchemists, curious but afraid of getting caught in the inevitable crossfire. As they waited, a deafening explosion rang out, and the crowd saw the winged figure of Zhuo Fan take to the skies. Moments later, Huangpu Qingyun and the elder followed, instantly blocking Zhuo Fan's path with a golden fist and a sledgehammer attack. However, in the wide-open space, Zhuo Fan's bizarre movement art allowed him to flit like a specter, evading their tight blockade. The 3 figures dashed around, constantly flashing past but never connecting, tiring out the body cultivators who lacked movement arts. With a sudden kick, Zhuo Fan broke free from their encirclement and laughed, telling Huangpu Qingyun to count his blessings. Just as he thought he was safe, an aged voice boomed, reminding the youngster that he had forgotten about him. Zhuo Fan was unable to react and was hit, slamming him onto the ground like an artillery shell. The force created a massive 10-meter crater where Zhuo Fan landed, rendering him stuck. Hovering where Zhuo Fan had been was a meter-large, blood-colored spiritual beast with tiny, sharp eyes. The startled crowd immediately cried out, recognizing the terrifying creature, the 3rd-level spiritual beast, the rumbling blood bat. Forget claws and fangs. This peculiar spiritual beast, the rumbling blood bat, attacks the soul with sound waves. This soul-striking attack is so potent that even a flock of 10 can overwhelm much stronger 4th-level spiritual beasts. Zhuo Fan finally burst free of the arena ruins, only to find himself staring up at the terrifying airborne blockade. Standing nearby, vicious Pill King Yansong held a mysterious gourd, revealing his ultimate desperate trump card. Zhuo Fan realized this old man was never truly cornered. He had these soul-striking beasts waiting in reserve the entire time. Moments later, Long Jiu and Chu Qingcheng climbed out, immediately recognizing the dire threat hovering overhead. Cornered by 2 experts and 10 4th-level beasts, escaping this trap was impossible, even for a profound heaven cultivator. Huangpu Qingyun arrived, gloating that Zhuo Fan finally had nowhere left to run. Yansong sighed, claiming he admired Zhuo Fan's alchemy but was forced to eliminate him due to the inevitable conflict. The onlookers lamented that such a talented grandmaster was meeting a wretched end for daring to oppose the regent estate. Ignoring the pity, Zhu Fan simply snickered, mocking the bat's coordination before vanishing into the sky. The bats immediately opened their snouts, sending a visible, terrifying sonic wave directly towards the rapidly ascending youth. Zhu Fan sidestepped the wave, which then struck the ground, instantly pulverizing solid stone into fine dust. Using his demonic speed, Zhu Fan danced skillfully between the gaps in the 10 bats' uncoordinated attacks. Seeing Zhu Fan's uncanny evasion, Huangpu Qingyun panicked, urging Yan Song to launch a joint attack. Yan Song calmly dismissed the suggestion, assuring him that this was far from the end of his preparations. With a horrific screech, a massive second flock of bats poured out, instantly sealing the only remaining escape route. The combined sonic ripple, now dozens of times stronger, slammed into Zhu Fan, sending him crashing violently back to the earth. He crawled out, sucking a cold breath as he realized the true scale of the trap. The sky was now filled with roughly 100 bats. 100 bats, capable of killing a 5th-level beast, struck fear into everyone present. Even the enemies were terrified. Long Ju was lost in a daze, wondering how the old man had managed to gather such an impossible number of rare spiritual beasts. Xiao Dandan nervously asked if her husband still had any chance of survival against this monstrous swarm. Long Ju grimly pointed out that Yan Song had already tightened the barrier into a cage smaller than the arena itself. Cursing internally, Zhu Fan attempted one last desperate jump toward the sky barrier. Instantly, the unified sonic attack slammed down like a pillar from heaven, driving him back to the ground with overwhelming force. Huangpu Qingyun laughed maniacally, noting that even Zhu Fan's inhumanly tough body was finally wounded. Yan Song intervened, requesting that since Zhu Fan was a grandmaster, they should at least leave his corpse intact. With the request granted, Yan Song signaled the 100 rumbling bloodbats to unleash their combined soul attack. Zhu Fan let out a terrible wail as his mind felt like it was exploding, his very soul beginning to shatter. He furiously regretted not using his final hidden card earlier, realizing this unprecedented pain meant he was truly lost. Even the enemy elders admitted that Zhu Fan was a freak, lasting far longer than any normal cultivator should under such an attack. Huangpu Qingyun declared that this brutal public execution would send a clear message to the world about the fate of those who defied the regent estate. Xiao Dandan, tears streaming down her face, attempted to rush forward to intervene, only to be restrained by Long Ju. Long Ju sighed, knowing that attempting a rescue was pointless. They would only be throwing their own lives away. He reluctantly decided that with Zhu Fan dying, their alliance was effectively nullified, and he had to prioritize his own house's interests. Surrounded by enemies and abandoned by his supposed allies, Zhu Fan was truly alone in his moment of ultimate crisis. Suddenly, Zhu Fan's painful screams stopped, making everyone's heart drop, especially Chu Qingcheng, who feared the worst. But astonishingly, his energy signature remained, marked by an azure flame flickering gently in the center of his forehead. Zai Tianyang recognized the protective flame immediately, recalling it had shielded Zhu Fan's soul during a previous, intense battle. Zhu Fan finally relaxed as the warm, gentle flame began to heal his damaged soul, pushing him toward a rare cultivation breakthrough. Meanwhile, Huangpu Qingyun panicked, demanding to know why Elder Yan Song's vicious sound attack had failed to kill the boy and why he looked so calm. Huangpu Qingyun then accused Yan Song of intentionally holding back because he admired Zhu Fan's talent as an alchemist. Yan Song was furious at the insult, but realized Huangpu Qingyun's narrow-mindedness proved Zhu Fan's earlier words about their fragile alliance were true. A subordinate suggested they seize the opportunity to attack Zhu Fan directly, while the blood bats kept his movement skills sealed. Huangpu Qingyun agreed instantly, demanding Yan Song halt the bats so he could satisfy his personal hatred and deliver the killing blow himself. Despite his personal anger, Yan Song complied due to the alliance, commanding the 100 rumbling blood bats to cease their deafening attack. Chu Qingcheng grew anxious seeing Zhuo Fan remain motionless. He should have sprung up, but he was still like a spent statue. Chu Qingcheng pleaded with Long Jiu, but he gravely insisted they wait longer, worried that interfering might ruin one of Zhuo Fan's hidden plans. Zai Tianyang affirmed the wisdom of caution, reminding everyone that Zhuo Fan always waited for the precise moment his opponents dropped their guard. Even the arrogant Huangpu Qingshan was now soaked in cold sweat, terrified that Zhuo Fan was faking his weakness to lure them into another deadly trap. The onlookers were utterly dumbstruck, witnessing two powerful profound heaven experts shaking in fear of a seemingly defenseless cultivator. Finally reaching the kneeling figure, Huangpu Qingshan and the fifth elder decided to test Zhuo Fan's state with a cautious, powerful punch. The golden fist connected, sending Zhuo Fan flying backward with a violent impact that buried him deep within a pile of shattered rock and debris. Huangpu Qingshan was momentarily stunned by how easy the strike was, then erupted in triumphant laughter, convinced Zhuo Fan was finally neutralized. The two experts instantly regained their haughty arrogance, strutting confidently toward the rubble to collect the spoils of their easy victory. The surrounding crowd watched their sudden change from trembling fear to utter self-absorption, with intense derision and silent mockery. Chu Qingcheng watched the approaching danger, realizing with a sinking heart that any attempt to intervene now would be futile and too late. Long Jiu looked up at the circling bats, quickly ordering the Iris and Peony overseers to engage the aerial threat, while Chu Qingcheng rushed in to save Zhuo Fan. But before anyone could move, a massive boom erupted from the rubble, and Zhuo Fan suddenly launched himself out of the debris. The protective azure flame had vanished, replaced by an intense, cold bluish glow simmering deep within his eyes. Zhuo Fan smoothly twisted his neck, leveling an evil, taunting grin at the two stunned attackers, and asking which one of them he should promise not to beat to death. Huangpu Qingshan and the fifth elder were utterly incredulous, unable to process how he survived the concentrated assault of 100 rumbling blood bats. Zhuo Fan merely offered a cryptic smile, casually dismissing the powerful sound attacks as nothing more than an annoying, persistent coin. The onlookers were collectively stunned. The fact he survived an attack strong enough to kill a fifth-level spiritual beast confirmed he was a complete freak of nature. Long Jiu's group finally relaxed, realizing Zhuo Fan had once again managed to transform a deadly crisis into an opportunity for growth. Though Chu Qingcheng was still worried about the bats overhead, Zai Tianyang pointed out the crucial change in Zhuo Fan's demeanor. Zhuo Fan's entire aura had shifted. He was now a honed sword, ready to leave its sheath, and his eyes held frigid, boundless killing intent. Even the powerful Long Jiu shivered at the intensity of the aura, and Zai Tianyang laughed, recognizing that Zhuo Fan was now fully prepared for a slaughter. Tense with fear, Huangpu Qingshan relied on the 100 circling bats overhead, arrogantly assuring Zhuo Fan he still had nowhere left to run. Zhuo Fan's smile widened, agreeing that since they didn't want him to run, he would indeed stay right where he was. Then through gritted teeth, Zhuo Fan spat out his final terrifying intention: stay and kill. The two powerful enemies shivered uncontrollably, struck by an overwhelming, primal sense of dread that they could not rationally accept. Zhuo Fan unleashed the terrifying pressure of soul suppression, instantly crippling the two profound heaven experts. Although they were powerful body cultivators, they realized Zhuo Fan's soul power exceeded theirs by an impossible margin. The only conclusion was that this bone-tempering kid somehow possessed the soul of a radiant stage master. Zhuo Fan then extinguished the azure flames in his eyes, thanking them for the opportune timing of his breakthrough. This confirmation sent a deep fear into his enemies, who now knew they faced a monster that could not be allowed to live. They had to finish Zhuo Fan now, before he truly grasped how to kill with intent and became unstoppable. The golden-lit figure shot towards Zhuo Fan, unleashing a majestic fist capable of breaking mountains. Unperturbed by the devastating assault, Zhu Fan simply tilted his head, and the massive golden fist hit nothing but air. The missed attack blew up a whole street of houses behind him, but failed to touch a single hair on his head. Suddenly, the second expert's giant hammer boomed down towards Zhu Fan's position. The hammer strike caused the earth to cave in, forming a massive crater 20 meters wide around the impact zone. Zhu Fan landed lightly at the edge of the destruction, as his two opponents launched a rapid, relentless flurry of blows. For the next 100 blows, the profound heaven experts rained down attacks too fast to escape, yet Zhu Fan moved only slightly. He danced within a mere 2-meter circle, utilizing simple footwork to evade every single strike. This unbelievable spectacle left the crowd speechless, two masters rendered moot by a bone-tempering cultivator. Long Zhu and his group, however, instantly understood the secret behind Zhu Fan's uncanny accuracy. This was the discerning field, a radiant stage ability allowing the user to detect the most minute changes and predict an attack's course. Long Zhu was astonished, pained by the realization that this youngster had achieved what generations of elders could not. Zai Tianyang sighed, acknowledging that the little freak had truly become a full-fledged abomination with no discernible limits. Back in the arena, Zhu Fan continued to skip around calmly, the azure glint still visible in his eyes, completely untouched. The profound heaven experts were now panting heavily, mentally taxed and powerless against the absolute defense. The fifth elder, his patience exhausted, cracked and started cursing Zhu Fan, demanding he fight like a real man. The crowd openly scorned the elder's shamelessness. Asking a weaker opponent to stand still was the lowest of the low. Zhu Fan merely quirked an eyebrow and smiled, announcing that he would accept the challenge and give them a sound defeat. He planted his feet firmly into the ground, declaring he would not move from this spot, wagering his head on the outcome. The onlookers gasped in fright, believing Grandmaster Zhu's heroism had finally gotten to his head, facing two experts head-on. Huangpu Qingyun jerked back, eyeing Zhu Fan cautiously, convinced that this sudden offer was some kind of elaborate trap. The crowd rolled their eyes. The experts were so cowardly, they were afraid of a target that had volunteered to be tied up. Laughing, Zhu Fan confirmed he did have a necessary trick up his sleeve, reminding them all that he was an alchemist. He popped the cork and shook out a small, gleaming blue pill into his palm. Someone cried out in panic, identifying the object, the fifth-grade bursting pill. Huangpu Qingyun instantly panicked and flitted back tens of meters, screaming that the maniac was going to blow himself up. The entire scene was thrown into chaos, as people realized the pill was only useful when one intended to detonate themselves. Zhu Fan stood perfectly still amidst the pandemonium, holding the blue pill, wearing his cryptic, unbeatable smile. Zhu Fan tapped the medicine bottle, letting 5 gleaming azure pills fall into his hand. 5 pills meant a 50-fold power increase, turning him into a massive ticking bomb capable of leveling the entire drifting flower city. The vicious pill king screamed for someone to stop him, but it was already too late. Zhu Fan swallowed all 5 pills instantly. Suddenly, the wind picked up, space warped around him, and raw, physical yuan qi began seeping out of his body. His lightning wings immediately grew to twice their normal size, crackling with intense electrical energy. He gnashed his teeth and clenched his fist, enduring the unspeakable pain without letting a single sound escape. In a shockwave, his arms swelled, bursting with power, and the azure flame mark on his forehead grew bigger and brighter. Everyone watched, terrified as his power soared rapidly, climbing from the bone-tempering stage with agonizing constancy. Huangpu Qingyun was appalled, wondering how this monster could still hold his body together under such pressure. Finally, the tornado of power reached its peak and stabilized, leaving a completely calm Zhu Fan breathing smoothly. Vicious Pill King realized, trembling, that in just a few breaths, Zhuo Fan had leaped from bone tempering straight to the profound heaven stage. Huangpu Qingshan finally voiced the collective thought. This man was nothing short of a monster. Zhuo Fan smirked, gesturing mockingly at Huangpu Qingshan and the fifth elder, daring them to come and fight him now. Enraged by the scorn, Huangpu Qingshan launched himself forward, demanding Zhuo Fan not dodge his golden fist. Zhuo Fan simply lifted his hand, stating there was no longer any need for him to evade attacks. Fists met, tearing up the air with a deafening explosion as their yuan qi collided and spread outwards like a tidal wave. The raw power of the clash flung weaker cultivators 20 meters away, leaving them spitting blood. As everyone watched, stunned that Zhuo Fan had blocked the attack easily, the fifth elder arrived from behind, swinging a heavy hammer. Dong, Zhuo Fan simply allowed his lightning wing to lightly block the hammer, which screeched against the reinforced surface. Huangpu Qingshan and the fifth elder cried out in frantic disbelief. Zhuo Fan hadn't even shuddered from the combined blows. Zhuo Fan then gripped Huangpu Qingshan's fist and threw him straight down, slamming him into the ground and burying him slightly. He shook his lightning wings slightly, sending the fifth elder flying 100 meters away to crash into the dirt. Zhuo Fan looked down at the humiliated Huangpu Qingshan and delivered a final sarcastic blow, reminding him that only those standing were real men. Roaring in fury, Huangpu Qingshan charged back, joined instantly by the recovering fifth elder. Zhuo Fan simply laughed at their futile attempts, knowing his upgraded body could handle anything they threw at him. He used only his left hand to block every punch and kick Huangpu Qingshan threw at him. At the same time, his lightning wings danced around the fifth elder, countering every massive hammer swing. Clangs and dings resounded constantly, the power behind each hit enough to pulverize the earth around them. The onlookers were dumbstruck. A bone-tempering cultivator was casually using two profound heaven experts as stepping stones. Chu Qingcheng and the Iris Overseer watched, finally acknowledging the true extent of Demon Zhuo Fan's monstrous reputation. Even Zai Tianyang felt his ambition crumble, realizing his dream of surpassing this freak was nothing but wishful thinking. The chaotic battle continued, with Huangpu Qingshan and the fifth elder launching hundreds of desperate attacks. Yet Zhuo Fan remained completely unscathed, treating their efforts like a joke, until the azure flame surrounding him suddenly began to flicker. "Enough swinging," Zhuo Fan snorted, instantly stretching his hand out to intercept Huangpu Qingshan. He slammed a simple, ordinary fist into the young master's stomach, delivering a blow that felt like a mountain striking him. Huangpu Qingshan whistled through the air like a rag doll, smashing through dozens of buildings before ending up under a pile of rubble. With one down, Zhuo Fan turned to the fifth elder, using one of his demonic wings to latch onto the man's shoulder like a viper. The other wing viciously whipped the elder across the chest with a sound like a crumbling mountain, sending him flying. The fifth elder smacked into the ground, leaving a deep crater before staggering out, slipping and spewing blood. He realized 5 of his ribs were shattered. He had never suffered such devastation in his entire life as a body cultivator. Huangpu Qingshan fared no better, clawing his way out of the rubble only to collapse and spit out blood mixed with pieces of flesh. Stepping lightly out of the dust, Zhuo Fan coldly declared they had wasted their chance, and now he would properly end their lives. The entire crowd was stunned, realizing this man cared nothing for the 7 noble houses or their retaliation. They realized this was Demon Zhuo Fan, who had already killed one 7 houses elder, so why would adding another matter? They silently cheered, hoping to see the arrogant 7 noble houses finally receive the punishment they deserved. With murderous intent blazing in his eyes, Zhuo Fan walked toward the petrified Huangpu Qingshan. Huangpu Qingshan was now experiencing genuine, overwhelming fear for the very first time, feeling like a meager ant waiting to be squished. The fifth elder felt just as helpless, realizing he lacked the power to intervene, even if he wanted to save the young master. Just as Zhuo Fan approached, a seven-colored mist shot forward, accompanied by the familiar cry, "Rainbow Cloud Palm Yan Song." The frail, vicious Pill King grinned, admitting that while Zhuo Fan's skill was superior, escape from this poison was nigh impossible. Zhuo Fan frowned and shouted at the old man, asking why he was throwing his life away just to put up a front. Yan Song simply raised his head, replying that he was repaying a favor before the poisoned mist swallowed Zhuo Fan whole. Huangpu Qingshan eagerly asked if the poison could kill the freak, finding a sudden surge of hope in the rescue. Yan Song explained, however, that it could only buy time, as the bursting pill Zhuo Fan used came with severe side effects. He revealed that forcing the power increase would eventually tear Zhuo Fan's body, leaving him vulnerable once the boost was sapped. Huangpu Qingshan's eyes shone with renewed victory, realizing they just needed to hang on for a little longer. When asked how long they had to wait, Yan Song snickered, confirming the azure flame's disappearance meant Zhuo Fan's time was rapidly running out. Huangpu Qingshan reddened with shame, realizing the fear had made him lose all reason, while the perceptive Chu Qingcheng frowned with deep worry. Then Zhuo Fan's sudden laughter erupted from within the seven-colored mist, defying their expectations. He admitted the bursting pill's side effects were real, but mocked them, saying he still had plenty of time to kill them all. Yan Song countered that the poison would accelerate the sapping of Zhuo Fan's strength, making his defiance futile. "Oh, you mean these 7 poisons?" Zhuo Fan asked, before launching into a philosophical question about the nature of power. Yan Song replied that the world belonged to men and smart people, but Zhuo Fan laughed and declared the world belonged only to the strong. Suddenly, heavy obsidian energy spewed fiercely from within the seven-colored mist, beginning to swallow the poison cloud whole. From amidst the powerful energy, Zhuo Fan calmly strutted out like a king, completely unharmed and untouched by the poison. "Impossible," Yan Song gasped, utterly shattered by the failure of Pill King Hall's thousand-year-long poison research. Grinning, Zhuo Fan explained that the poison was useless against the strong, telling the old man not to lump him in with the weaklings. Vicious Pill King gasped harder and harder, unsure if his reaction stemmed from shock or pure rage. Meanwhile, Iris Overseer was so offended by being called weak that her eyes practically spat fire in fury. Zai Tianyang quickly placated her, suggesting that Zhuo Fan was actually protecting them from regent estate retaliation by distancing them publicly. Zio Dandan, however, was simply more infatuated, believing Zhuo Fan's savage words were just his way of looking out for them. Zhuo Fan advanced across the battlefield like an unstoppable force, radiating sheer killing intent. The 3 opponents, terrified to their core, could barely stand against the overwhelming pressure of his aura. Huangpu Qingyun was paralyzed, realizing he was facing a foe no god could challenge. Yan Song, sweating fearfully, knew Zhuo Fan's weakness, but lacked the raw power needed to exploit it. The power gap was simply too vast. Strategy meant nothing against such force. With a sudden, desperate flash of resolve, Yan Song pulled out a small bottle of pills. He offered the pills to Huangpu Qingyun and the 5th elder, urging them to take action. Zhuo Fan immediately recognized the substance, the notorious bursting pill. Huangpu Qingyun realized the pill meant someone might have to self-destruct to ensure victory. He immediately tried to pawn the sacrifice off on the 5th elder, promising him eternal alliance and gratitude. The 5th elder was inwardly furious, knowing Regent Estate would never honor such a treacherous deal. Huangpu Qingyun pressed him, demanding he sacrifice himself since Zhuo Fan was Hell Valley's original problem. Zhuo Fan merely shook his head, amused by their transparent attempt to betray each other when faced with death. He grinned, tightening his fist wrapped in concentrated black energy, ready to end the drama. Both Huangpu Qingyun and the 5th elder flinched and stumbled backward in horror at the sight of his power. Yan Song quickly intervened, shouting that the pill was for a power boost, not self-destruction. He mocked their lack of courage, urging them to die fighting instead of ending up as helpless lambs. Convinced, the two men looked at the pills with newfound desperation and swallowed them whole. Instantly, overwhelming yuan qi surged through their bodies, causing immediate excruciating pain. The two men roared in agony as the energy tore through their flesh and meridians. The powerful sound wave scattered the surrounding rumbling bloodbaths and afflicted spectators with headaches. Zhuo Fan was even forced to step back several paces from the sheer, raw display of uncontrolled power. Yan Song was also hurled back 10 feet, struggling to stabilize himself against the intense pressure. The power stabilized. The two men felt an intoxicating, immense surge of strength filling their veins. Shedding all previous fear, they now focused their renewed killing intent entirely on Zhuo Fan. Yan Song laughed in relief. His desperate gamble had succeeded in boosting their strength beyond measure. Long Jiu and his allies watched, gravely concerned about Zhuo Fan's rapidly expiring time limit. Zhuo Fan acknowledged the timer, but declared he would snatch victory in one decisive blow. Huangpu Qingyun, driven by his massive new power, roared and activated his ultimate technique. 7 swirling golden dragons materialized around him, signifying the Imperial Tyrant Body Art, 7th stage. Spectators gasped, realizing Huangpu Qingyun had reached a terrifying level of power. Huangpu Qingyun charged, fully confident that his dragon defense was now impenetrable. Zhuo Fan met the charge head-on, a confident smirk on his face, ready to counter. He roared, unleashing his own ultimate move, Wraith-style soaring demonic dragon. A gigantic black dragon image enveloped Zhuo Fan as he slammed directly into the 7 golden dragons. The clash unleashed a catastrophic shockwave, knocking out weaker individuals and causing blood loss among the witnesses. When the dust settled, Zhuo Fan stood firm, radiating the untouchable aura of a war god. Huangpu Qingyun was revealed, pale and broken, with a critical, fatal wound across his torso. He died instantly, eyes wide with disbelief at the overwhelming power that destroyed him in a single move. The onlookers stared in stunned silence, reassessing the true depth of Zhuo Fan's power. Zai Tianyang, shaken by the display, resolved to dedicate himself to intense sword training immediately. The 5th elder, who moments ago was brimming with confidence, was now utterly terrified, realizing this fight was unwinnable. Suddenly, 4 of Huangpu Qingyun's weak porters appeared and began lamenting their master's fate right in the middle of the battlefield. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, noting their weak cultivation. They were barely stronger than peak bone tempering experts. But the pill's effects were rapidly declining, and Zhuo Fan's body felt like it was on the verge of collapsing entirely. Before he could make his escape, the 4 porters roared and charged at him, demanding vengeance for their dead master. He bit his tongue for clarity and lashed out with his lightning wings, instantly slicing 3 of the attackers in half. Ignoring the single surviving, wailing figure, Zhuo Fan pushed his exhausted body to the limit and fled the scene. Vicious Pill King yelled at the 5th elder to intervene, assuring him that Zhuo Fan was running on fumes and couldn't hold out much longer. Seizing the opportunity, the 5th elder shot straight for Zhuo Fan, swinging a massive half-ton hammer in a wide arc. Below, Chu Qingcheng was overwhelmed with anxiety, knowing she was too far away to offer any timely assistance. The 5th elder cackled savagely, promising Zhuo Fan that this was the moment he would pay for all his crimes with his life. Though his body was failing, Zhuo Fan's eyes never lost their cold ruthlessness. He bit his tongue and roared, lashing out with his wings. The impact sent the gigantic hammer flying out of the 5th elder's numb hands, soaring into the distance. The elder was thrilled, realizing Zhuo Fan had sacrificed his defensive posture by using his wings to deflect the attack. He immediately channeled a fierce flame into his hand for a high spirit-ranked martial art, aiming to pierce straight through Zhuo Fan's exposed chest. Chu Qingcheng watched from below, consumed by anxiety, completely helpless to stop the impending disaster. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with cold defiance, as he declared that the elder was still not worthy of taking his life. With a heaven-shaking draconic roar, Zhuo Fan launched the Wraith Style's second move, the ghostly dragon claw. In a terrifying instant, Zhuo Fan's claw ripped the fifth elder's entire arm clean off his body. The fifth elder finally registered the pain and fell from the sky screaming, while Zhuo Fan stood alone, invincible. Zhuo Fan snorted, reiterating his power, and then clenched his hand, crushing the elder's arm into dust. Everyone was stunned. Zhuo Fan had ripped off the arm of a peak expert even after the bursting pill effects had mostly faded. Vicious Pill King stood there dumbly, realizing that Zhuo Fan's power was far deeper than just the temporary boost from the pills. Long Jiu was equally shocked, noting that the fifth elder was a renowned expert, yet Zhuo Fan defeated him like child's play. Panting heavily, Zhuo Fan snapped a cold glare at the still-dazed Vicious Pill King and attempted to fly away once more. After a moment of hesitation, Vicious Pill King roared, sending his 100 rumbling blood bats swarming towards Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan paused to warn the old fool, offering him respect as a fellow grandmaster and telling him not to throw his life away. The Pill King refused, proclaiming his devotion to his duty. Only Zhuo Fan's head would keep him alive. The 100 rumbling blood bats opened their jaws and unleashed a massive tidal wave of sound, a potent soul attack aimed directly at Zhuo Fan. Chu Qingcheng was alarmed. Zhuo Fan's tough body offered no defense against this soul attack, forcing him to use his last energy reserves. Unfazed, Zhuo Fan made a final hand sign and unleashed the Wraith Style's third move, the Necro Dragon Screech. Zhuo Fan snapped his jaws open and roared, unleashing a visible sound dragon that flew into the air, shaking the entire area. Zai Tianyang was completely overwhelmed, realizing this was a technique unknown even among the 7 houses of the empire. The sound dragon collided violently with the tidal wave of bat screeches, causing high-level experts nearby to spew blood from the residual force. Vicious Pill King struggled to maintain his posture, dark blood leaking from his mouth as Zhuo Fan pressed the focused dragon attack. The dragon dissolved the tidal wave, then passed straight through the 100 rumbling blood bats, killing them instantly. The dragon continued its path through Vicious Pill King, whose mind instantly went blank before his body plopped stiffly to the ground. Zhuo Fan allowed a grim grin to cross his face as he finally flew away from the devastated battlefield. A mad, echoing laughter resonated across the valley, mocking the great 7 houses for failing to kill one man. Even after Zhuo Fan vanished, the survivors remained stunned, staring dumbly at the massive destruction he left behind. Soon, the stunned silence was replaced by the mournful cries of thousands of wounded and the dying. Hell Valley's 5th elder weakly rose, bellowing Zhuo Fan's name with primal hatred and rage, his missing arm held uselessly to the sky. After this battle, Zhuo Fan's name would spread far and wide, but only as a notorious figure of unprecedented evil. People were overcome with horror, yet 2 words were now deeply etched into their minds: Demon Archon. Chu Qingcheng and her group finally collected themselves and began the grim task of counting the dead. Zioya soon returned with the shocking tally, her face painted with deep sorrow at the scale of the disaster. The report confirmed 4,862 dead and 36,019 heavily wounded, not even counting the lightly injured. Iris Overseer cried out in disbelief, wondering if Zhuo Fan was truly a harbinger of death to kill so many in one moment. Long Jiu and his companions were equally startled by the aftermath, which resembled a full-scale military skirmish. The situation was compounded by the fact that over 2,000 important clans had lost delegates at the meeting. Chu Qingcheng, realizing the political disaster, ordered Zioya to promise compensation to calm the furious clans. Zai Tianyang took a deep breath, recognizing that Zhuo Fan had just racked up enemies among the major powers to an all-time high. Zio Dandan immediately defended him, arguing that the survivor should be blaming Regent Estate, not her darling, for the damages. Zai Tianyang scoffed, pointing out that no one dared complain to the 7 houses, especially since Regent Estate was playing the victim. Zio Dandan proudly insisted that since they feared Regent Estate, they shouldn't assume Zhuo Fan was someone to be pushed around either. However, Zai Tianyang reminded them, Vicious Pill King claimed the kid's power was about to fail, leaving him unable to move. The realization hit them all. Zhu Fan might be lying weak and vulnerable somewhere, defenseless against any strong opponent. To maintain her cover, Chu Qingcheng quickly ordered everyone to search for the demon Zhuo Fan and capture him for Regent Estate. Zai Tianyang pointed out that those with half a brain were already gone, asking the group who was currently missing. Zio Dandan clapped her hands in realization. It was the Dong siblings, and she immediately raced off in Zhuo Fan's direction. She shouted her reason. She couldn't let the Dong lass get ahead of her, as she clearly had a thing for her darling. Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan was rushing to flee, his vision growing hazy as he desperately searched for a hidden corner to hide. Suddenly, his vision failed completely, and he passed out, crash-landing into a small, rocky valley with a loud bang. He lay buried under a pile of stones for 3 days, defenseless, but at least concealed from predators. On the dawn of the 4th day, morning dew trickled onto Zhuo Fan's face, finally rousing him from his slumber. He realized his body was completely disabled. He would be stuck there, unable to lift a finger for at least a month. Putting his life in fate's hands was against the demonic emperor's nature, yet he was utterly helpless, awaiting his executioner. Suddenly, slow footsteps approached, and Zhuo Fan tensed in terror, unable to check the newcomer's cultivation. With a crash, the final layer of rock was removed, and Dong Tianba pulled Zhuo Fan's dirty body into the piercing sun. Zhuo Fan hit the ground hard, only to be greeted by the cold, glinting steel of a spiritual sword resting on his throat. Dong Tianba stared down, demanding to know what happened to his brother Song Yu, whose face Zhuo Fan had stolen. Zhuo Fan smiled wickedly and confirmed he killed Song Yu, stating he needed no reason, as he was a demon. Dong Xiaoan threw herself to shield Zhuo Fan, desperately reminding her brother that the demon had saved their lives and their clan. Suddenly, a flash of red pushed Dong Xiaoan aside as Zio Dandan arrived, demanding to know who dared harm her darling. Dong Tianba was shaking, not because of the girl but because of the powerful faction backing her up. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan's voice cut through the tension, sharply ordering Zio Dandan to get out of the way. Despite being immobile, Zhuo Fan maintained his dominant attitude, calmly revealing that he had killed both Song Yu and his sister. If Dong Tianba wanted revenge, he should take it now. Zhuo Fan declared this was a matter between men and warned Zio Dandan that if she interfered, she could never call him darling again. She was so desperate for approval, she immediately backed off. Dong Tianba saw the hatred in Zhuo Fan's eyes turn into a strange sort of gratitude. Remembering their time drinking together, he sighed heavily and tossed his weapon, giving up on vengeance. Zhuo Fan smiled wickedly and pushed further, offering to help Dong Tianba frame another clan for the murder, guaranteeing 0 repercussions. Everyone was stunned by his audacity. Dong Tianba explained that killing the person who saved their lives would be biting the hand that fed them. He declared their debts settled. But before Dong Tianba could finish, a golden streak shot past his ear, instantly pulverizing a massive rock formation 60 yards away. The golden light returned to Zhuo Fan, revealing the terrifying blood infant. Zhuo Fan sneered, coldly reminding Dong Tianba that no one, especially not him, got to decide the fate of a demon archon. A tight shot captures Dong Tianba recoiling dramatically, his face slick with cold sweat and eyes wide with profound terror. He is gripping his chest, realizing the overwhelming power difference as he stares off-frame at Zhuo Fan. The background shows a rugged forest environment under low-contrast lighting, emphasizing the danger of the situation. Zio Dandan was more infatuated than ever. His power and boldness made him the ultimate man. Zhuo Fan, ignoring his fans, simply asked them to take him somewhere safe for 2 weeks of recovery. Xiao Dandan immediately jumped at the chance to carry him, but just as she moved, Zhuo Fan's ears twitched. He realized someone important was approaching. Zhuo Fan quickly recalled the blood infant, knowing it was useless against a strong expert if he couldn't fight alongside it. He needed a hidden killing strike. Moments later, an old man emerged from the rustling bushes. It was Liu Yizhen, who seemed genuinely happy and concerned to see Zhuo Fan safe. Zhuo Fan was baffled by the old man's sudden closeness. Liu Yizhen quickly examined him, frowning as he realized the severe damage to Zhuo Fan's meridians. Luckily, Liu Yizhen had a 6th-grade Yang recovery pill, which wouldn't guarantee full recovery, but would at least let Zhuo Fan regain his mobility. Zhuo Fan was ecstatic. Combined with his Bodhi Jade sap, this pill was the perfect solution. Xiao Dandan carefully checked the pill and helped him swallow it. Instantly, a blinding light and intense warmth erupted from Zhuo Fan's main acupoints. He could feel the restorative energy moving through his body, allowing him to twitch and test his fingers. Liu Yizhen excitedly predicted that Zhuo Fan would be able to walk within the hour. However, Zhuo Fan wasn't waiting and immediately consumed a drop of his divine Bodhi Jade sap. Liu Yizhen realized that with the divine sap, Zhuo Fan would recover completely, not just partially. Zhuo Fan focused, letting the medicine flow. Suddenly, with a loud popping sound, a surge of newfound power coursed through him. Dong Tianba cried out, realizing Zhuo Fan had just broken through a cultivation layer. A moment later, it happened again. Zhuo Fan's power doubled, and his body began to glow in waves, manifesting a physical diamond sand effect. Then, unbelievably, a third pop echoed. Liu Yizhen was left stammering, calling Zhuo Fan a freak for achieving 3 breakthroughs in a single breath. An hour later, Zhuo Fan's radiating energy subsided, and he opened his eyes, which flashed with a sharp azure light. He had reached the 5th layer of bone tempering, and crucially, stabilized his soul enough to manifest the radiant stage's discerning field. Liu Yizhen congratulated Zhuo Fan on his recovery, but Zhuo Fan immediately demanded he state his real intentions. Zhuo Fan, ever the cynic, realized the old man was clearly after a huge return for that 6th-grade pill. Liu Yizhen suddenly threw himself at Zhuo Fan's feet, kowtowing and begging to be accepted as his disciple. Zhuo Fan, utterly dumbstruck, quickly asked for an empty jade slip, which Liu Yizhen handed over gleefully. Zhuo Fan returned the slip containing 3 alchemy secrets, declaring their debt paid and refusing the apprenticeship. Waving off the pleading old man, Zhuo Fan turned and threw a pitch-black storage ring towards Xiao Dandan. He told her to return it to Chu Qingcheng, stating clearly that the favor for the medicine was now completely repaid. Panicked, Xiao Dandan asked about their relationship, but Zhuo Fan simply gave her a funny look and dismissed her entirely. Zhuo Fan immediately shot high into the sky and vanished, leaving Liu Yizhen sighing mournfully over his gifted jade slip. Xiao Dandan then burst into tears, wailing that her darling had abandoned her. Dong Xiaoan stood silently, heartbroken, realizing Zhuo Fan didn't even spare her a glance. Dong Tianba comforted his sister, reminding her that Zhuo Fan was bound to cause chaos and was incompatible with their lives. Dong Xiaoan accepted the reality, but still felt a pang of envy for the attention Zhuo Fan gave Xiao Dandan. Meanwhile, in the hazy night of the broken-down slums, Chu Qingcheng stood waiting, surrounded by her disciples. After 4 days, Zai Tianyang yawned and skeptically asked Chu Qingcheng if she was sure Zhuo Fan would actually return here. Chu Qingcheng insisted this was their shared home, believing with fierce conviction that he would return once he was safe. Zai Tianyang sighed, convinced she only knew the fake persona Song Yu, not the real stone-cold killer Zhuo Fan. Chu Qingcheng smiled sadly, clinging to the belief that the feelings they shared during that time were genuine. Suddenly, everyone heard the distinct sound of a horse's trotting, signaling a worn-out carriage drawing near. Chu Qingcheng instantly recognized the carriage as Zhuo Fan's and rushed forward, her heart filled with joy. However, only Dong Tianba, Dong Xiaoan, and the weeping Xiao Dandan emerged from the vehicle. Chu Qingcheng realized he wasn't there. Dong Tianba explained that Zhuo Fan had recovered and immediately departed. She was utterly shocked that he would leave without so much as a word or an explanation for her. Xiao Dandan wailed, confirming the abandonment. Peony Overseer immediately pulled her disciple close, demanding answers. Sniffling, Xiao Dandan gave the black ring to Chu Qingcheng, relaying the message that their relationship was over. Peony Overseer went into a rage, condemning Zhuo Fan as a heartless man without conscience. Chu Qingcheng, lost in thought, took the items from the ring, recognizing the spirit tablet she had given him. By returning everything except the Bodhi Jade Sap, Zhuo Fan's meaning was loud and clear. They were now strangers. Swaying slightly, Chu Qingcheng whispered in denial, struggling with the realization that she might have been deceived and used. Zai Tianyang confirmed her fears, explaining that Zhuo Fan only helped her because the benefits outweighed the risks. Iris Overseer comforted Chu Qingcheng, noting this emotional abandonment was a far deeper wound than any injury. Peony Overseer, still furious, loudly threatened to peel Zhuo Fan's skin the next time she encountered him. Zai Tianyang immediately mocked her, asking pointedly if she actually possessed the ability to follow through on that threat. Peony Overseer quickly took it back, deciding she would just curse him in her head instead. Aunt Tao then found a vial of pills in the ring, wondering if Chu Qingcheng had given them to him. Chu Qingcheng shook her head, realizing these were mysterious pills Zhuo Fan had left behind as a gift. Tao Danyang opened the vial, releasing a thick medicinal aroma accompanied by the faint, shocking sound of dragon roars. She recognized them as the perfect 8th grade pills from the Pill King finals and counted 17 of them inside. Suddenly, Tao Danyang threw a pill to Iris Overseer, yelling urgently for her to consume it immediately. Iris Overseer consumed the pill, broke through her cultivation, and joyfully realized the deadly poison was entirely cured. Everyone stared at the vial with renewed hope, realizing they held 17 antidotes to the land's most infamous poison. Tao Danyang admitted that Zhuo Fan was an unheard-of genius who solved the pill recipe she struggled with for years. She felt completely inferior, realizing Zhuo Fan had reached heights she couldn't even dream of shadowing. Chu Qingcheng and the others were ecstatic, learning that the 17 antidote pills solved their crisis. The pill recipe was real, and Zhuo Fan somehow refined the 7th grade antidote into perfect 8th grade pills. Even better, the pills assured the recovery of the edifice's grandmother, who was barely clinging to life. Everyone realized Zhuo Fan had saved the entire Drifting Flowers edifice from Pill King Hall and the Regent Estate. Long Jiu sighed in admiration, recognizing Zhuo Fan as the true savior of their entire faction. Even Peony Overseer, who constantly cursed him, felt a wave of profound respect and shame. Regardless of his motives, Zhuo Fan was now the undisputed greatest contributor to the edifice's future. Chu Qingcheng smiled craftily, deciding their bond was now an indebtedness she owed him. Unnoticed by the group, a winged figure watched them from a treetop before vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, Yan Fu was shedding bitter tears while returning westward with his master's body in a carriage. Wiping his face, Yan Fu steeled his resolve to one day kill Zhuo Fan and avenge his master. Suddenly, a gale blew, followed by a crack of thunder, signaling a terrifying arrival. Yan Fu looked back in horror, seeing a man with wings of lightning charging straight for the carriage. Recognizing Zhuo Fan, Yan Fu's thirst for revenge instantly evaporated into pure, desperate panic. Zhuo Fan arrived swiftly like lightning, forcing Yan Fu to jump from the carriage. Yan Fu braced himself for a fight, but Zhuo Fan completely ignored him and his sudden bravery. Boom! Zhuo Fan smashed right through the carriage, reducing it to smoldering ash in an instant. Standing clear of the wreckage, Zhuo Fan was now holding the body of vicious Pill King. Yan Fu cursed, demanding to know what the bastard was doing to his master's remains. Came to whip a corpse, Zhuo Fan mocked, making Yan Fu collapse in despair and useless grief. Zhuo Fan glanced back, noting the kid's loyalty, before flying away with the body. Zhuo Fan landed in a grove, tossing the vicious Pill King's body onto the ground. He placed a pill in the elderly man's mouth, then pulled out a gourd containing a blood-red worm. Snickering, Zhuo Fan placed the bloodworm inside the man's mouth and began complex hand gestures. A visible ripple passed over the body as Zhuo Fan shouted, "Ha!" The corpse shuddered, slowly moved, and then the vicious Pill King sat up, panicked and hazy. "Elder Yan, we can finally have a nice chat," Zhuo Fan said, giving him his kindest, most chilling smile. Vicious Pill King staggered backward, instinctively terrified of the demon archon standing before him. Yan Song remembered his death, but Zhuo Fan explained he had only feigned death by temporarily dislodging his soul. A soul-restoring pill had easily brought him back, just as Zhuo Fan had planned. Suspicious, Yan Song demanded to know why Zhuo Fan had gone to such lengths to spare him. Zhuo Fan declared he respected the Grandmaster too much to kill him, finding it better to use him instead. Yan Song scoffed, refusing to fall from grace and become an errand boy for this young demon. Zhuo Fan condescended, agreeing that he wouldn't force the issue and gave him a thumbs up. Confused by the easy surrender, Yan Song watched as Zhuo Fan suddenly made a cryptic hand sign. A bloody mark appeared on Yan Song's forehead, causing excruciating pain that made him roll on the ground. Blood seeped from his eyes, ears, and mouth as the vicious Pill King screamed in agony. Zhuo Fan showed him the bloodworm, explaining it was a little pet that could make his blood surge until he exploded. Horrified, Yan Song realized Zhuo Fan had already bound him, accusing the young man of breaking his word. Zhuo Fan maintained his cold facade, claiming submission was free will, but refusing meant he was still an enemy. Desperate, Yan Song begged Zhuo Fan to just end his life and spare him the suffering. Zhuo Fan denied the request with a wide, naive smile, insisting he alone decided the method of destruction. Yan Song finally accepted the terrifying truth. Demon Zhuo Fan had completely cornered him. The vicious Pill King, Yan Song, shrieked agonizingly as the bloodworm consumed his essence. Zhuo Fan sat nearby on a large rock, observing the brutal spectacle without a shred of pity. Suddenly, Yan Song gnashed his teeth and attempted to gather his yuan qi for self-destruction. Zhuo Fan simply made a hand gesture, and all of Yan Song's energy instantly dissipated into nothingness. "Once the bloodworm enters you, suicide requires my express permission," Zhuo Fan mocked him. Yan Song was filled with shock, realizing the depth of this demon archon's evil methods. He could only continue his endless shrieks, his head feeling like it was on the verge of exploding. Yan Song desperately pleaded, "Kill me," but Zhuo Fan ignored him and placed an hourglass on the ground. "You have 24 hours to wait for the sand to run out," Zhuo Fan stated, extending his torment for a full day. Yan Song was on the verge of tears, begging internally for instant death to end the misery. Zhuo Fan dusted himself off and prepared to leave, finding the waiting too tedious. "Wait, where are you going?" Yan Song cried out, terrified of being left alone with the pain. Zhuo Fan paused, deciding to fetch Yan Song's disciple to keep him company on the path to the underworld. He will jump for joy, as such a filial disciple gets to join his cherished master. Zhuo Fan laughed triumphantly. Yan Song panicked, his eyes flashing with an ominous glint as he swore eternal vengeance. Zhuo Fan simply cocked an eyebrow and beamed, daring him to try haunting him in the afterlife. Zhuo Fan then flew away, leaving Yan Song's anxious cries to echo into the silence. "Grandmaster Zhuo, I concede. I will do anything, just let my disciple go," Yan Song desperately shouted. Zhuo Fan's laughter echoed back, explaining the stark choice: alliance or eradication. The meaning was clear: surrender now and they become allies, resist and both would be rooted out. Plagued by indecision, Yan Song wrestled with betraying his home, Pil King Hall. Zhuo Fan, sensing his hesitation, probed further about his attachments within the hall. Yan Song replied mournfully that he had wasted his life there and only cared for his sole disciple. Zhuo Fan immediately cut him off, questioning if such a cold, competitive place deserved to be called home. The vicious Pil King was shocked to the core, struck by the brutal honesty of Zhuo Fan's words. Zhuo Fan briefly calmed the bloodworm, giving the elder space to truly process the decision. Zhuo Fan then drove the point home, reminding him of his past betrayal involving the pill recipe theft. Yan Song was startled, asking how Zhuo Fan could possibly know about that secret theft. Zhuo Fan explained his deduction, noting Yan Song's pity for the disciple's talent despite the mockery. Yan Song admitted he allowed the theft, viewing it as a chance for the boy to surpass him. Zhuo Fan confirmed that since Yan Song already betrayed them once, doing it again was inevitable. He pointed out that since everyone believed Zhuo Fan had already killed him, all ties were severed. Yan Song's eyes changed. The idea of being dead meant he was truly free from his old life. Zhuo Fan delivered the final ultimatum: return to Pil King Hall and die, or join the Luo clan and shake the world. Yan Song's eyes flashed with renewed purpose, and he cupped his hands in majestic submission. Excellent, Zhuo Fan nodded, flicking an azure, perfect 8th grade pill toward his new subordinate. Zhuo Fan revealed the pill was the antidote, proving his superior alchemy by solving the ancient recipe instantly. Vicious Pil King Yan Song finally swallowed the antidote, acknowledging Zhuo Fan's supreme skill. He realized the rainbow cloud palm's poison was permanent, slowly killing anyone who used it. For centuries, Pil King Hall sought the Bodhi Jade sap just to cure their own fatal affliction. But Zhuo Fan, the eminent genius, had already refined the perfect 8th grade antidote. The azure dragon energy scoured the poison, rejuvenating him and increasing his cultivation layer instantly. Now looking like a powerful man in his 40s, he advanced to the 6th layer of the profound heaven stage. Zhuo Fan chuckled, noting that even Yan Song's old acquaintances wouldn't recognize his rebirth. Yan Song bowed in sincere admiration, praising Zhuo Fan as the best alchemist in the entire empire. Zhuo Fan waved off the praise, insisting that Yan Song was now an elder of the Luo clan, and he was merely the steward. Yan Song was surprised, but quickly concluded that the Luo clan must be a hidden powerhouse, a crownless king among the houses. Zhuo Fan chuckled awkwardly, knowing the Luo clan was barely second-rate, but he had much grander plans. He planned to raise the Luo clan above the 7 houses in 10 years, using any means necessary. With an intense flash in his eyes, Zhuo Fan declared heavily, "The Luo clan will be the best in Tianyu, second to none." Yan Song was shocked by the audacity, yet Zhuo Fan's conviction made him an immediate believer. Thrilled to join such a powerful entity, Yan Song eagerly asked when they would return to the clan. Zhuo Fan waved him off, stating they still had another task to fulfill before going home. Yan Song then mused if the chaos Zhuo Fan caused in Drifting Flowers City put the clan in any danger. Zhuo Fan scoffed, certain that the emperor's edict forbade the 7 houses from entering Wingay City. Yan Song laughed, explaining that the clan must be too secluded to know the 7 houses routinely ignore imperial orders. He revealed that the current emperor was weak, constantly backing down, and respected but not feared. Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed, suddenly anxious, demanding to know the imperial family's reaction to these repeated tests. Yan Song confirmed that Regent Estate would use the death of their young master as an excuse to escalate their conflict with the emperor. Zhuo Fan immediately cut him off, shouting, "Let's go," and shot into the sky toward Wingay City. Yan Song was startled, still believing the Luo clan was an unassailable fortress that would make Regent Estate suffer. Zhuo Fan screamed back the truth. If he wasn't there, there wouldn't even be corpses left. He regretted his arrogance, realizing the Luo clan would be sacrificed by the weak emperor to de-escalate the conflict. Yan Song, though clueless about the real danger, quickly followed the desperate steward toward the clan. A month later, in the imperial capital garden, the emperor and his trusted advisor, Mr. Sima, were locked in a quiet game of chess. The emperor admitted defeat, noting that Mr. Sima had already bested him 10 times in a row. Sima merely chuckled, claiming his skill was limited to the board, while the emperor managed the entire nation. They exchanged knowing glances, both understanding that the real game for the land was reaching its inevitable conclusion. Suddenly, a booming cry shook the ground, announcing the frantic, thunderous arrival of the third prince. The emperor waved off the attending maids, grumbling about his noisy son interrupting their match again. Mr. Sima smiled knowingly, revealing he had prepared a heavy black iron board specifically to withstand the prince's disruption. Moments later, the heavy figure of Yuan Kong, the third prince, rolled into view, huffing and soaked in panic-induced sweat. The emperor inwardly wondered how his son managed to grow even heavier in just 3 months. The prince was running so fast he couldn't hear his father's warning to slow down. Distracted by seeing Mr. Sima, the prince failed to notice a small rock in his path and instantly began to fall. Due to his immense weight and inertia, he became a veritable living cannonball, rolling uncontrollably toward the pavilion. While the emperor stepped back in shock, Mr. Sima mused that the prince had an extraordinary talent for precise, spherical shape. The living ball of flesh crashed directly into the stone table, shattering it instantly and sending the heavy iron chessboard flying. Mr. Sima's face twitched as he stared at the carnage, realizing his promise that the chess match would be untouched was utterly ruined. Yuan Kong crawled up, rubbing his sore spine, and innocently asked the speechless advisor if he was all right. Mr. Sima took a deep breath, informing the prince that he was now one of the few people who had managed to utterly shame him. The emperor, regaining his voice, bellowed at Yuan Kong for losing all decorum and acting so frantically. The prince quickly knelt, crying out that this was a truly monumental, earth-shaking situation. The emperor scoffed, asking what could possibly be more serious than the Quanrong invasion or Yugiki's death 2 months ago. Yuan Kong mumbled that this new matter was definitely far more serious than the previous incident. The emperor's face turned serious as he stopped pouring tea, demanding to know the identity of the latest troublemaker. Kneeling, the prince reported the death of Lin Zishan, the 6th elder of Merry Woods. The emperor acknowledged Lin Zishan's importance, but casually asked who the killer was. The prince replied simply, the killer was Zhuo Fan, the Luo clan's steward. The emperor frowned, calling Zhuo Fan a reckless troublemaker who was clearly overestimating his luck in courting death. The prince reminded his father that Zhuo Fan's actions would directly impact the protected Luo clan. Waving him off, the emperor smiled and turned to Mr. Sima, asking if he wished to lend his support to this talent. Mr. Sima chuckled, confirming that helping the steward would ultimately benefit the emperor's strategic goals. The emperor gave his approval, believing Mr. Sima's presence would force Merry Woods to exercise restraint. Yuan Kong interrupted, clarifying that Mr. Sima actually needed to go to Hell Valley instead. Confused, Mr. Sima questioned why he should go to a place where Zhuo Fan had already incurred absolute hatred. The prince then dropped the second bombshell. Zhuo Fan had also severed the arm of Hell Valley's 5th elder. The emperor and Mr. Sima gasped simultaneously, utterly stunned by this massive escalation. Mr. Sima struggled to believe that the 5th elder, known as the powerful Diamondback Ape, was crippled by a mere steward. The prince corrected the advisor, stating that Zhuo Fan, the demon archon, had just humiliated the 7 noble houses at the 100-pill meeting. The final tally was 3 members dead and 1 crippled among the major powers. The emperor, thoroughly shaken, frantically asked for the names of the 2 remaining casualties. Yuan Kong swallowed hard before hesitantly naming the vicious pill king, Yan Song. The 2 older men gasped again, realizing that with the vicious Pill King dead, Pill King Hall would guarantee a retaliatory bloodbath. Enraged, the emperor shouted that Zhu Fan had gone from poking a hornet's nest to stabbing at the heavens. Mr. Sima attempted to mollify the emperor, offering to intervene personally to tie Zhu Fan down. Yuan Kong whispered that while 3 houses might show restraint, there was one house that certainly would not. Remembering the final unaccounted death, the emperor demanded to know the identity of the last victim. Yuan Kong insisted his father sit down first, before revealing the final catastrophic name, Huangpu Qingyun. Mr. Sima was instantly struck dumb, while the emperor suffered a near-panic attack, clutching his chest in disbelief. The imperial gardens were swallowed by an unprecedented silence. Even the birds sensed the gravity of the situation. Mr. Sima frowned, suggesting to the pensive emperor that perhaps they should abandon the Luo clan to resolve the crisis. After a long pause, the emperor stopped pacing, his eyes suddenly calm yet laced with freezing killing intent. He declared he must protect the Luo clan and the boy. He would not tolerate being pushed down a cliff by the noble houses. The emperor issued a final, urgent decree. Marshal Dugu Zhanshan must return immediately. There was no time to lose. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Zhu Chengfeng was relaxing in a rocking chair at his expansive residence, eyes closed in contemplation. Suddenly, a swift, black-clad figure appeared, whispered a message to him, and vanished just as quickly. Zhu Chengfeng opened his eyes, a calculative smile spreading across his face as he processed the emperor's panic. He realized the time for war between the 7 houses and the emperor was fast approaching, and he intended to spice things up. He called out for elders Yin and Yang, summoning his most secretive and powerful assets. In a flash, one figure clad in black and another in white materialized before him, awaiting instructions. Zhu Chengfeng ordered them to travel to Thunder Swarm Mountain and free 4 demonic criminals imprisoned there. Elsewhere, the Veiled Dragon Pavilion Lord, Long Yifi, and his elders listened to Long Jiu's shocking report on Zhu Fan's actions. An elder cried out in disbelief that Hell Valley's 5th elder had actually lost an arm to the demonic steward. Long Jiu wryly explained that Zhu Fan had consumed 5 bursting pills, making him an unstoppable temporary force. The elder sank back, lamenting his own age and admitting that the young always found a way to surpass the old. Another elder intervened, demanding they focus on the true crisis, the death of Regent Estate's Huangpu Qingyun. The first elder sadly confirmed that Zhu Fan had blown away Huangpu Qingyun's lower body, revealing terrifying physical strength. The elders immediately fell into a heated argument. Should they cut ties with Zhu Fan to avoid Regent Estate's wrath? Others argued that Regent Estate was already targeting all the houses, and abandoning Zhu Fan would only delay their own destruction. Long Yifi silenced the clamor with a single, sharp shout, demanding order in the hall. He affirmed his decision. The alliance with the Luo clan would remain in effect as long as Zhu Fan was alive. He reassured his elders that the alliance was conducted entirely in secret, giving Regent Estate no immediate evidence to use against them. Just then, a disciple rushed toward the chamber doors, announcing a formal letter from the Regent Estate. Long Yifi exchanged a tense look with his elders, realizing how swiftly the Regent Estate had mobilized. The disciple presented the letter, sealed with the Regent Estate's insignia and written in gold. A third elder snatched the letter, reading the contents, an assembly in half a month to remove the demon scourge. Long Yifi recognized this as a ferocious political move, the first of its kind in 300 years. Meanwhile, Zhu Fan was speeding toward the Luo clan when he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill and shuddered. He rubbed his nose, wondering who was cursing him or sending him ill intentions from afar. Yan Song, traveling beside him, laughed, suggesting the thousands of casualties in Drifting Flowers City were focusing their grief upon him. Zhu Fan retorted, mocking Yan Song by suggesting the female disciples of the edifice were directing their sorrow at the vicious Pill King. Yan Song simply chuckled sheepishly, claiming he was long used to being the target of such intense hatred. Zhuo Fan abruptly halted, his light-hearted demeanor vanishing instantly as he sensed danger. He informed Yan Song they had company. An ambush was laid for them less than half a mile ahead. Zhuo Fan closed his eyes, instantly recalling the detection skill he learned that allowed him to sense the world around him. He identified 6 profound heaven experts hiding within half a mile, 2 from Hell Valley, 2 from Merry Woods, and 2 from Regent Estate. Vicious Pill King was amazed by Zhuo Fan's ability to use the radiant stage power to scope out their enemies so precisely. The Pill King warned Zhuo Fan that the enemies were prepared this time, working in coordinated pairs to counter his power. Zhuo Fan just smirked, pointing out that unlike his last battle, he wasn't alone. He had the Pill King's help now. Vicious Pill King quickly explained that his rainbow cloud palm was easily countered if the enemy had the antidote ready. But Zhuo Fan asked, what if they could poison all 6 targets simultaneously, neutralizing their advantage before they could react? The old man scoffed, arguing that profound heaven experts could sense movement 1,000 meters away, making a sneak attack impossible. Zhuo Fan then threw a small red pill towards the stunned vicious Pill King. This was the energy-concealing pill, capable of completely hiding their aura for a full day, unless they were actively searched for. Zhuo Fan swallowed his own pill, and his powerful demonic aura instantly vanished into nothingness. Vicious Pill King was utterly dumbstruck, realizing the immense value of this seemingly simple first-grade pill. Realizing the unparalleled opportunity to study ancient pills, Yan Song eagerly took the dose and followed Zhuo Fan as they resumed their flight. Meanwhile, in a hidden part of the forest, 2 elders from Merry Woods sat waiting, eyes closed in deep meditation. One elder complained about the boring wait, questioning if their target had already taken a different route. The other elder assured him, relying on the strategic genius of Mr. Leng, certain that Zhuo Fan would pass through soon. Suddenly, a completely silent shadow, devoid of any aura, crept in behind the 2 unsuspecting elders. With a thunderous sound, 2 massive black bony wings erupted, running the 2 Merry Woods elders through in an instant. Zhuo Fan materialized from the shadow, looking down at the figures spitting blood. He mocked them for being so relaxed during an ambush, deciding that Merry Woods was doomed to fail. With a quick twist, Zhuo Fan broke their necks, and powerful black energy swallowed their bodies whole, leaving only ash behind. Zhuo Fan dusted off his hands, realizing their impatience and lack of caution made the ambush far too easy. Feeling the surge of absorbed Yuan Qi, Zhuo Fan turned his attention towards the Hell Valley elders in the west. In contrast, the Hell Valley elders were highly vigilant, scanning their surroundings with intense focus. They discussed Zhuo Fan's viciousness, agreeing they must treat him as a veteran profound heaven expert. Zhuo Fan watched them from the shadows, realizing that their high alertness made a quick ambush difficult. He sighed, momentarily hesitating on how to best eliminate this cautious pair quickly without alerting the others. Suddenly, a booming noise erupted from the north, followed by a rising cloud of vibrant rainbow-colored poisonous mist. The Hell Valley elders were shocked, immediately recognizing the lethal rainbow cloud palm. They speculated that Pill King Hall had joined the hunt, willingly to avenge their losses against Zhuo Fan. Before they could react, 2 poisoned figures came stumbling into their view, rushing right at them. The Hell Valley elders recoiled in shock and confusion, realizing the approaching figures were Regent Estate experts, already afflicted by the poison. In that brief moment of doubt and distraction, the black shadow flitted silently behind the Hell Valley pair once more. While the 2 Hell Valley elders were still confused about the poisoning, Zhuo Fan plunged his lightning wing directly through the 4th elder's chest. The 4th elder instantly felt his life force ebbing away, and moments later, his lifeless body slumped down to the ground. The third elder roared in fury, but Zhuo Fan's second wing was already slashing toward him. He stared at his brother's corpse, then turned his bloodshot eyes to Zhuo Fan, demanding to know if he was the infamous demon Archon. Zhuo Fan confirmed his identity with a slight nod, then pointed to the body, casually commenting on the elder's close bond with his fallen brother. The third elder swore revenge for all the members Zhuo Fan had injured or killed, vowing that Zhuo Fan would never leave this place alive. With a sneer, Zhuo Fan lifted the corpse fully with his lightning wings, declaring that he not only kills his enemies, but also ruins their bodies to ensure they die in regret. Just as the third elder prepared to charge, Zhuo Fan suddenly sighed, dramatically changing his demeanor. He claimed he understood the elder's grief, having also lost a brother in a life-or-death struggle, who died at the hands of Hell Valley. Zhuo Fan declared that because of their shared tragic fate, he would spare the corpse and return it. The third elder caught the body, looking at Zhuo Fan with a faint trace of respect, agreeing to a fair man-to-man fight. But before he could finish his sentence, the elder suddenly froze, a chill running through his heart. He stared in perplexity at the fist-sized hole in his chest, wondering how he was already dying when the fight hadn't even begun. With a snicker, Zhuo Fan waved, and a golden light, the blood infant, flew out of the elder's back and returned to him. Zhuo Fan revealed that the emotional story about his dead brother was just a ruse to hide his demonic creature in the corpse and catch the elder off guard. He waved goodbye to the loyal elder, wishing him better luck in his next life, and advising him not to trust his enemies, especially when they smile. The third elder fell next to his brother, his eyes fixed open in an expression of profound, unspeakable regret before his mind stopped working. Zhuo Fan sighed, realizing he had wasted too much time, and immediately flew off to the northern part of the forest to assist Elder Yan. By now, the Regent Estate elders were visibly green from the poison, their cultivation severely dropped from the 9th layer to the 4th. Vicious Pill King, fearing identification, was fleeing like a terrified mouse from the two poisoned but still powerful body cultivators. Yan Song frantically pleaded that attacking them was an accident, but the elders refused to believe him, threatening to drag him back to Pill King Hall. Zhuo Fan watched the scene unfold, reflecting on how the once mighty vicious Pill King had become such a scaredy cat when faced with Regent Estate's power. He realized that if the Regent Estate was this strong, his troubles would grow exponentially, prompting him to set a goal to surpass them in 10 years. Spotting Zhuo Fan, Vicious Pill King cried out for salvation and dashed directly behind him, treating him as a shield. The two elders caught up, immediately identifying Zhuo Fan by his bone-tempering cultivation and his distinctive lightning wings. They confirmed Zhuo Fan's identity and accused Pill King Hall of relying on the demon Archon, confirming their suspicion that the poisoning was intentional. The elders boasted about their imperial tyrant body art, claiming that even weakened, they were still strong enough to crush both of them. Zhuo Fan dismissed their bragging as a broken record, pointing out that they were clearly much weaker now. To test their confidence, Zhuo Fan chuckled and abruptly threw Vicious Pill King forward toward the two elders. Yan Song cried out in panic, believing Zhuo Fan had sold him out, while the two elders grabbed him, confused by his obvious terror. Zhuo Fan grinned, suggesting that the coward had hidden skills, and instantly a golden glow shot out of Yan Song and into one of the elders. The infected elder froze, rapidly drying up as his life force was swiftly drained away by the demonic creature. The remaining elder darted backward in horror, and even Vicious Pill King was terrified by the cruelty of Zhuo Fan's demon transformation art. Zhuo Fan floated before Yan Song, subtly recalling the blood infant, and laughed at the frightened remaining elder. The elder took a deep breath, deciding to ignore the old man and focus only on completing his mission by killing Zhuo Fan. Suddenly, the elder pointed behind Zhuo Fan in a panic, using the oldest trick in the book. In that blink, The elder lunged forward to strike Zhuo Fan's head, but before he could touch him, a golden light blasted a hole through his chest. Zhuo Fan turned back, mocking the elder for using such a cliché trick, calling him all brawn and no brain. With a light push, Zhuo Fan sent the man falling like trash into the abyss below the forest canopy. Vicious Pill King was left stupefied, finally understanding what it meant to kill powerful experts as easily as having a casual conversation. The golden light rapidly returned to Zhuo Fan, leaving Vicious Pill King completely stunned by the suddenness of the event. Zhuo Fan explained that the elders' arrogance had been their fatal undoing from the start. He used the shock of the first death to bait the second elder into splitting his focus between them. Yan Song was confused by Zhuo Fan's subtle wordplay, asking if the traits were all the same. Zhuo Fan laughed, calling it the fatal disease that plagues every powerful expert. He declared that only a fraction of carelessness was enough for him to secure their deaths. Yan Song felt a sudden fear as he realized Zhuo Fan hadn't set a trap, but merely read their minds. The elders had been manipulated into falling into their own psychological demise. Yan Song praised Zhuo Fan's wisdom and courage, calling his position as a steward a great waste of talent. Zhuo Fan scoffed at the flattery, but looked toward Wingei's city with a rare, heavy sigh. He was driven by a deep, subtle wish to ensure the Luo clan's absolute safety. Yan Song misinterpreted this resolve, imagining a monstrous genius must lead the Luo clan to employ Zhuo Fan. He instantly elevated the unseen clan head to a figure even more revered than the emperor. The reality was that the Luo clan was a tiny, struggling faction, barely held together by Zhuo Fan's efforts. Zhuo Fan was ready to resume their journey when Yan Song asked if the other 4 experts were handled. Zhuo Fan rolled his eyes, confirming he wouldn't have wasted time saving him otherwise. Yan Song laughed heartily, praising Zhuo Fan for dealing with 4 experts in a single blink. This efficiency only cemented his belief in the illusory, overwhelming power of the Luo clan. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan stopped, squinting as he asked Yan Song if he knew the planner, Mr. Ling. Yan Song instantly recognized the name, Leng Wucheng, the true orchestrator of the ambush. Zhuo Fan pressed him for details, curious why the road ambush was so perfectly coordinated. Yan Song nodded solemnly, sighing that Zhuo Fan and Leng Wucheng were very much alike. Zhuo Fan was skeptical, wondering how they could be alike when he knew nothing about the man. Yan Song explained that Leng Wucheng was the renowned steward of the mighty Regent estate. He then began to detail the 3 sages of wisdom in the entire Tianyu Empire. The first was Prime Minister Zhu Changfeng, whose decisions were always flawlessly correct. Even the emperor feared him, yet could not manage the empire without his unique insight. The second was Leng Wucheng, the unwanted contriver, rumored to be Zhu Changfeng's equal. Leng Wucheng was admired for his foolproof plans and unparalleled strategic insight. Zhuo Fan impatiently asked for the third sage, and Yan Song replied that Zhuo Fan had killed him. The insidious demon Yugiki fell to Zhuo Fan, instantly making him the new third sage of Tianyu. Zhuo Fan scoffed, claiming he killed the demon with raw power, not complicated schemes. Yan Song explained that Yugiki was passable in schemes, but fell short in martial power. The superior strategists set traps that force you to jump in, even if you see them coming. Since Leng Wucheng was involved, Yan Song urged Zhuo Fan to tread carefully and lightly. Zhuo Fan nodded, deciding that if cunning failed, he would rely on overwhelming strength instead. Power reigned supreme. This reinforced his need to find strong experts to back the Luo clan. Suddenly, an unnatural, chilling breeze blew past, causing Zhuo Fan to squint in anxiety. Zhuo Fan cursed, realizing the enemy had deployed a terrifying radiant stage expert after them. An imposing elderly man noticed them from half a mile out, but quickly dismissed the feeling that he had been spotted. He quickly scanned the previous battle site, realizing Zhuo Fan had killed 6 profound heaven experts despite his low cultivation level. Zhuo Fan immediately sped up, confirming the expert's worst fear. The low-level kid actually spotted him. In mere breaths, the elder closed the distance, now only 1,000 meters behind the fleeing duo. Vicious Pill King recognized the terrifying figure as the legendary Mad Dipper, Li Jingxian. A booming laugh echoed as Li Jingxian called out, recognizing both Vicious Pill King and Zhuo Fan, demanding they halt immediately. Vicious Pill King realized the frightening truth. This expert saw through his entire disguise instantly using a soul scan. Knowing stopping meant death, Zhuo Fan flapped his lightning wings, but Li Jingxian responded by launching an invisible ripple of deadly intent. Zhuo Fan instinctively countered, releasing his own visible soul intent, forcing the azure flame to appear on his forehead. The two intents violently collided in midair, causing the space around them to vibrate intensely. Zhuo Fan felt a bolt of pain. Even a non-lethal clash proved how far he was from a true radiant stage expert. Li Jingxian was utterly dumbfounded that a bone-tempering kid could counter a radiant stage soul attack. He realized Zhuo Fan was a true anomaly, a threat that must be eliminated before he became unstoppable. Li Jingxian accelerated like a meteor, grabbing both Zhuo Fan and Vicious Pill King instantly by the neck. He laughed triumphantly, asking how they planned to run now that he had them trapped. Zhuo Fan considered deploying the Blood Infant, but knew it would be detected instantly by the expert's discerning field. He cursed his terrible luck, feeling utterly powerless and anxious, having his life held entirely in someone else's hands. Ignoring Zhuo Fan, Li Jingxian taunted Vicious Pill King about his usually arrogant reputation. Vicious Pill King, shaking with fear, humbly mentioned Li Jingxian's status as Regent Estate's guest venerable. Li Jingxian laughed, making it clear he knew Vicious Pill King had already betrayed Pill King Hall and joined Zhuo Fan. Seeing no way out, Vicious Pill King sighed and admitted his loyalty to the Luo clan, accepting his fate with dignity. Zhuo Fan nodded internally, realizing Vicious Pill King was a man of integrity and loyalty. Li Jingxian praised his honesty, stating he would let Vicious Pill King go, but Zhuo Fan was a different matter. Zhuo Fan, grinning boldly despite the danger, asked why Li Jingxian, a mere guest venerable, cared about Regent Estate's vindication. He then moved to the offensive, offering to double whatever Regent Estate was currently paying the expert to join him instead. Li Jingxian and Yan Song were utterly stunned. Doubling Regent Estate's legendary offer seemed impossible. Yan Song quickly realized Zhuo Fan's secret backing must be far superior to the 7 houses. The Vicious Pill King smugly asserted that Steward Zhuo's promises were as good as gold. Li Jingxian, wary of Zhuo Fan's deceitful nature, paused to consider the implications of the offer. He scoffed, demanding if Zhuo Fan truly thought money could simply buy a figure of his stature. Zhuo Fan instantly recognized the posturing. The elder was obviously just fishing for a bigger pay. He played along, feigning ignorance and asking the elder to enlighten him about his glorious pursuits. Li Jingxian, swelling with pride, commanded Yan Song to recount his legendary heroic deeds. Yan Song nervously began detailing how Li Jingxian had once shaken the entire empire. He explained that Li Jingxian began as a rogue cultivator, stealing methods to ascend the ranks. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose and interrupted, dryly asking if Elder Yan was, in fact, calling him a thief. Yan Song panicked and was quickly slapped and silenced by an embarrassed Li Jingxian. Li Jingxian quickly coughed, dismissing that part of his past as unworthy of attention. Zhuo Fan smiled, praising Li Jingxian's courage for fighting his way up from nothing. Li Jingxian was thrilled that Zhuo Fan didn't despise his inglorious start. The elder then boasted about stealing and cultivating, killing anyone who dared to chase him down. Zhuo Fan silently noted the similarities between the elder's ruthless path and his own. Yan Song chimed in, proudly announcing that Li Jingxian was known across the land as the Mad Dipper. Li Jingxian confirmed the nickname, explaining it signified his arrogance and unmatched power. He reached the profound heaven stage, but found his current cultivation methods were too slow. Zhuo Fan deduced that this was when Li Jingxian must have sought help from the 7 houses. Li Jingxian shook his head proudly, insisting he never leaned on Regent Estate for help. Yan Song quickly clarified that Elder Li fought his way in, aiming for the Imperial Tyrant body art. 5 elders couldn't defeat him, forcing Grand Elder Huangpu Finglei to invite him instead. Li Jingxian soaked up the praise, confirming his status as an invited venerable who earned his place. Zhuo Fan, however, saw through the narrative. Li Jingxian had simply leveraged his strength to recommend himself. He realized this martial fanatic possessed both brawn and unexpected cunning, a valuable asset. Zhuo Fan summarized the elder's life, calling him a true martial fanatic obsessed with power. Li Jingxian looked at the sky and affirmed, "A life not fought for greatness is not worth living." Zhuo Fan stated that he now understood the elder's true desire. Li Jingxian tried to interrupt, but Zhuo Fan cut him off, asserting he had his own method. Zhuo Fan questioned why a Regent Estate venerable would seek his cultivation method. Zhuo Fan demanded honesty, warning that he would not grant the elder anything without the full truth. Li Jingxian admired the young man's defiance, realizing Zhuo Fan was no common kid. Finally, Li Jingxian sighed deeply and revealed his true grievance to the group. Regent Estate had only taught him 7 of the 9 stages of the Imperial Tyrant body art. He ranted that if he had the final 2 stages, he would be invincible. Zhuo Fan and Yan Song exchanged knowing glances, mocking Li Jingxian's naive ambition. Zhuo Fan realized the man was recruitable, but first needed to be controlled and refined. Li Jingxian dropped the pretense of being a senior and immediately demanded Zhuo Fan's hand over his powerful body cultivation method. Zhuo Fan remained perfectly calm, asking how Li Jingxian could possibly know his method surpassed the famed Imperial Tyrant body art. Li Jingxian scoffed, pointing out that Zhuo Fan survived 5 bursting pills while Huangpu Qingyun could barely handle 1. Zhuo Fan and Yan Song exchanged a quick, meaningful glance, acknowledging that the expert was right to suspect the superiority of the method. But Zhuo Fan shook his head, appealing to Li Jingxian's experience. How many techniques truly surpass the legendary Imperial Tyrant body art? Li Jingxian paused, genuinely struggling to answer that question, as the logic made him hesitate. Zhuo Fan laughed, reminding Li Jingxian of his other, equally famous title, Eminent Alchemist Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan explained that his strength came from a powerful, personally refined pill that instantly boosted his constitution 5-fold. Li Jingxian's skepticism was evident. The idea of a pill replacing decades of arduous body tempering was devastating. Yet Zhuo Fan's low cultivation stage versus his actual combat performance provided the necessary logical loophole for Li Jingxian to consider the lie. Li Jingxian quickly reverted to threat, demanding the pills immediately, or he would kill Zhuo Fan on the spot. Zhuo Fan shrugged off the threat, claiming he had already consumed the entire batch and lacked the necessary ingredients to make more. Li Jingxian shouted in frustration, declaring that he would stick to Zhuo Fan like glue until the ingredients were acquired. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow, noting Yan Song's peculiar, knowing smile, which did not escape Li Jingxian's sharp observation. Zhuo Fan then named the ingredient needed, the blood of a red-tail ice fox, suggesting they travel to the distant All-Beast mountain range. Li Jingxian waved him off, smiling slyly, questioning the need for such a long journey when similar spiritual beasts could be found nearby. Frowning slightly, Zhuo Fan sighed and reluctantly agreed to the change of location. Zhuo Fan turned, shooting a quick, covert signal towards Yan Song, but Li Jingxian was alert and immediately noticed the strange, unspoken communication. Li Jingxian abruptly grabbed Zhuo Fan's shoulder, insisting that Yan Song should retrieve the beast alone. Zhuo Fan nervously laughed, insisting that as the chief alchemist, he must oversee the ingredient selection personally. The veteran Li Jingxin saw through the act completely and declared Yan Song would go alone, regardless of Zhuo Fan's protests. Gnashing his teeth in feigned defeat, Zhuo Fan pulled a small gourd from his ring, instructing Yan Song to use the contents, the fox's favorite worms, as bait. Yan Song's eyes immediately lit up, understanding the hidden meaning behind the action, and he gave a quick, affirming nod. Li Jingxin instantly shouted, feeling the suspicious timing, and demanded to inspect the gourd's contents himself. Li Jingxin took the cold gourd, opened it, and observed a single, blood-colored worm wiggling slowly out of the opening. Finding nothing unusual, Li Jingxin returned the gourd, questioning whether the fox actually consumed such bait. Zhuo Fan laughed confidently, suggesting that only master alchemists possessed such detailed knowledge of spiritual beast habits. As Yan Song started to leave, Li Jingxin shouted a strict deadline, one day to return with the beast or they would abandon him. Zhuo Fan sneered internally, realizing the expert's extreme caution only served to lead him directly into the prepared trap. Approximately 12 hours later, Yan Song returned, carrying the body of a snow-white fox with a vibrant red tail. Yan Song placed the beast down, returning the empty gourd to Zhuo Fan with a subtle, confirming nod. Just as Zhuo Fan prepared to refine, Li Jingxin shouted, and with a flick of his finger, violently sliced the fox body in half. Li Jingxin stooped, squeezing the fox's remains until the same red worm emerged, which he immediately squashed into a paste. Li Jingxin barked a new command. He wanted 10 pills, ignoring Zhuo Fan's protest that the pill only worked a single time. With no other choice, Zhuo Fan began the refinement process, adding the ice fox's blood just as the pills were nearing completion. 10 red pills, radiating an intense chill, flew into Zhuo Fan's palm, causing Li Jingxin to cry out in shock at their cold temperature. Zhuo Fan smoothly explained the pills were a secret, refined using a yin-yang flame, making them hot inside and cold outside for superior body tempering. Li Jingxin demanded 1 pill, then immediately demanded the remaining 9, flashing a sly, cautious smile. Li Jingxin ordered Zhuo Fan to eat the pill he was holding, threatening death if he refused, forcing Zhuo Fan to consume the second useless pill. After seeing Zhuo Fan was fine, Li Jingxin continued his paranoid testing, forcing Zhuo Fan to pick a pill from the remaining batch. Li Jingxin took the pill Zhuo Fan picked, but just before consuming it, he suddenly ordered Yan Song to eat it instead. After many rounds of paranoid proxy testing, Li Jingxin finally picked one for himself, meticulously checking both men's faces before swallowing it. Li Jingxin felt a sudden wave of yin and yang energy, a gentle chill followed by a cozy warmth seeping through his body. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and let out a quiet snicker, realizing the paranoid expert had finally and irrevocably swallowed the bait. Li Jingxin finished his meditation, feeling his body become incredibly light and free after refining the pill. After 6 hours, Zhuo Fan smiled, asking if Elder Li was satisfied with the results of the medicine. But his excitement vanished when he realized his cultivation power had not increased at all. Zhuo Fan shrugged, explaining that the pill was never intended to be a body refinement medicine. Realizing he had been played for a fool, the legendary Mad Dipper's rage immediately boiled over. Vicious Pill King tried to hide behind Zhuo Fan, signaling him desperately to stop provoking the expert. Zhuo Fan dismissed him, mocking Li Jingxin for thinking he could steal the cultivation method so easily. Overcome by shame, Li Jingxin decided this disrespectful brat had to die right now. He bellowed, unleashing a massive wave of power intended to obliterate them both instantly. Just as the devastating attack was about to land, Zhuo Fan casually made a precise hand sign. Suddenly, Li Jingxin froze, letting out a horrific, pain-filled shriek that stopped his strike instantly. The Mad Dipper collapsed, writhing on the ground in agony as blood poured from his face. Yan Song stared, utterly stunned, then looked back at Zhuo Fan's triumphant, wicked grin. Zhuo Fan confirmed the old coot was now under complete control, praising Elder Yan for his successful help. Yan Song's fear instantly morphed into pride, feeling great satisfaction at Li Jingshan's humiliation. He was awestruck that Zhuo Fan had managed to bring a radiant stage expert to his knees so easily. Li Jingshan, still struggling, demanded to know what demonic trick had been played on his body. Zhuo Fan held up the remaining pills, giving a sarcastic lecture about avoiding shortcuts in cultivation. Li Jingshan argued that his yuan qi should have easily destroyed any poison in a third-grade pill. Zhuo Fan laughed, explaining the pill was safe, and pointed to the real source of his torment. He introduced the bloodworm, a demonic creature that now fully controlled the flow of Li Jingshan's vital blood. Zhuo Fan warned that a single thought from him was enough to plunge the expert into unending agony. Li Jingshan was horrified, realizing he had personally killed the bloodworm during the initial refinement. Yan Song admitted he had also been confused, wondering how the creature survived the refining fire. Zhuo Fan revealed the key was the red-tailed ice fox, whose icy blood was used to hide the bloodworm's eggs. An egg is not considered alive, allowing it to bypass the scrutiny of a powerful cultivator. Li Jingshan still questioned how the tiny egg could hatch and mature so rapidly inside his body. Zhuo Fan explained the pill was the spring pill, designed to cycle both yin and yang energies. This rapid, cyclical environment simulated decades of growth, instantly maturing the bloodworm. Floored by the complexity, Li Jingshan realized his overwhelming greed had led to his complete downfall. Zhuo Fan stopped the torment, placed a jade slip on the ground, and offered him a choice. He offered the Wraith Art, a top-tier demonic cultivation method, if Li Jingshan would join the Luo clan. Li Jingshan slowly reached for the slip, needing to verify the method's authenticity first. Upon seeing the contents, his eyes widened at the inclusion of a profound ranked martial art. "I'm in," Li Jingshan declared, officially switching his allegiance to the Luo clan. He joked that Zhuo Fan should have just shown him the method earlier to avoid the struggle. Zhuo Fan smiled coldly, revealing he knew Li Jingshan would have killed him to take the secret otherwise. Li Jingshan awkwardly scratched his head again, realizing nothing truly escaped this terrifying young man. And just like that, another disillusioned, powerful expert climbed aboard the growing Luo clan. This story takes place at Caged Dragon City, the base of the Regent Estate, which is ominously surrounded by 4 towering mountain peaks. Standing before the massive city gate was Sir Leng Wucheng, the Regent Estate's steward, looking refined but hiding a terrifying bloodthirst. Suddenly, 3 figures arrived. Pavilion Lord Long Yifi, along with Long Jiu and another elder from Veiled Dragon Pavilion. Long Yifi quickly paid his respects, knowing that around the calculating Sir Leng, every gesture was scrutinized for hidden meaning. Moments later, 3 more figures appeared, led by the grim-faced Valley Lord Yuanshan of Hell Valley. Leng Wucheng immediately noted the irony, pointing out that enemies always seem to cross paths. Long Yifi seized the chance to mock Hell Valley for their recent, devastating losses, especially the crippling of their 5th elder. Yuanshan erupted in fury, stomping forward as his powerful aura clashed violently against Long Yifi's intimidating presence. Just as the fight was about to break out, Leng Wucheng gave a simple cough, reminding them they were in the Regent Estate. Instantly, the terrifying auras vanished, and both house lords bowed, apologizing for their lack of respect. Leng Wucheng's chilling words warned them to take their differences elsewhere, lest they make things difficult for him. Suddenly, a scholarly middle-aged man, Hall Lord Yan Bogong of Pill King Hall, arrived laughing with his 2 distinctively colored elders. Yuanshan immediately mocked Yan Bogong for having his best alchemist slaughtered in cold blood. Yan Bogong calmly replied that unlike Hell Valley, Pill King Hall always had plenty of skilled alchemists ready to take the vicious Pill King title. Long Yifi then pointed out the glaring flaw. The previous vicious Pill King was utterly defeated by Zhuo Fan at the 100-pill meeting. Yan Bogong's composure finally broke, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he implied that Zhuo Fan would soon be dead. Before the tension could escalate, 3 figures in blue arrived, led by House Lord Lin Rufeng, who loudly demanded to know if Zhuo Fan had been dealt with yet. Leng Wucheng inwardly groaned, realizing that Mary Woods was the most strategically inept ally he could have. Leng Wucheng quickly intervened, reminding Lin Rufeng to control himself and focus on their collective strategy to deal with the devil Zhuo Fan. Lin Rufeng, oblivious to the political tension, admitted that Mary Woods had already sent experts to retaliate for their fallen 6th elder. Leng Wucheng cut him off with a deadly glare, stressing that they should work together after the gathering. Long Yifi understood immediately. Regent Estate had already begun moving against Zhuo Fan and had deliberately excluded Veiled Dragon Pavilion from their plans. This confirmed his fear that the Regent Estate intended to eliminate Veiled Dragon Pavilion to consolidate power over all 7 houses. His only hope now was that Zhuo Fan remained safe and would eventually rise to power to assist them. A scholarly middle-aged man, abode Lord Zai Xiaofeng of Sword Marquis's abode, arrived with 2 elders, his cheerful laughter breaking the tense silence. Long Jiu and Zai Xiaofeng's 8th elder, Jian Suifeng, exchanged a subtle nod, confirming their new secret alliance forged by Zhuo Fan. Long Yifi, finally seeing an ally, greeted Zai Xiaofeng warmly, their shared laughter hiding their new political arrangement. Leng Wucheng's brows subtly twitched, noting the unusual and sudden camaraderie between the 2 previously distant house lords. Leng Wucheng attempted to start the gathering, mentioning that Drifting Flowers edifice was likely too tied up with their recent disaster to join. Just as he spoke, a clear and powerful voice cut his speech short, defying his assumption. Then a loud bang echoed as a massive golden staff, topped with a dragon head, smashed into the stone pavement. The sight caused everyone, even the unflappable Leng Wucheng, to widen their eyes in utter shock. Suddenly, a legendary figure entered the hall, Grandmother Chu Bijun, the true pillar of Drifting Flowers edifice a century ago. Her unexpected return shocked everyone present, while the 2 overseers finally looked relieved and victorious. Hall Lord Yan stammered, demanding to know how she could possibly still be alive after all these years. Grandmother Chu coldly confirmed her survival and swore she would repay every single slight Hall Lord Yan had committed against her sect. Leng Wucheng, ever the strategist, smoothly congratulated her, acknowledging her authority as the edifice's true leader. Chu Bijun clarified she was only substituting for Chu Qingcheng, who was currently in seclusion during the gathering. Leng Wucheng then praised her wisdom and proposed that they put aside their differences for the sake of the 7 houses gathering. Grandmother agreed instantly, but slyly glanced at Yan Bogong, ensuring he knew his cooperation was mandatory. With the immediate conflict settled, Leng Wucheng led the delegation toward the main reception hall where the estate lord awaited. As the 3 allied houses passed each other, they exchanged subtle, knowing smiles, confirming their secret pact. The hall was opulent, but only held 7 ornate seats reserved exclusively for the house lords, leaving all the elders to stand. This blatant disrespect infuriated the elders, who were normally treated with the utmost deference in their own domains. Leng Wucheng ignored their silent complaints, instructed the seated lords to wait, and then departed to fetch the estate lord. Hall Lords Yan Yu and Lin immediately sat, and Chu Bijun soon followed, taking her place at the table. Long Yifi and Zai Xiaofeng hesitated, realizing that forcing their elders to stand was a deliberate power play by Regent Estate. Before they could decide, the estate lord himself, Huangpu Tianyuan, entered in dazzling golden ceremonial robes, accompanied by Leng Wucheng. Everyone rose to offer respects, and only sat back down after Huangpu Tianyuan took the seat of honor. Huangpu Tianyuan, feigning shock at her recovery, offered Chu Bijan a warm, solicitous greeting. He even reached out and patted her hand, causing her to withdraw quickly with a flustered expression. The overseers cursed the hypocrite silently, barely restraining themselves from exploding right there in the hall. Huangpu Tianyuan then turned to Long Yifi and Zai Xiaofeng, mockingly asking why they hadn't taken their seats. Long Yifi quickly denied any issue, claiming he was offering his seat to Sir Ling out of respect for the sage. Zai Xiaofeng immediately understood the counterplot and jumped in, insisting that he should be the one to give up his seat. Leng Wucheng then stepped in, coolly rejecting their generous offers by emphasizing the rule, only house lords may sit. The two lords realized Regent Estate was deliberately using this seating arrangement to divide the houses into lords and subjects. Cornered and anxious, Long Yifi and Zai Xiaofeng reluctantly took their seats while their elders looked on grimly. Once everyone was seated and subdued, Huangpu Tianyuan smiled broadly and began the true agenda of the gathering. He declared that the demon Zhuo Fan had repeatedly violated the honor of the 7 houses, making them look like fools across Tianyu. Huangpu Tianyuan stressed that if they did not act, Zhuo Fan might soon eradicate an entire noble house from the map. Yan Bogong couldn't resist mocking Chu Bijan, snidely pointing out that the edifice had already lost its foundation city. Chu Bijan fired back, reminding him that the edifice's loss came at the cost of Pil King Hall losing their most valuable alchemist. Enraged, Yan Bogong slammed his hand onto the table, shouting at her to watch her tone. Huangpu Tianyuan instantly silenced the quarrel, warning them that infighting would only benefit Zhuo Fan. Finally, he announced his true proposal, issuing the demon purging decree to officially eliminate Zhuo Fan once and for all. The entire hall gasped in unified shock. This decree was an unprecedented measure not used in 300 years. The demon purging decree was a ruthless kill order from the 7 houses, a measure far crueler than any imperial edict. It required all 7 house lords to vote unanimously, unleashing their full assets and venerables to hunt the target until they perished. Now, the Regent Estate Lord proposed using this ultimate weapon against Zhuo Fan, a mere bone-tempering cultivator. The other lords exchanged worried glances, acknowledging the disproportionate severity of the proposed action. 3 of the lords quickly agreed, insisting the demonic brat must be eliminated without delay. However, Long Yifi argued that the decree was overkill and required too much political justification to the imperial family. Yuanshan sneered back, immediately accusing Long Yifi's pavilion of secretly protecting the devil Zhuo Fan. The 2 lords erupted into a shouting match, turning the Grand Assembly into a chaotic, messy confrontation. Suddenly, Huangpu Tianyuan let out an enraged snort, and a wave of terrifying pressure radiated outward. The heavy force crushed the arguing men, leaving their ears ringing and their bodies momentarily stunned. With a chilling glare, Huangpu Tianyuan reminded them that they were standing in the Regent Estate. Humbled by the display of strength, the 2 lords quickly apologized and returned to their seats in silence. Huangpu Tianyuan then turned to Chu Bijan, asking for the Drifting Flowers edifice's critical vote. To everyone's surprise, Chu Bijan casually approved the decree, agreeing that the devil must be destroyed. Long Yifi and Zai Xiaofeng watched, completely baffled by the betrayal from their supposed ally. But Chu Bijan quickly added a crucial point with an expression of deep, manufactured worry. She warned that Zhuo Fan possessed the Bodhi root, the edifice's greatest treasure. If pushed into a corner, he might consume the root, gaining power that would ruin all 7 houses. Chu Bijan's warning immediately struck fear into Huangpu Tianyuan, who pondered the devastating risk. He quickly reversed his decision, claiming they should not unleash such a calamity on the people over one kid. Yuanshan and his allies were utterly flabbergasted by this sudden, self-serving reversal. Huangpu Tianyuan then claimed he was only testing their compassion, painting himself as the noble hero. Yuanshan's face twitched with suppressed anger, realizing they had been used to frame him as the villain. The lords discussed other options, but came up empty before the tense meeting was adjourned. Once alone, Huangpu Tianyuan recognized that Chu Bijun, the damn hag, had successfully outmaneuvered him. Leng Wucheng confirmed that the edifice lord had seen through the scheme and played the Bodhi root card perfectly. He concluded that despite being the weakest house, Chu Bijun was a more troublesome opponent than their other allies combined. Moments later, Yuanshan's group rushed back, still desperate and worried about Zhuo Fan's elimination. Leng Wucheng reassured them, claiming the estate lord's reversal was merely a tactical move, not a genuine change of heart. Yuanshan bowed low, confessing that their bone-deep grudges meant they only cared about seeing Zhuo Fan dead. Leng Wucheng laughed, reminding them that 3 houses had already sent 6 profound heaven experts to intercept the boy. He then revealed that the chance of success had jumped to a guaranteed 100%. The reason? Their guest venerable Li Jingshan, a radiant stage expert, had also volunteered for the hunt. Li Jingshan was coveting Zhuo Fan's unique cultivation method, a motivation that ensured his seriousness. Huangpu Tianyuan scoffed at the fool for chasing an outsider's method, instead of perfecting the imperial tyrant body art. Leng Wucheng concluded that regardless of his motives, the radiant stage expert would definitely kill Zhuo Fan, sealing the brat's fate. Little did they know, that very expert had already been subdued and turned into Zhuo Fan's loyal subordinate. The House Lords were celebrating Zhuo Fan's supposed demise, but their joy was cut short by Leng Wucheng's abrupt command. Yuanshan hesitantly asked why they needed to attack Wingay City now that their target, Zhuo Fan, was supposedly out of the picture. Huangpu Tianyuan immediately snapped, declaring that Wingay City must be leveled to prevent any future threats from rising. He then added a chilling warning. He never went back on his words, implying immediate consequences for disobedience. The terrified House Lords secretly complained about being used, but obediently bowed and quickly retreated from the hall. Once they were gone, Huangpu Tianyuan gave a signal, ordering his own forces to begin their secret movements. Outside, Yuanshan stomped in rage, realizing Regent Estate was using them as disposable messengers to test the imperial family's limits. The lords understood that attacking Wingay City meant incurring the wrath of the imperial family, but refusing meant facing Huangpu Tianyuan. An elder advised them to choose the lesser evil, pointing out that Huangpu Tianyuan's wrath was a guaranteed, immediate danger. Yuanshan finally made the decision to gamble that the imperial family was too useless to retaliate. He then activated a green jade slip, sending a brilliant streak of light toward Wingay City, followed by the signals of the other 2 lords. Outside the city, Leng Wucheng watched the 3 streaks of light fly across the heavens, a faint, knowing smile on his face. Huangpu Tianyuan joined him, pleased that the House Lords had fallen for his scheme despite fully understanding his intentions. Leng Wucheng confirmed that the 7 houses now viewed the imperial family as nothing more than an empty shell. Huangpu Tianyuan revealed his grand ambition. If the imperial family remains passive, he will enact the demon purging decree. This would allow him to purge all outsiders, unify the 7 houses, and ultimately seize control of the entire empire. Leng Wucheng bowed deeply, offering congratulations to the estate lord on his impending ascension to the throne. Huangpu Tianyuan reciprocated, promising Leng Wucheng the coveted position of the head of the 4 pillars once he became the emperor. Leng Wucheng vowed that once Li Jingshan secured the Bodhi root, he would help the estate lord obtain the 9 dragons' diamond body. Huangpu Tianyuan worried that the martial fanatic Li Jingshan might try to keep such a precious treasure for himself. Leng Wucheng laughed off the concern, assuring his master that Li Jingshan was only a fanatic, not an idiot, and would certainly return the root unharmed. The 2 men shared a triumphant laugh, believing they held the entire world within their palms. Elsewhere, Long Yifi, Zai Xiaofeng, and Chu Bijun convened in a secluded chamber, discussing their deep concerns. Long Yifi respectfully asked the matriarch Chu Bijun to explain Regent Estate's true, underlying motives. Chu Bijun sighed and revealed a chilling truth. The two house lords were already at the very top of Huangpu Tianyuan's purge list. She explained that Leng Wucheng's grand speech about lords and subjects was merely a calculated test of absolute obedience. Since Long Yifi and Zai Xiaofeng had acted clever or hesitant, they were deemed disobedient and thus immediate targets. Zai Xiaofeng realized that Chu Bijun's compliance was a desperate move to move her own house down the priority list. Chu Bijun confirmed that by appearing to obey, she had successfully shifted the immediate danger onto their two houses. However, she quickly reminded them that their fates were intertwined. If one house fell, the others would soon follow. The two house lords bowed deeply, ashamed of their previous selfish thoughts, acknowledging her superior foresight. She declared that the demon purging decree was never about Zhuo Fan. It was an excuse to swallow the 6 houses. She warned that even if Zhuo Fan died, the decree would still be issued unless they acted immediately. Chu Bijun concluded that Regent Estate was testing the imperial family's limit, and that limit was Wingay City, which they must protect. She urgently ordered her subordinates to inform Huangpu Tianyuan that she and the other 2 lords were departing immediately due to house affairs. Chu Bijun insisted they must rush to Wingay City to aid the Luo clan before enemy forces could arrive. When Long Yifi hesitated about coordinating their movements, Chu Bijun cut him off, demanding they move openly and quickly. She stated that public, unified action would show Regent Estate that the 3 houses were united and not to be trifled with. With that, Chu Bijun immediately took flight, demonstrating her urgency and overwhelming resolve. Long Yifi and Zai Xiaofeng exchanged wry smiles, realizing they had been completely swept along by the fierce matriarch's will. At that same moment, 3 powerful figures landed on a mountain peak overlooking Wingay City, ready for the coming conflict. Zhuo Fan finally reached Wingay City, sighing as he looked down at Blackwind Mountain, wondering how the Luo clan was doing after his 2-year absence. Meanwhile, Vicious Pill King had been driving Li Jingshan crazy, constantly asking if the Regent Estate had truly cancelled the demon purging decree. Li Jingshan finally exploded, roaring that he came voluntarily for cultivation methods, not because of any decree, threatening to tear the old man's mouth off. Zhuo Fan understood the old alchemist's distress, explaining that the demon purging decree was the only way to mobilize high-level experts. Suddenly, a massive energy ripple spread out from the city, confirming the presence of powerful radiant stage experts nearby. Their faces immediately darkened, realizing the demon purging decree might already be in effect, putting the vulnerable Luo clan at grave risk. Zhuo Fan instructed Li Jingshan to use his soul sense as cover, allowing Zhuo Fan to secretly scan the area and prepare potential traps. Li Jingshan was secretly impressed by Zhuo Fan's constant vigilance and strategic ruthlessness, knowing the steward always planned for lethal strikes. Li Jingshan reported detecting 3 radiant stage experts, 2 at the 3rd layer and 1 at the 4th, plus numerous profound heaven masters. Zhuo Fan suddenly snickered, realizing this was a trap set just for him, and noted the presence of 2 particularly useless individuals. He glanced at Blackwind Mountain and saw his defensive arrays were active, confirming the Luo clan was holding strong against the siege. Vicious Pill King immediately panicked again, convinced that 3 high-level experts meant the demon purging decree was definitely declared. Zhuo Fan silenced him, explaining that the enemy was waiting for orders because this specific trap was aimed solely at him, anticipating his return. The enemy planned to ambush him the moment he stepped into the city, but they severely underestimated the power of his current ally. Li Jingshan proudly jutted out his chin, asserting that with his presence, Those weaklings wouldn't even touch a single hair on Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan then smiled wickedly, suggesting Li Jingshan not only fight them off, but go one step further and eliminate all three high-level experts. Li Jingshan frowned at the request until Zhuo Fan reminded him that officially, he was still known as a guest venerable of the Regent estate. Zhuo Fan leaned in to whisper the full plan. Li Jingshan must play the role of a mole, feigning allegiance to the enemy forces. The final instruction was simple. Slap the enemy experts a couple of times, tell them to lay siege to the mountain, and then fly straight in. As Li Jingshan vanished toward the city, Zhuo Fan grinned savagely, noting that when selecting a mole, he always preferred quality. He knew exactly which low-quality moles he was about to dispose of. Zhuo Fan then grabbed Vicious Pill King and pulled him toward Blackwind Mountain, so the old man could finally meet the legendary Luo clan. Meanwhile, in the Sun Clan manor, the two garbage moles Zhuo Fan mentioned, Kai Rong and Kai Xiaoding, were stewing in frustration. Kai Xiaoding whined, enraged that Hell Valley was ignoring them, especially since Luo Yunqing still pined for Zhuo Fan, even after 2 years. Kai Rong secretly regretted his son's lack of wisdom, realizing their map was now useless because Zhuo Fan had activated the powerful defensive arrays before leaving. Their argument was cut short when Sun Yufei burst into the room, announcing that the elders wished to see them immediately. The Kai father and son instantly became overjoyed, believing their betrayal had finally paid off and their path to power was opening up. The Kai clan father and son followed Sun Yufei deep into the Sun Manor, nervous about the meeting ahead. Sun Yufei announced their presence, and a voice, cold and powerful, ordered them inside. They were about to meet a grand, profound heaven expert from the 7 noble houses, a man who held their lives in his hands. The moment they stepped through the threshold, the father and son dropped immediately to their knees, groveling shamelessly. Sun Yufei frowned, realizing that the man she once admired had absolutely no backbone or pride left. Sitting on the left, an old man with blue hair mocked their eagerness, satisfied with their willingness to turn traitor. The elder in the center, Eulealiu, teased his companion, suggesting they take the loyal dog under the wing of Pill King Hall instead. Before the banter could continue, a stout man on the right, Lin Yuilun, demanded they stop wasting time on fools. Eulealiu pointed out that they were only here for Zhuo Fan, and they were already violating the imperial ban on the area. The Kai clan father and son were sweating profusely, realizing with horror that 3 of the 7 houses were present. Kai Rong gnashed his teeth, realizing Zhuo Fan must have offended Pill King Hall and Mary Woods as well as Hell Valley. He panicked, understanding that even if the Luo clan was wiped out, the remaining rage of 2 extra houses would fall squarely on him. He lamented Zhuo Fan's genius for stirring up 3 hornet nests in just 2 years. What had he even done? Eulealiu finally addressed the traitors, demanding immediate information about the experts hiding in the Luo clan. Kai Rong snapped out of his despair and began frantically listing every Luo clan expert he knew. He detailed Lei Yunqian, Lei Yuding, Captain Pang, and the weak Luo siblings, spilling 2 years of secrets. The elders exchanged awkward glances, finding the pair utterly useless despite their dedication to treachery. Eulealiu cut him off, stating they did not need to know about the flowers planted on the mountain. He asked the critical question, did they know how to shut down or bypass Zhuo Fan's 4 protective arrays? Kai Rong insisted he knew nothing about the arrays, claiming he only learned of them after his betrayal. The elders nodded, satisfied that the traitors were useless but had at least confirmed the existence of the defenses. Just as they were about to dismiss the father and son, the door burst open, and 3 imposing men rushed in. To the shock of the Kai clan, the 3 powerful elders instantly rose and bowed respectfully. "Greetings to the 3 venerables," they exclaimed, confirming that these new arrivals were radiant stage experts. The venerables paid no mind to the lower-ranked elders, their eyes fixed on matters outside the manor. One venerable reported that they had detected 3 cultivators outside Wingate City, including a sixth-layer radiant stage expert. The elders broke out in a cold sweat. A sixth-layer radiant stage cultivator was heading directly towards them. The atmosphere grew thick and heavy as everyone braced for the arrival of this unknown powerhouse. Kai Rong and his son were paralyzed on the ground, knowing they would be collateral damage if a fight broke out. Suddenly, with a deafening boom, the formidable Li Jingshan slammed into the Sun Clan's courtyard. Dust settled, revealing the Mad Dipper standing there, his face contorted in terrifying fury. One of the venerables recognized him instantly, pointing a trembling finger in utter disbelief. Before the venerable could speak, Li Jingshan delivered a shocking, thunderous slap across his face. The venerable was sent reeling, bent over in shock, while Li Jingshan roared, demanding why the others hadn't attacked yet. Everyone was dumbstruck. Who was this man who dared to slap a high and mighty venerable of the 7 houses? Everyone froze, staring at the venerable who was nursing a fresh, red handprint across his cheek. The shocked venerable recognized the attacker as Li Jingshan, the notorious Mad Dipper from Regent Estate. Kai Rong realized that Zhu Fan's actions had just escalated their small local conflict into a major political crisis. Li Jingshan roared that their incompetence allowed Zhu Fan to slip past his powerful soul sense and escape. Another venerable foolishly pointed out the absurdity of a bone-tempering cultivator escaping a radiant stage expert. Li Jingshan promptly delivered another resounding slap, telling the man to shut up before revealing his own failure. The others realized that the Mad Dipper's foul temper was even worse when he was trying to cover up his own blunder. The venerables were so terrified of Li Jingshan's rage that they completely missed the glaring holes in his story. Seizing the momentum, Li Jingshan commanded every able body to follow him immediately and attack Blackwind Mountain. The 3 remaining venerables hesitated, stating they needed authorization from their respective house lords first. Li Jingshan dismissed their excuses, reminding them that his presence meant Regent Estate was now leading the charge. With a final snort of contempt, the Mad Dipper launched himself into the sky toward Blackwind Mountain. The humiliated venerables exchanged frustrated looks, knowing they had no choice but to gnash their teeth and follow. The profound heaven elders, laughing bitterly, also took flight, realizing they were now cannon fodder for the Regent Estate. Kai Rong sighed in awe at the sheer power displayed, having never witnessed so many high-level experts in one place. Sun Yufei immediately mocked Kai Rong, pointing out how he had been shaking in terror moments earlier. Kai Xiaoding angrily confronted Sun Yufei about her sudden antagonism toward his family, feeling humiliated. She scoffed and called Kai Xiaoding a useless deadbeat, pushing the young master to the brink of rage. Suddenly, the Sun Clan head arrived, looking confused by the massive crater left in the courtyard. The Sun Clan head dragged Yufei along, explaining they must go cheer on the experts to gain their favorable notice. Kai Rong quickly realized this was a golden opportunity to secure a powerful patron and escape oppression. Kai Xiaoding felt a surge of ambition, hoping to gain enough power to finally look down on Sun Yufei. Thus, the 2 minor clans rushed toward the mountain, eager to outdo each other in sycophancy and brown-nosing. Meanwhile, Luo Yuncheng sat cross-legged, pale and exhausted from maintaining the clan's defensive arrays. Captain Pang watched their haggard young miss with tears welling up in his fierce eyes, urging her to take a rest. Luo Yuncheng refused, explaining that they must remain vigilant since the enemy's strength was still largely unknown. Grand Elder Lei Yunchen sighed in shame, feeling useless as he watched a young woman shoulder the entire burden. She insisted on continuing, stating that the Luo clan was her home, and she would not stand by and watch it fall again. Luo Yunhai spoke up, wishing that brothers Zhu Fan were present, as he always had a solution for every crisis. Lei Yuding muttered angrily that the troublesome brat had caused this storm, and was probably enjoying himself elsewhere. Luo Yuncheng quickly defended Zhu Fan, urging them to hold the line and simply wait for him to rush back. Lei Yuding almost revealed what she knew about Zhuo Fan's love life, but Captain Pang quickly stopped her. Suddenly, Luo Yunqing gasped, her eyes widening in shock as she realized she had lost control of the eastern array. Everyone's hearts plummeted, as the breach meant the enemy had found a way to bypass their defenses. Li Jingxian and the three venerables arrived at Blackwind Mountain, faced with 4 powerful pillars of light marking the defensive arrays. The mystical mists wrapped the mountain so tightly that their attempts to scan the interior were completely futile. One venerable was astonished, noting that these intricate arrays might even be superior to those protecting their own powerful houses. The others sighed in amazement, but Li Jingxian's reaction was one of pure, unrestrained excitement for his new benefactor, Zhuo Fan. Moments later, 3 more elders arrived, ready to join the effort to crush the Luo clan defenses. Li Jingxian quickly pointed, ordering the 3 elders to handle the poison dragon array, while the venerables followed him into the black flame array. The venerables simply shrugged and obeyed, knowing they had little choice but to follow the Regent Estate's master strategist. The elders entered the poison dragon array, mocking that a mere 5th-grade array couldn't possibly stop profound heaven experts. Back in the main hall, Luo Yunqing jumped up in panic as the defensive arrays began to fail immediately upon breach. She frantically announced that 4 incredibly powerful experts had entered the black flame array, pushing it to the verge of total collapse. Before she could process the first failure, the poison dragon array was also breached, leaving Blackwind Mountain exposed. Unable to sit still, Lei Yunqian rushed out, determined to meet the overwhelming invaders head-on. Luo Yunqing cried out that the invaders were likely beyond the profound heaven stage, warning him that he was no match for them. Lei Yunqian paused only for a second before his step firmed, stating he had to pay the debt he owed the Luo clan with his life. He vanished into the array mist, urging the others to run while he held the enemies off. Captain Pang laughed heartily, declaring that Lei Yunqian couldn't fight alone and that he would proudly join the defense. Tears instantly welled up in Luo Yunqing's eyes as she watched another loyal member rush towards certain death. Captain Pang argued that he, a lifelong recipient of the Luo clan's grace, must sacrifice himself if Lei Yunqian could. Lei Yuding then stepped forward, smiling faintly as she declared she couldn't let her godfather die alone. Her final request was for Luo Yunqing to slap a certain brat twice for failing to return and see her off to death. As everyone vanished into the mist, Luo Yunqing's eyes grew hazy with tears, watching her family sacrifice themselves. Luo Yunqing remembered her ancestors' teachings. Steadfast and righteous, she had to stay and control the arrays to help them. Inside the black flame array, Li Jingxian's group was met by infernal black flames surging toward them. As radiant stage experts, they simply flicked their wrists, repelling the meager attacks with ease. A sudden ripple passed through the array, and Lei Yunqian appeared, announcing himself as the Luo clan's Grand Elder. The invaders burst out laughing, realizing that the Grand Elder was merely a common profound heaven expert. Li Jingxian, recalling Zhuo Fan's monstrous power, secretly wondered if this elder was also some kind of hidden freak. He patted a venerable's shoulder and ordered him to silence the old man quickly. The venerable swung a fist, and despite Lei Yunqian's defense, the light blow sent him sprawling and coughing blood. Li Jingxian's smile instantly froze as he realized the bitter truth. This elder was just as weak as his cultivation level suggested. The venerable wiped his hand, mocking Lei Yunqian's weakness and regretting having to dirty his hands on such a fragile opponent. Suddenly, Captain Pang flashed forward, shouting that it was the guards' duty to defend their home when enemies stormed the gates. Lei Yuding materialized beside them, ready to fight, ignoring the overwhelming power of the opposing venerable. They then unleashed a furious counterattack, channeling the array to form 8 black fire dragons that charged at the astonished venerable. It was at this crucial moment that Luo Yunqing also arrived, having taken full control of the Black Flame array. Luo Yuncheng appeared, declaring to her shocked clansmen that they would face this deadly threat together, as one family. Lei Yunchen stumbled up, his face pale, anxiously asking what had happened to young master Luo Yunhai. Luo Yuncheng explained that Yunhai was almost at the qi condensation stage, and was sent to find Zhuo Fan for safety. Suddenly, a cackling voice echoed as the main venerable antagonist burst through a massive column of swirling black flames, completely unharmed. He declared Zhuo Fan sentenced to death, and swore to find young Yunhai and grind his bones to dust. Luo Yuncheng was enraged, clenching her hands and demanding if he would truly harm a defenseless child. Just as the tension peaked, a small, brave voice cut through the air. "You don't need to look, I'm right here." Luo Yunhai smiled broadly, explaining that he couldn't abandon his family and let them sacrifice themselves so he alone could live. Even Li Jingxin, watching from the side, recognizing this clan possessed a loyalty far superior to the 7 houses. The main venerable laughed maniacally, his eyes flashing with bloodlust, ready to permanently send off the entire Luo clan. Luo Yuncheng immediately stepped forward, shielding Yunhai, declaring the enemy would have to go through her first. She moved her hands, channeling the black fire into a swirling, massive tornado. Yet the venerable stood completely unfazed, waiting for the massive vortex of black flames to engulf him. A sudden, powerful soul ripple echoed out, instantly extinguishing the black fire as if it were nothing. Luo Yuncheng immediately spat a mouthful of blood, suffering a severe backlash from the array's destruction. The venerable mocked her lack of control, stating that a 5th-grade array was useless in her weak hands. He declared her time for regret was over and stretched out his hand, preparing to deliver the final, killing strike. Captain Pang and the remaining clansmen braced themselves, ready to take the brunt of the attack and uphold their duty until the end. Suddenly, 2 muffled groans sounded, causing the main venerable to freeze, turning back in utter, inconceivable shock. His eyes reflected 2 blood-red demonic fists protruding from the chests of his 2 companions. The 2 dying venerables jerked their heads back, reflecting the cold, unfeeling face of elder Li Jingxin. Before they could finish asking why, Li Jingxin snorted, telling them that the dead don't need to know. He flicked his hands, causing the 2 bodies to fall apart before the black fire engulfed them, turning them to ashes. The sole remaining venerable gasped in horror, realizing Li Jingxin had been planning this sneak attack from the start. Li Jingxin snapped his eyes onto the target, calling him a fool and declaring that he had been completely duped and strung along. Overwhelmed by dread, the venerable realized he stood no chance against the 6th-layer radiant stage cultivator. He instantly bolted, attempting to escape the array while Li Jingxin calmly began making complex hand signs. Luo Yuncheng cried out as she suddenly felt control of the black flame array completely wrested from her hands. The array roared to life like an erupting volcano, forming massive walls of fire that instantly boxed in the fleeing venerable. The venerable, trapped in the sea of lava, shivered in fear and demanded to know how Li Jingxin knew how to manipulate their array. Li Jingxin snickered, confirming the trap and proudly revealing that Steward Zhuo Fan had personally recruited him as a Luo clan elder. The entire Luo group was absolutely floored, realizing Zhuo Fan had recruited an expert who instantly elevated them to the rank of a major house. Meanwhile, in another location, 3 elders entered the poison dragon array, immediately feeling the heavy green miasma thicken around them. Elder Yan Jinglin handed out poison-repelling pills, and the trio cautiously scanned their surroundings, wary of the trap. They spotted 2 figures, a bearded man and the youth they immediately recognized from the Hell Kill order. It was Zhuo Fan. He clapped and laughed heartily, welcoming them and stating that he had been waiting for their arrival. The elders' faces went slack with bitterness and dread. They knew they were trapped inside the array of the infamous demon Archon. They desperately pinned their hopes on the 4 radiant stage experts breaking through the outer array and rushing to save them. Zhuo Fan scoffed, telling the three elders they weren't even worthy of being killed by him personally. Instead, they would have the high honor of facing the Luo clan's esteemed Pillhouse elder. Yan Song laughed, declaring he was more than enough to handle these old goats and embracing his vicious Pill King persona. Zhuo Fan simply nodded, chuckled, and then walked away, showing his complete lack of concern for the coming battle. The three elders were utterly humiliated. Zhuo Fan's complete disregard filled them with pure, burning rage. One elder coldly demanded Yan Song state his name before he was killed, trying to regain some dignity. Yan Song responded with an evil grin, warning them that his name might just make them soil their robes. The three laughed sarcastically, wondering what third-rate clown the Luo clan had managed to find now. Yan Song dramatically declared his notorious name, "I am Yan Song." The three elders froze, eyes bulging, especially Yan Jinglin, who realized they were facing the supposedly dead vicious Pill King. After intense scrutiny, Yan Jinglin gasped, confirming that this was indeed the real elder Yan Song. Yan Jinglin demanded to know why Yan Song had betrayed Pill King Hall and joined the Luo clan. Yan Song mocked him, explaining that the vicious Pill King died in Drifting Flowers City, and from his death, a new Yan Song was reborn. Realizing argument was useless, the elders shifted their focus. They had to defeat Yan Song to clear the array. Yan Jinglin detailed the plan. He would act as bait while the other two flanked Yan Song before he could deploy his strongest poison mist. Yan Jinglin shot forward, launching a python made of swirling purple miasma toward Yan Song using the shifting cloud palm. Yan Song sneered at the amateur technique and began unleashing 7 colored veils of mist from his own palms. The colorful storm of the rainbow cloud palm instantly crushed the purple python and rushed towards Yan Jinglin. As planned, the two other elders appeared instantly on Yan Song's left and right, palms aimed for a simultaneous strike. Yan Jinglin laughed triumphantly, believing Yan Song was finished, exposed before he could hide in his poison mist. But as the flanking palms approached, Yan Song remained calm, making a swift, intricate hand sign. 2 mighty dragon roars echoed, and earth-colored dragon tails burst from the ground, violently sweeping the 2 flanking elders away. The 2 elders smacked the ground hundreds of meters away, shocked, while the rainbow storm engulfed Yan Jinglin. Yan Jinglin flew back, spitting black, viscous blood, his body ravaged by the deadly poisons. The 2 flanking elders crawled back up, realizing with horror that they, too, were mysteriously poisoned by green vestiges on their bodies. Yan Song sneered, revealing their fatal mistake. They were standing inside a 5th-grade poison dragon array, which he completely controlled. He made another sign, and 7 immense, 100-meter-long dragons made of poison energy erupted from the earth around him. The 3 elders cried out in alarm, knowing they were utterly doomed. Not even a Radiant Stage expert could escape this power. Elsewhere, the Sun and Kai clan heads and their children finally arrived, exhausted but spotting the light pillars of the battle. The Sun clan head panted, but immediately started practicing his exaggerated, congratulatory bows for the victorious elders. Kai Rong quickly joined in, mocking his rival and insisting they should flatter the powerful venerable Li for a bigger payoff. The 2 clan heads debated the proper target of their sycophancy, elders versus venerables, in hushed tones. A lazy, mocking voice suddenly interrupted their dilemma, pointing out the danger of offending either side. The clan heads snapped their heads up, their practiced, polite expressions instantly replaced by paralyzing fear upon seeing the speaker. Their hope of finding the Luo clan defeated instantly turned into terror. "Zhuo Fan, why are you here?" Suddenly, Zhuo Fan appeared, effortlessly joining the enemy's discussion and unnerving everyone present. He casually dismissed the tension, claiming he was just there to welcome guests. It was public knowledge that 4 major houses were hunting him, yet he stood there openly mocking their trapped elders. Kai Rong swallowed hard, and nervously urged Zhuo Fan to leave before the venerables escaped the array. Zhuo Fan raised a mocking eyebrow, appreciating Kai Rong's sudden, touching concern after his recent betrayal. Kai Rong insisted the Luo clan's misfortune was Zhuo Fan's fault, pleading with him to escape and not waste his talent. Kai Xiaoding, however, was rash, shouting that they should just capture the low-level cultivator themselves. Kai Rong glared, immediately shutting his foolish son down, knowing this situation was far more dangerous than it seemed. Zhuo Fan found the idea amusing, leaning in to acknowledge that taking his head was a good plan. Kai Rong panicked, desperately gesticulating and promising that they were absolutely not Zhuo Fan's enemies. Zhuo Fan scoffed, declaring that since he set the arrays himself, no one would escape unless he allowed it. Right on cue, a poisoned figure burst out of the array, vomiting black blood and covered in 7 colors. Kai Rong immediately recognized the poisoned man as Elder Yan Jinglin of Pill King Hall. Zhuo Fan's cheek twitched. The elder's untimely escape had ruined his dramatic monologue. Fuming, Zhuo Fan quickly stepped in front of the terrified Elder Yan, blocking his path. Yan Jinglin looked up in dread, realizing his escape route was blocked by the demon Archon himself. Zhuo Fan's voice was cold with barely contained rage, demanding to know how the elder managed to slip past Yan Song. Zhuo Fan sighed, stating it would have been much better if the elder had simply died within the array. His lightning wings crackled intensely, instantly transforming into razor-sharp, lethal sickles. Before the elder could react, Zhuo Fan moved, instantly slicing the profound heaven expert into 6 bloody pieces. The onlookers gasped, realizing why the 7 houses feared this monster who could instantly kill a profound heaven expert. Kai Xiaoding collapsed, shaking uncontrollably as he realized his suggestion had been an invitation to suicide. Zhuo Fan flashed before them, asking them awkwardly if they could just forget what they had just witnessed. The 4 remaining figures shook their heads wildly, swearing they hadn't seen a thing, laughing nervously. Moments later, Yan Song emerged from the poisoned dragon array, surveying the scattered corpse and the scene. Yan Song scratched his head and giggled, thanking Zhuo Fan for helping him clean up his mistake. Zhuo Fan's cold glare returned, demanding to know why Yan Song had allowed anyone to escape his array. Ignoring the excuses, Zhuo Fan asked Yan Song whose head he should sacrifice to restore his prestige. Shivering, Yan Song quickly offered the 4 kneeling men as replacement heads to cover his blunder. The terrified group immediately knelt, begging for their lives and cursing these utterly unreasonable demons in their hearts. Shaking his head, Zhuo Fan waved them off, deciding to save them for Luo Yunhai to practice being a clan head. Yan Song chained the 4 men with spiritual energy and dragged them back into the poisoned dragon array. The southern Black Flame array rippled open, revealing Luo Yuncheng, Li Jingshan, and the rest of the returning forces. Luo Yunhai rushed forward, fiercely hugging Big Brother Zhuo, tears soaking his clothes. Captain Pang and the others looked at Zhuo Fan with fervent gazes, nodding in mutual respect. Captain Pang laughed, confirming that if he were to die, it would be fighting for the clan, not wasting away in training. A young woman suddenly slapped Zhuo Fan soundly, wailing that he should have asked if she was fine first. Zhuo Fan quickly asked how she had been, only to receive a second, harder slap for asking too little, too late. The others smiled at Zhuo Fan's misery, but then he noticed Luo Yuncheng approaching, looking pale and utterly exhausted. Luo Yuncheng stared deeply into his eyes, whispering, "Zhuo Fan, welcome home," before collapsing into his arms. Zhuo Fan stood in a daze, the simple words echoing in his mind, striking a chord in his thawing, demonic heart. The warm morning sun streamed through the window, slowly rousing Luo Yuncheng from her slumber. A servant entered with stew, explaining that Steward Zhuo and Lei Yuding were in a meeting. Hearing Zhuo Fan's name, Luo Yuncheng instantly forgot her fatigue and smiled wide with excitement. Ignoring the servant's pleas to eat, the excited Luo Yuncheng rushed toward the main hall to see him. They arrived outside the hall, hearing Zhuo Fan's cold voice discussing the state of the clan's cultivation. Lei Yunchen sadly admitted his cultivation had stalled for 2 years, despite feeling a breakthrough was imminent. Zhuo Fan harshly cut him off without looking up, calling his progress muddled indeed and pathetic. Lei Yuding, enraged by the insult to her godfather, slammed her hand down on the meeting table. She fiercely accused Zhuo Fan of immediately pointing fingers after being absent for 2 years. Zhuo Fan threw a book at her feet, demanding she stop complaining so he could resume his steward duties. He demanded to know why her shadow corps had failed to infiltrate the capital or the 7 houses' cities. Lei Yuding frustratedly explained that every attempt resulted in loyal agents being captured and dying. Zhuo Fan raised a taunting eyebrow, asking if she hadn't learned anything from his drifting flowers city infiltration. Lei Yuding reminded him of his carefree actions and how he never forgot to spare his own feelings during clan business. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose, casually insisting everything he did was ultimately for the Luo clan's benefit. Captain Pang quickly intervened, trying to smooth things over with a nervous, forced grin. Before the argument could continue, Zhuo Fan immediately shifted his cold, scrutinizing gaze onto Captain Pang. Captain Pang nervously began to speak, anticipating that it was now his turn to be criticized. Unexpectedly, Zhuo Fan beamed, declaring that Captain Pang had done an awesome job instead. The others looked shocked, wondering why Pang received praise while they had only faced criticism. Zhuo Fan patted Pang's shoulder, stating he surpassed expectations by surviving the Wraith Art training. Captain Pang stood stiffly, conflicted and unsure if he should be grateful or enraged by the situation. Zhuo Fan confirmed Pang was now a powerful, reborn pillar supporting the Luo clan. Zhuo Fan then eyed the nervous Luo Yunhai, who instantly felt the Viper's dangerous gaze upon him. Luo Yunhai tried to act innocent, pleading with his big brother Zhuo to cut him some slack. Grinning like a ghost from the underworld, Zhuo Fan asked the rotten brat about his cultivation progress. Luo Yunhai nervously reported he was at the 9th layer of foundation establishment after 2 years of training. Zhuo Fan asked how many hours he cultivated. Luo Yunhai nervously held up 6 fingers. Zhuo Fan's smile widened as he announced the new schedule, 20 hours of cultivation daily. The group gasped, realizing this extreme, brutal training regimen might kill the young master. Dumbstruck, Luo Yunhai immediately shouted in protest, claiming the brutal hours would lead to his death. Zhuo Fan laughed, guaranteeing that a steady supply of pills would prevent him from dying. When the boy mourned his lack of rest time, Zhuo Fan cut his remaining free hours even further. The steward commanded the remaining 2 hours be used strictly for reading to improve his mind. Luo Yunhai slumps into his chair, completely defeated by the cruel steward's impossible demands. Zhuo Fan dismissed the rest of the group, keeping only the 2 new powerful experts, Li Jingshan and Yan Song. Luo Yunhai shuffled out like a broken zombie, showing deep childhood despair and hopelessness. Zhuo Fan ignored the boy, poured tea, and finally invited Luo Yunqing to enter the hall. Luo Yunqing dismissed her maid and entered the hall, her eyes fixed entirely on Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan decided to change the subject, introducing Yan Song and Li Jingshan as the clan's formidable new elders. Luo Yunqing rushed forward to greet them, but the elders returned her courtesy with mixed expressions of pride and disappointment. Zhuo Fan's face turned serious instantly, demanding to know if they were perhaps dissatisfied with their new positions. Yan Song complained that the Luo clan was merely a tiny third-rate organization, far from the titan Zhuo Fan had promised. Zhuo Fan cut him off sharply, reminding them they accepted the invitation of their own free will and daring them to blame him. Luo Yunqing stepped in, sincerely thanking them for joining and offering them a graceful exit if they wished to leave. Zhuo Fan immediately followed up, his voice icy, and demanding that the 2 old coots accept their fate now. He vowed the clan would surpass the 7 houses within 10 years, but warned that trying to leave meant certain death. Shuddering under his killing intent, the 2 elders immediately dropped to one knee, begging for forgiveness and claiming they were only joking. Luo Yuncheng was utterly stunned that powerful, profound heaven and radiant stage experts were kneeling before her. The elders ignored her pleas to rise, keeping their heads lowered while stealing fearful glances at Zhu Fan's stone-cold face. Zhu Fan finally relented, attributing his leniency to the young miss, and coldly ordered them to leave immediately. The relieved elders bowed again, thanked them profusely, and bolted out of the room, realizing Luo Yuncheng was their only shield. Luo Yuncheng stared after them, amazed at the absolute control Zhu Fan held over such intimidating experts. She questioned Zhu Fan about his harshness towards subordinates who had worked diligently. Zhu Fan grinned, explaining that true leadership requires balancing gratitude with a demonstration of absolute power. He used the example of the 7 houses turning on the emperor to illustrate the danger of unchanged power. Luo Yuncheng looked deeply disturbed, asking if he too might eventually become their enemy. Zhu Fan gave an ambiguous reply, causing a heavy, unsettling silence to settle over the hall. Suddenly, Luo Yunhai burst in crying, frantically complaining that Zhu Fan's 20-hour training schedule was impossible. Luo Yuncheng tried to intervene, concerned about the brutal regimen pushing her brother past his limit. Zhu Fan stopped her, using her father's wishes and the necessity of future survival to enforce the harsh training. Realizing she could not argue, Luo Yuncheng reluctantly snapped at Yunhai, ordering him to comply immediately. Defeated and physically exhausted, Luo Yunhai's eyes rolled back, and he promptly fainted on the spot. The scene shifts to the base of Blackwind Mountain, where 4 imposing generals, the 4 tigers of Tianyu, stood before the arrays. They stared up at the complex defensive formations, with expressions of genuine shock and respect for the skill involved. The man in blue, holding a light sword, turned to the scholar to ask for an immediate assessment of the array's strength. The scholar calmly opened his fan, confirming that if a profound heaven expert controlled the arrays, they would be completely impenetrable. The fiery general cursed loudly in frustration, declaring their rescue mission a waste of time. The blue general sternly rebuked him, reminding him they must follow Marshal Dugu's strict orders regardless of the danger. The blue general then composed himself and stepped forward to announce their presence to the mountain. He shouted a formal announcement. The 4 generals under Marshal Dugu extend their respects to the Luo clan head. The powerful, lofty voice traveled for miles, cutting through the silence and reaching Zhu Fan's ears instantly. Zhu Fan immediately realized that the war god Dugu Zhanshan was now involving himself in the Luo clan's affairs. Suddenly, a man in strange green robes entered the guest hall, interrupting the tense negotiations. This was Yan Song, the vicious Pill King, accompanied by an arrogant young disciple who showed zero respect. The elders, including the short-tempered 5th elder, were forced to bite their tongues, suppressing their mounting anger. The 5th elder finally spoke, demanding that Elder Yan discipline his ill-mannered junior for speaking rudely. Yan Song merely laughed, stroking his green beard and calling the established profound heaven expert petty. The arrogant youth immediately chimed in, insulting the elders for failing to act like proper seniors. The 5th elder was shaking with rage, clenching his fist so hard the nearby table cracked and vaporized. Lin Zishan quickly intervened, forcing a strained laugh to diffuse the rising hostility. Yan Song immediately cut him off, stating the meeting was incomplete without the vicious Pill King in attendance. Peony Overseer, livid with fury, finally challenged Yan Song's uninvited and unwelcome presence. Yan Song flashed his green eyes, asserting that he could go wherever he wanted in the Tianyu Empire unopposed. Peony Overseer was poised to attack, but Lin Zishan stopped her, urging caution before their leader arrived. The Overseer turned away with a frustrated snort, reluctantly suppressing her intense anger. The youth seized the moment to ridicule the edifice, claiming women could never accomplish anything. Suddenly, the argument was interrupted by the serene entrance of the Iris Overseer, chin caking. Peony Overseer rushed to her senior sister, complaining about the unwanted guests and their insolence. Iris Overseer ignored the guests, instead suggesting Peony Overseer focus on her own disgraced disciple. She clapped, and two disciples brought in Zio Dandan, wrapped tightly in the humiliating blue ribbon. The disciples then carried the unconscious and severely injured Lin Tianyu into the hall. Lin Zishan rushed to his disciple, his face immediately twisting into murderous rage upon seeing the extent of the damage. The youth eagerly asked Yan Song about the severity of Lin Tianyu's condition. Yan Song happily confirmed the boy was either dead or permanently crippled, mocking the culprit's viciousness. The youth then laughed openly, insulting Mary Woods for having such a weak disciple and master. Lin Zishan gnashed his teeth in silent fury, glaring intensely at the arrogant junior. Iris Overseer smiled, revealing the perpetrator was a youth even stronger than the genius disciples of the seven houses. She warned the arrogant junior that he would meet the exact same crippling fate if they clashed. Iris Overseer then instructed Zio Dandan to explain everything honestly to the group. Dandan tearfully recounted how the mysterious youth had humiliated her and crippled Lin Tianyu with savage ruthlessness. The elders were more focused on the troublemaker's savage conduct than the fate of the humiliated side clans. The fifth elder mused that the ruthless actions strongly resembled the demon Zhuo Fan, who killed their seventh elder. Yan Song immediately mocked Hell Valley's incompetence for failing to catch the insolent Zhuo Fan. The fifth elder countered by suggesting that an elder interfering in a junior's fight was far more shameful. Before Lin Zishan could react, the arrogant youth declared he would avenge Dandan and rushed out immediately. Peony Overseer shook with rage, complaining that the brat had ignored her presence and stolen her disciple. Yan Song waved dismissively while walking away, claiming a woman's fate was always to land in a man's arms. The fifth elder squinted, realizing Yan Song must have also sensed the identity of the troublemaker and followed. Lin Zishan asked Iris Overseer if she was certain the troublemaker wasn't the demon Zhuo Fan himself. Iris Overseer admitted she was unclear, but noted the youth was not strong enough to kill profound heaven experts. Lin Zishan smiled cryptically, realizing Yan Song was eager to watch Zhuo Fan kill his own arrogant disciple. He hoped the youth was indeed Zhuo Fan, knowing the consequences would be immense for the vicious Pill King. Zhuo Fan casually walked through the city as dusk fell, subtly scanning his environment for any hidden experts. After a long period of quiet, he decided he must be paranoid, concluding that his cover was probably still intact. He eventually reached a rundown street, the designated slum area housing third-rate cultivation clans. The area was chaotic, filled with constant shouting as weaklings fought bitterly over meager territory and dwellings. Zhuo Fan scoffed internally, judging the residents as a pathetic bunch who proved why they deserved to be stuck in the slums. He walked deeper, noting every shabby building was claimed, leaving him nowhere to settle for the night. Suddenly, he halted, noticing one house at the end of the row that was in surprisingly good condition, yet completely empty. The nearby crowd instantly grew quiet, eyeing him with intense hostility and suspicion as he looked at the vacant dwelling. Frowning, Zhuo Fan asked the fighting crowd why they were foolishly squabbling when they could just take the empty house. One man snapped back in derision, warning Zhuo Fan that he was a fool and could go ahead and die if he chose to enter. Another resident kindly pulled Zhuo Fan aside, urging him not to step foot in that particular building. The man explained the owner was a scourge woman, whose body was riddled with a deadly, contagious disease. Anyone disregarding the warning and staying near her had died mysteriously 3 days later. They complained bitterly that the powerful drifting flowers edifice should have eliminated the problem instead of sending them here. Zhuo Fan inwardly sneered at their cowardice. They wanted someone else to kill the woman while they stood outside gossiping. Ignoring their frantic chatter, Zhuo Fan walked straight toward the forbidden dwelling. He waved off the final warnings, confidently declaring that his life was boundless, and he feared no mundane ailment. After all, his demon transformation art could absorb or neutralize any plague or poison the world possessed. As he got closer, Zhuo Fan felt an intense, abnormal coldness that made him frown in concentration. This was clearly not a simple disease, but the powerful energy fluctuation generated by a high-grade array formation. A girl in rough linen suddenly appeared before the broken house, staring at him and demanding to know who dared approach. Zhuo Fan was momentarily stunned by her presence and her pure, mesmerizing eyes. He openly admired her beautiful eyes, causing the girl's cheeks to flush slightly, though her gaze remained cold. He quickly adopted the persona of Song Yu, a weak third-rate disciple arriving for the 100-pill meeting, feigning politeness. The girl frowned, her tone harsh, warning him to find another house if he wasn't afraid of dying. Zhuo Fan launched into his elaborate lie, claiming he preferred a peaceful death by disease over being beaten by his despicable neighbors. She immediately accused him of sophistry, her suspicion growing as she questioned why he feared others but not her. Zhuo Fan insisted he knew she was the feared scourge woman, but he would rather choose her company, comparing her to a flower. She snapped, telling him to stop playing smart, and pointed her finger toward a dilapidated structure nearby. She permitted him to sleep there, but strictly warned him never to wander outside once night fell, or he would die. Zhuo Fan nodded obediently, but when he looked up, the girl had silently vanished from the doorway. His reverent expression instantly vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. He pondered her true identity, unable to determine if she was a master of the radiant stage or just a clever commoner. Since she forbade him from going out at night, Zhuo Fan grinned wickedly, deciding that was precisely when he would start his investigation. He entered his assigned broken house and began meditating, waiting for the cloak of deep shadow to fall over the slums. As the temperature plummeted, confirming the array's activation, Zhuo Fan produced an energy-concealing pill. He consumed the pill and released the ethereal blood infant, which instantly became invisible and undetectable. The infant slipped through the walls, flying deeper into the ruins toward the epicenter of the cold energy. It found the girl sitting upright in meditation at the center of the powerful third-grade moon array. Intense, cold moonlight channeled yin energy into her body, forming a thin layer of ice on her skin. A painful green flash erupted from her forehead, cracking the ice, and her eyelids trembled violently in agony. Zhuo Fan realized the deaths were not malicious, but the result of the array's yin energy ravaging ignorant people's meridians. The girl was desperately using the cold energy to suppress a devastating poison that was slowly destroying her own cultivation. Even the ruthless demon Emperor Zhuo Fan felt a rare moment of pity for the lady trapped in such a desperate, painful struggle. As the first rays of dawn touched the forest, the frost covering the mysterious woman began to melt away. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan rushed toward her, clutching a collection of wild fruits to his chest, acting completely shocked to see her awake. She immediately jumped up to conceal the cultivation array with scattered leaves and snapped at him for wandering around. Zhuo Fan played the naive fool, pointing innocently at the sky and claiming she only told him not to go out at night. The woman realized her mistake, and a faint blush crossed her cheeks before she sternly ordered him to stay in his quarters, day or night, or be kicked out. Pretending to be devastated by this injustice, Zhuo Fan shuddered dramatically and sadly turned to walk away. But first, he paused to leave the fruits, claiming her pale complexion worried him, and thanked her for the temporary shelter. He then trod away, making sure his figure looked lonely and utterly bleak, hoping to stir her pity. Watching him go, the woman's heart softened, and she eventually picked up one of the fruits he left behind. Since she took the bait, Zhuo Fan, who could sense her every move, let out a devious grin as he walked out of sight. His plan was simple: stick close to her to identify the poison afflicting her, knowing that women are both the best swindlers and the easiest targets. Later that noon, Chu Qingcheng was performing her routine, sitting upright on a rock to absorb the sun's energy. A sudden loud hubbub pierced the air, shattering her inner peace and instantly filling her eyes with rage. She marched toward the source of the noise and saw a throng of people shouting to beat a lousy punk to death. Closer, she realized the punk was Zhu Fan, wrestling with a stocky bone-tempering expert. She was ready to leave, but then Zhu Fan yelled at the top of his lungs that he wouldn't let them insult her, calling her a good person. The stocky man slapped him hard, mocking him for defending the infamous scourge woman who had killed so many. Zhu Fan was stubborn, enduring the rough treatment and shame, but his expression never lost its will to fight. He argued that she lived there before they came, and they had no right to slander her name without proof of their accusations. The crowd, now completely frenzied, started chanting to kill him before he could invite disaster upon them all. Watching the scene unfold, Chu Qingcheng felt a shiver run through her as intense anger welled up in her eyes. A crisp, sharp shout cut through the roaring mob, instantly silencing the chaos. "Stop!" The people turned in shock, and then immediately staggered back in terror as they realized who had arrived. Instantly, everyone started running off, afraid the scourge woman would infect them if they got too close. The bone-tempering expert jumped off Zhuo Fan and fled as fast as he could, leaving the bruised youth lying alone. Chu Qingcheng walked straight to Zhuo Fan, helped him stand, and quietly led him back toward the dilapidated house. Once they were gone, the mob sighed in relief, then gathered again around a pile of glittering spirit stones to split the money. The stocky leader furiously warned them to keep quiet about the arrangement, fearing the young master who had paid them for the staged beating. His fists trembled with the sheer terror of recalling the overwhelming power Zhuo Fan had demonstrated in private, confirming the threat. Meanwhile, back at the broken house, Chu Qingcheng produced a small bottle of medicine after inspecting Zhuo Fan's bruised body. She coldly ordered him to eat the healing pill. Zhuo Fan, whose wounds were self-inflicted and whose body was nearly impervious, stubbornly turned his head away. Chu Qingcheng was perplexed by the refusal, asking if he was scared the medicine was poisoned. He huffed back, saying he wasn't afraid of her poison, but demanded to know why she saved him after telling him to get lost. She stared deeply into his eyes, asking why he would risk being beaten to death just to defend her reputation before those people. Zhuo Fan knew his foolproof plan was working, leveraging her interrupted meditation to breach her psychological defenses. He turned his head and held her gaze until her own eyes faltered away, ready to deliver the final emotional blow. He spoke with dramatic emotion, claiming a person with such beautiful eyes could not possibly possess an evil heart, and he had to defend her honor. The childish bootlicking worked instantly. Chu Qingcheng's cheeks tinted red, and she mumbled that he was silver-tongued. Zhuo Fan, celebrating his success, put on his best puppy-eyed face and asked for her name. She rolled her eyes at his eagerness but finally relented, telling him to call her sister Chuchu. He immediately called her sister Chuchu, then smiled and demanded she feed him the pill herself. As her delicate hand neared, Zhu Fan suddenly grabbed her wrist, pouring his yuan qi into her meridians. When Zhu Fan tried to send his yuan qi into her, it was instantly repelled by a sudden, intense yin cold, freezing his own skin. He was shocked, realizing the cold was secondary to the 7 types of intertwined, lethal poisons residing in her system. These poisons were so malicious that they would torment even a master of the radiant stage before finally killing them. He knew the moon's yin power she carried was nowhere near strong enough to counteract this deadly cocktail. But then he discovered something else battling the toxins, the legendary 7th or 8th grade medicine, Bodhi Jade Sap. Zhuo Fan was ecstatic. This treasure was exactly what he needed to restore the Thunder Skylark egg. Now, he just needed a strategy to extract this life-saving medicine without alerting her to his nefarious intentions. Suddenly, Chu Qingcheng snatched her delicate hand back and glared at him, demanding to know what he was actually doing. Zhuo Fan immediately switched tactics, claiming he only wanted to warm up her hand because it was so cold. She was not fooled, insisting he explain why he had used Yuan Qi to search inside her body. Zhuo Fan sighed dramatically, putting on a face of injustice, explaining that as an alchemist, he merely noticed her poor complexion. His theatrical display of hurt feelings finally softened her heart, and her intense glare began to fade away. She politely dismissed his offer, stating her injury was far beyond the capability of any third-rate clan, but offered a thank you. Zhuo Fan acted like an indignant child, boasting that his Song clan were generations of alchemists, and challenged her to witness his skill. Before she could react, Zhuo Fan grabbed her soft hand and rushed out, leaving her too stunned by his boldness to resist. They passed through the dilapidated area, causing dread among the locals who feared the Scourge woman and the vicious boy. They arrived at the tavern where he had left the Song clan's carriage, containing all the alchemy ingredients. He immediately ran into the Dong siblings. Dong Tianba was overjoyed, and Dong Xiaoan gave a shy, bashful nod. But the siblings felt awkward, noticing the way Zhuo Fan was still firmly holding the mysterious woman's wrist. Dong Tianba pulled him aside, praising him for successfully acquiring a new girl so quickly after arriving. Zhuo Fan genuinely thanked him, admitting that their conversation yesterday had helped him approach her effectively. The NPC then asked Zhuo Fan if the woman was attractive and what she was hiding beneath her robes. Zhuo Fan simply shrugged, stating he wasn't sure as he had never even seen her body. The NPC was flabbergasted, wondering how Zhuo Fan could pursue a woman without physical interest. Zhuo Fan brushed past the confused man, stating coolly that he wasn't looking at her for those reasons anyway. Zhuo Fan quickly located the carriage, climbed inside, and began pulling out dozens of glittering ingredients. His focused, innocent demeanor was a stark contrast to his viciousness yesterday, completely startling the onlookers. Ignoring their confusion, Zhuo Fan gave Chu Qingcheng a wide, boyish smile and told her to watch his next move closely. He ignited a scarlet Yuan Qi flame and threw dozens of ingredients into the air, keeping them perfectly separated and controlled. The onlookers were stunned by the precise control, realizing this skill level far exceeded that of a standard fourth-grade alchemist. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan gripped the entire flame, extinguishing it completely and leaving behind only a faint trail of smoke. The onlookers panicked, convinced that stopping the fire mid-forge had ruined all the expensive ingredients. With a mysterious smirk, Zhuo Fan opened his palm, revealing a glossy, perfectly round red pill that flashed with vibrant light. The pill was top-grade, defying common sense, and Chu Qingcheng narrowed her eyes in profound shock, having never witnessed such a technique. Zhuo Fan secretly snickered, knowing he had just used the ancient universe palm method to ensure the pill's top quality. He only revealed this secret art because he desperately needed to earn her trust and acquire the Bodhi Jade sap. Grinning widely, Zhuo Fan presented the glossy red yang pill, explaining it was meant to counteract her internal coldness. Chu Qingcheng raised an elegant eyebrow, mocking him slightly by pointing out that a mere second-grade pill would be useless to her. Zhuo Fan gave her a cryptic smile, challenging her certainty by asking how she could judge its effect without consuming it first. Knowing the unique refining technique meant the pill was not ordinary, she hesitated before deciding to take it. Moments later, Chu Qingcheng's body shivered violently, her eyes widening in profound shock as the pill took effect.